The kingdom of Elsia was famous for its countless murderers, but only the main character managed to escape the death penalty. This was necessary in order to make him the one and only executioner. Year after year, the man humbly fulfilled his obligations and improved in his craft. This went on for 20 long years. All this time before death, the executioner's victims saw only his burning eyes, but there was no hatred or passion in them. Yet the main character became the infamous executioner of the kingdom, having deprived 1,678 people of their heads. His name was Daniel Patrick. The man read out the decree and thanked Rodney Pamel for defeating the King of Magic. But it became known that he had also been passing on the kingdom's military secrets, thereby putting it at risk. Therefore, the king of Elsia Rusamu II sentenced the hero to the highest measure of punishment, which was beheading. The next moment, the executioner's large, sharp axe flew down at great speed, whistling and cutting through the air. A stream of blood gushed out. The execution itself took place much faster than all the preparations for it. Some time passed. The bloody axe stood in the corner. For today, its work was finished. Daniel Patrick was in his small room, greedily drinking strong alcohol from a bottle. Hard work left him no other choice. The man regretted that he had beheaded the hero, or because of this, he considered himself a bad person. At that moment, someone entered his room. The main character immediately felt that a stranger had appeared in his room, which made him sigh heavily. He asked the man in plate armor what brought a high-ranking member of the 11 Knights to this humble place. After this, Daniel Patrick turned to face the uninvited guest and asked him again what he wanted. The man took out a scroll and said that he was only following the king's orders. Daniel Patrick obediently knelt down and began to listen attentively as the knight began to read the text from the scroll. It said that as a sign of gratitude for 20 years of service to the state, the king granted the main character the status of a free man. After this, the man put down a heavy bag of money and said that it was the executioner's severance pay and that it could be considered payment for his suffering. Finally, the knight ordered that the main character must vacate this place tomorrow. Daniel Patrick was not happy with this news and asked if the authorities had really decided to deprive him of his home after 20 years of rotting in this hole. The man then said ironically that it was too generous and asked why they didn't hang him right away. The knight explained that for some reason, Rodney Pamela demanded the release of the protagonist in exchange for his silence. After this, the uninvited guest left, saying that the man had no other choice. Daniel Patrick was left alone in the room with his thoughts. He looked at the bag of money and was surprised that this was all he had earned in 20 years. It was early morning. Bright rays of the sun fell on the glass windows and penetrated into the dark rooms. The walls of the house where the main character lived were covered with unflattering comments about the recent execution. A crowd of dissatisfied city dwellers had already gathered near the house and were actively discussing something. Daniel Patrick, leaving the place that was his home, heard the accusation that he killed a hero for the sake of his freedom. Enraged people did not hesitate to use not only words. The crowd continued to follow the man and throw eggs at him as a sign of their contempt for him. The main character was surprised by the reaction of the people, because it was the king who ordered him to kill the hero, and therefore they competed to be angry at the authorities and not at the executioner. However, Daniel Patrick could not tolerate the humiliation and suddenly began to scream and growl, scaring people away from him. Now the main character understood why he should leave the job that took him 20 years and leave this city. Behind the high walls of the castle, there were wide green meadows. Under one of the trees, Daniel Patrick decided to stop to rest. Suddenly, the man interrupted his meal because he noticed a person who was silently approaching him. It was a little girl in a red dress who looked sadly at the main character. Daniel Patrick smiled good-naturedly and greeted the child, but suddenly he was hit on the head by a stone thrown by the girl. She knew very well who the man was and what he had recently done, and so she could not help but express her displeasure to him. The main character got angry and started to get up on his feet to punish the child, but the girl, frightened, quickly ran away. Daniel Patrick lay down on the ground and regretfully concluded that things couldn't have been any worse, because even the children hated him. The man thought about the fact that he had become free, but there was no point in it because he didn't even know what he was supposed to do now. The main character thought that he should go into the forest and become a woodcutter, because perhaps this was his calling. After all, he had 20 years of experience with an axe. These thoughts cheered Daniel Patrick up a little. Suddenly, the main character remembered how Rodney Pamel, before his execution, turned to the executioner and asked him to save something. Daniel Patrick looked at the magic stone necklace that the letter was attached to and wondered if it was valuable. It turned out that this letter was Doran's map. The man was annoyed because this was a real wilderness. The main character thought about the fact that there was nothing wrong with wandering somewhere alone, because that's how he spent the last 20 years. After that, he stood up and looked at the endless green plains, anticipating a difficult journey. Daniel Patrick wondered if he should have fulfilled the executed hero's final request. Unexpectedly, the main character smiled slightly and thought that he had nowhere to go anyway. The man decided to try to fulfill this mission and, taking his things, set off on the road. The plains quickly gave way to rocky mountains, the sight of which amazed the main character. Small villages held no interest for Daniel Patrick, and so he left them behind. The man met the dark, cold nights in a dense forest. Only a small fire served as a source of light and warmth for him. The main character met the dawn already on the way, admiring along the way how the pink sky was reflected in the huge lake. After a long time, Daniel Patrick finally stopped and looked ahead in bewilderment. On the hill there were several small stone houses. The man could not understand whether this was exactly what he had come such a long way for. The main character thought that it seemed like he would be able to become a recluse after all, since he saw these houses for the first time in the last few hours. Suddenly the man loudly addressed someone and asked if the stranger planned to continue wanting him. The man, who was hiding behind a tree nearby, did not react in any way and continued to hide. Then Daniel Patrick asked if the stranger liked him or something like that. Still, the girl came out of her hiding place, summing up that she had given herself away. The stranger began to take out her sword, saying along the way that she had underestimated the man because a simple executioner was able to notice a high-ranking seeker. Daniel Patrick thought that if this girl was a high-ranking seeker, then she had at least one otherworldly skill and could cause him problems. The stranger continued to say that she saw Rodney Pamel hand something to the executioner before the execution. After this, the girl took a fighting stance, showing the seriousness of her intentions, and said that now it would be better for the man to give this thing to her. The next moment, the stranger furiously rushed at the main character, trying to get what he wanted by force, but Daniel Patrick managed to groin dodge this attack. The girl was shocked by this and could not understand how this executioner managed to avoid her blow. She quickly turned her head towards the man and tried to take a fighting stance, but it was too late. The protagonist's hand approached the stranger's face, who still could not comprehend the superiority of her opponent. The next moment, Daniel Patrick hit the girl on the forehead with his finger, causing her to lose her balance. The girl fell to the ground with a crash, raising clouds of dust around her. She lay motionless, and the abrasion on her forehead burned bright red from the recent blow. Daniel Patrick began to apologize to the girl, justifying himself by saying that she attacked him herself, and he only gave her a flick on the face. After that, the man leaned towards the trusted enemy. "I don't believe that she died." Suddenly, an elderly woman appeared behind him, who figured out that her Rodney had returned home. The main character was very puzzled by the appearance of another person, because it was impossible for him to be caught in such a state. Daniel Patrick tried to explain to the woman that it was not what she thought, but she continued to greet the man thinking he was Rodney Pamel. The main character will explain that he was not Rodney, but his close friend who came to visit him for a few days. The woman apologized and said that she had not seen anything at all. The man introduced himself and said that his name was Daniel Patrick, and I was surprised that he didn't even notice how the woman approached. The woman also introduced herself, saying that her name was Helen Palvin, and apologized again for the awkward situation. After that, she said that her house was on a hill, and if a man needed something, he could come to her without hesitation. The main character thanked the woman. After that, he said that he would soon drop by to visit her in order to get to know her properly. Helen Palvin was glad to hear this. After this, the woman headed home, leaving the protagonist alone with the defeated enemy. Daniel Patrick breathed a sigh of relief because the woman believed him and did not suspect anything. The main character thought that he had heard the woman's name somewhere before. In addition, the man thought that the defeated girl was not the only one who would want to get the necklace made of the magic stone. After some time, deep night came. Only the bright moon prevented the darkness from completely engulfing the forest. The girl came to her senses and realized that she could not speak because her mouth was covered with some kind of rag. She also couldn't move because she was buried up to her neck in the ground. Suddenly, the girl heard some rustling in the bushes, which immediately attracted her attention. The next moment, bright red eyes of some creature looked at her from the darkness, which really scared the girl. She tried with all her might to free herself from the trap as the beast slowly approached her. All attempts to get out were unsuccessful, and so the girl resigned herself to her fate, but still continued to tremble with fear, closing her eyes. Suddenly, she felt how small grains of earth began to fly towards her and hit her cheeks. The girl opened her eyes to see what was happening. It turned out that very close by, a small black cat was digging a hole to relieve itself. The girl was ready to scream from the realization of what was happening, but only a quiet mooing echoed through the night forest. Morning came. The wooden table was covered with empty alcohol bottles. The main character was fast asleep in his bed, but suddenly someone knocked on the door. The persistent guest continued to knock, causing Daniel Patrick to wake up with no idea who might need him. The man opened the door loudly, asking who else had come here so early, after which he saw a girl in a large fancy hat on the threshold. He complained to her that he had a headache after a long night, after which he ironically said that the girl could immediately knock down the door and feel at home. The girl with red hair did not react to these words in any way and only silently looked at the main character. This look made the man feel uneasy, and he timidly asked who she was. Without explaining anything, the stranger briefly stated that she had brought the man his daughter. Daniel Patrick was very surprised to hear this. Then the girl repeated once again that she brought the man his daughter. The main character did not understand which daughter the girl was talking about, but suddenly noticed a little girl hiding behind the stranger's back. The girl with red hair addressed the child, calling her Lulu, and asked her to say hello to the main character. The girl with blonde hair smiled happily at Daniel Patrick and greeted him. She was glad to see him and asked if he was really her dad. Daniel Patrick was very puzzled by the question, not knowing what to answer, and just nervously scratched his chin. Lulu lay peacefully on the green soft grass, absorbed in something. She looked with great interest at the ants who were going about their usual business. Throwing them breadcrumbs, the girl wished them to eat their fill while the main character and his guests were actively discussing something in the house. The girl with red hair was very surprised that Lulu was not the daughter of Daniel Patrick, which even made her jump up from her seat. The man said that this is exactly what he was trying to explain to the stranger. The girl continued to insist that she clearly remembered that Rodney asked her to bring the girl to her father. The protagonist replied that he was also here at his request. As proof, the man showed a necklace and a letter, saying that before Rodney's execution he left it to him. The girl agreed that this magic stone definitely belonged to the hero, but the map surprised her. Suddenly she looked sternly at the man and asked if he had hidden anything from her. Daniel Patrick jumped up from his seat and loudly asked to be left alone, because he had never even held hands with a girl. After that, he tried to say something else, but because of embarrassment, he couldn't do it. The girl looked at him with incomprehension. Finally, the main character admitted that he was still a virgin despite his age. The stranger was very surprised and embarrassed. She tried to apologize, but Daniel Patrick asked her to shut up because he thought that an apology would only make things worse. After this, the girl wondered why Rodney lied to her about the fact that one way or another he would be revealed. This was unknown to the main character because he had only seen him once. He also added that the girl was the hero's friend, so she should have known much more. But this was not the case, because she herself was surprised by all this. Suddenly the man got up from the table and, remembering something, headed to the other end of the house. The girl did not understand what he was going to do. The main character explained that he was going to make dinner because the guest needed to be offered something, although he did not know how to cook. The girl supported this idea, saying that Lulu was probably already hungry. Daniel Patrick found all the necessary ingredients and asked if the girl knew how to cook. She was surprised by this question, but did not give a specific answer. After some time, the stranger held a sharp knife in her hand and prepared to work. Daniel Patrick stood to the side and watched carefully what the girl would do. The next moment, she began chopping the vegetables into large pieces with sharp, clumsy movements. The main character was very surprised by this. He grabbed the girl by the hand and asked her to be careful, after which he asked what that was all about. The stranger replied that she was preparing dinner. Hearing this, the man said that the girl should have immediately confessed that she did not know how to cook and asked her to put down the knife. The stranger did not want to admit it and demanded that her hand be released. At that moment, Lulu unexpectedly entered the house, which immediately attracted the attention of our heroes. The girl smiled and asked if she could try making dinner. After some time, all the vegetables were carefully cleaned and laid out on the table. Lulu began to carefully chop the ingredients. She was completely focused on this process. The girl with red hair was surprised by the child's skill and praised him for his good work. Daniel Patrick also watched closely from the sidelines and said that the girl was smart. Our heroes began to worry a lot when it came to working with fire and asked Lulu to be careful. The girl couldn't stand the fact that these two were constantly distracting her and talking arm in arm, and so she tried to send them out into the street, saying that she could handle it herself. The main character felt uncomfortable entrusting work to the child, so he offered to help with cleaning the house, but Lulu refused. A moment later, the door to the house in front of our heroes slammed shut, leaving them on the street. Daniel Patrick and the red-haired girl looked at each other awkwardly in silence. The silence was broken by the main character, who said that he would go to Helen to chop some wood for her, since he hadn't visited her for a long time. The girl decided not to remain alone and followed the man. After some time, the wooden logs began to split in half and fly apart. The sound of the axe's work was heard throughout the area. Daniel Patrick asked the girl what she would do next. The stranger did not understand what the man was asking. The protagonist asked if she really expected him to raise Lulu. The girl said that it was Rodney's request, and the man had nothing to complain about because he received a house from the protagonist. Daniel Patrick didn't want to talk about it and asked again if the girl really wanted to leave the child with him. The stranger replied that she still didn't trust him, so she would stay here and watch over him, promising that she would try to sort out this situation. The main character was unhappy with this and already regretted that he came here at all. The girl didn't like it either, but she couldn't leave Lulu and just go away. Our heroes continued to argue until Helen Palvin suddenly appeared, who was glad that Daniel had come to help her again. The man accepted a basket of vegetables from an elderly woman and said that she had helped him no less. Helen asked who his companion was and suggested that he had already found a partner. The main character handed the basket to the girl with red hair, but it turned out to be so heavy that the stranger could not hold it. Helen Palvin asked the man not to pretend to be so gloomy and cold, but to show love to his wife. Our heroes immediately began to deny any relationship. The main character began to assure the elderly woman that he had no connection with this girl. He continued to say that the woman was mistaken. Then Helen Palvin invited her guest to come into the house for a cup of tea. Daniel Patrick thanked her for her hospitality but refused, explaining that a child was waiting at his house. The woman was surprised that our heroes also had a child. The girl with all the red hair began to say that the woman had again misunderstood everything. Daniel Patrick agreed with this, but Helen Palvin was just dying of it. After this, the main character said that he would remove the firewood and he and the girl would go home. The woman replied that she would wait for the three of them to visit. Some time passed. On the way home, the girl asked if the old woman always helped the man with food. He replied that it was mutual assistance. The girl looked at the vegetables and noticed that they were very fresh. Suddenly from afar, a loud cry was heard from Lulu, who was calling her father for help. The stranger was very frightened of the child and was dumbfounded, but Daniel Patrick immediately rushed forward in order to come to the girl's aid as quickly as possible. Approaching the house, the main character saw how someone was holding Lulu's hand tightly. The girl resisted and said that she didn't introduce herself to everyone and wasn't Dad's friend. It was that same high-ranking seeker. The girl ordered the child to shut up and follow her. Lulu resisted as best she could. What he saw made Daniel Patrick furious, and he loudly asked what was going on here. Lulu was very happy that the main character came to her aid and continued to call him Dad. The kidnapper drew her sword and ordered the man to give her what Rodney Pamel had left for him. In return, she promised not to touch the man or the child. Daniel Patrick shouted in rage that all the executed hero had left him was this God-forsaken house, but the girl did not believe it. She knew that Rodney had planned to give something to the man long before his death, and therefore it was not worth trying to deceive her. The girl again ordered the main character to stop lying. For a while, the man thought, not knowing what to do. He supposed that he could use his otherworldly ability, but he hadn't used it for a long time. Suddenly, the man felt a strong gust of wind behind him. It came from a stranger with red hair who appeared out of nowhere behind him. The next moment, the seeker was thrown up by an unknown force, causing him to let go of Lulu. The girl was lifted higher and higher until she suddenly began to fall down at great speed. Luckily, thanks to the tree, the seeker was not hurt too badly. The girl moved from branch to branch, hitting herself and screaming in pain, while Daniel Patrick just silently watched from the side. Finally, the unlucky high-ranking seeker fell to the ground with a thud. The girl thought that the worst was already behind her and began to gradually come to her senses. The next moment, the sword fell from a height and stuck into the ground not far from her head, which frightened the girl. Daniel Patrick approached the girl with red hair, not believing that she was a witch. The stranger was surprised that the man had not noticed this before. After that, she turned to the kidnapper with a menacing look and asked how he dared to try to steal the child from under her nose. The seeker was very surprised to see a girl with red hair in front of her and timidly called her Duvong. The witch was surprised that the girl knew her name, because she didn't remember them meeting before. At this time, the main characters approached Lulu and asked if she was wounded. The girl replied that everything was fine with her. The witch continued to talk to the seeker and asked how she dared to threaten him if she knew who she was. The girl really knew the witch well, which is why she was now very nervous and scared. Daniel Patrick asked the witch if she knew this girl, to which she received a negative answer. Then the man assumed that the stranger was some famous person. The seeker immediately told with admiration that it was one of the group of heroes named Latrivia Duvon. The main character looked at the girl in bewilderment and asked if it was true. Latrivia was embarrassed, but still confirmed what the girl said. Hearing this, Helen Palvin loudly asked why she didn't tell him about it right away. After this, the main character grabbed the embarrassed girl by the hand and handed her something. The witch looked at the magic stone in surprise. It seemed that she recognized this necklace. Meanwhile, the man approached the seeker. Pointing to the necklace, he said that it was exactly what Pamela had left for him. Helen Palvin then went on to say that if the girl needed it, she should have gone to the witch and left him alone. After this, the main character added that he only wanted to live in peace. The girl annoyedly agreed with him. Hearing this, Helen Palvin broke into a wide smile and said that it was now time for lunch. He happily took Lulu by the hand and led her into the house, saying that the girls would catch up with them later. The girl kindly asked them not to stay long because the food would get cold. After this, the door to the house slammed loudly, leaving the girls alone. They looked at each other in silence. There was an awkward tension in the air. Finally, one of them asked what they would do in this situation. Night fell in the capital of the kingdom. Only the dim lights in the windows prevented absolute darkness from reigning. At the end of the long corridor stood several armed knights in armor and guarded the entrance to the room. One of them was unhappy that they had been standing here for more than a day, and all because of some corpse. The second knight asked his comrade to shut up, because such conversations could lead to something bad, and there was already unrest in the kingdom. To this, the man replied that if his colleague remained silent, no one would know about it. Suddenly, someone's barely noticeable silhouette began to appear from the darkness. The knights immediately asked who it was and stood in a fighting stance preparing to attack, but it was too late. Something barely noticeable flew through them at great speed. The men immediately fell down and their heads rolled across the floor. The reason for this was a mysterious girl armed with 2 daggers. She had long, inhuman ears and long, sharp fangs. She looked at the corpse lying in the center of the room and sighed in annoyance, hiding her weapon behind her back. Approaching the lifeless body, the girl greeted her old friend, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. After that, she took the corpse by the head and called it her warrior. The next moment, the girl raised her head, which had already been cut off from her body, and joyfully raised it up. Looking closely at the emotionless face, she said that even after death, it was still beautiful. Pressing the severed head to herself, the girl admitted that she still loved this man. This love reached the point of madness because the girl began to lick the dead head and call the man her hero. She hugged her tightly, happy that now they would be together forever. The girl ate the food prepared by Lulu with particular enthusiasm, putting one spoon after another into her mouth. Our heroes watched this silently, amazed at such an appetite. Daniel Patrick was surprised that the girl first threatened and tried to kidnap the child, and then ate his food as if nothing had happened. After that, he called her a parasite. The girl replied that she was not a parasite and introduced herself by saying that her name was Chevelle Dotton. Lulu asked the girl if Latrivia Duvon really was that popular. Chevelle confirmed this and was surprised that the girl did not know about it either. She said that Latrivia Duvon was the same sorceress who became one of the 4 heroes who defeated the King of Magic and was also known as Duvon the Crimson. The girl continued to say that Duvon was a 3rd-rank archmage who possessed both otherworldly and heavenly abilities. She was also the only student of the Sage and simply a genius. The main character asked Chevelle to make her face simpler because it was not her merit. Lulu became curious and asked what heavenly and otherworldly abilities were. The girl prepared herself for a long story. It could be said that the abilities were a gift to people from the creator goddess Seturu. Thanks to this gift, people were able to live on an equal footing with other races. The girl continued to say that the goddess, in her own image, gave people 2 eyes, endowing them with her own abilities. In her right eye was the power to lead the people. These were heavenly or divine abilities. In the left eye of the goddess was the power to protect her people. These were otherworldly abilities. They helped people overcome the limits of their powers and compare with representatives of other races. After this, Chevelle Dotton proudly declared that she was one of those whom the goddess gifted with otherworldly abilities. Latrivia Duvon suddenly said that there were even fewer like her and that divine abilities were available to her. Lulu was delighted by this story and then asked the main character if he had any abilities. Daniel Patrick thought for a moment and said that he was a simple woodcutter and only chopped wood. Chevelle Dotton did not take these words with enthusiasm. She said that she knew the truth about what the man was chopping in the capital. Immediately, Daniel Patrick found his fingers together and threatened that if the girl did not shut up, he would get a flick on the wrist. The girl immediately obeyed, remembering the sad experience. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvon asked if the man could provide Lulu with everything she needed while working as a lumberjack. The girl thought that he should find himself some normal job. After that, she added that begging for food from a neighbor was too much, because she was already an old woman and he could help her for free. Daniel Patrick got angry and asked if the girl really had burst into his life, made a stir, and now decided to lecture him. He asked how long the guests were going to be here, because it looked as if they were the ones here being freeloaders. He also demanded that before leaving they pay for what they ate. Lulu looked at the man sadly. The main character stroked the girl's head and asked her not to worry, because it didn't concern her, and she could eat as much as she wanted. Lulu immediately broke into a smile. Latrivia Duvon noticed this and was touched by how kindly the girl treated the man. Chevelle Dotton raised her hand to say she had an idea. The protagonist called her freeloader number 1 and gave her the floor. The girl said enthusiastically that her idea was for Daniel Patrick to become an adventurer. She explained that if he wanted to become a lumberjack, he needed orders, and adventurers were the ones who got those. Latrivia Duvon supported this idea because adventurers really did receive payments for various services. Daniel Patrick seriously thought about this. Suddenly he asked if the girl was also an adventurer who carried out various tasks for money. Latrivia Duvon replied that she was a man of science and did not touch worldly affairs. Daniel Patrick did not understand what this meant. He asked if the girl really planned to live here on bird rights. Latrivia Duvon was indignant and said that in fact she was very rich. Lulu was surprised by this because she didn't know about it, after which she asked if she really was rich. The girl was taken aback for a moment and began to come up with an excuse. At this time, Daniel Patrick said that a short trip to the city would not hurt. In addition, Helen could also buy something. The man asked Lulu if she would like to go to the city. The girl was happy with the idea. Then the main character said that they could use a trading crew that would go there any day now. Daniel Patrick promised the child that if he wanted something, he would buy it for him as a housewarming present. Lulu was very happy to hear this. Some time passed. Our hero finally managed to use the trading crew. The long journey through the Green Hills was finally completed. Daniel Patrick thanked the man who gave them a ride and headed towards the city with the others. In the distance, a small but cozy town was visible. Lulu admired its beauty, but Latrivia Duvon was not particularly impressed because she thought it would be bigger. The main character was only interested in whether there was a motherhood guild in such small towns. Chevelle Dotton asked everyone to follow her, because she had already carried out several assignments here. The girl led her comrades to a large red house, which was hidden among lush trees. Chevelle Dotton led Daniel Patrick to the front desk while Lulu and Latrivia Duvon looked around. The girl informed the guild secretary that the man standing next to her would like to register. The girl with glasses who was sitting at the reception was surprised by this because the main character looked rather immature, but she said that in general, there was no age limit. Daniel Patrick asked her not to worry about it because he was only going to do household chores. Hearing this, the girl asked if he had any abilities, to which she received a negative answer. This means that the man will start from the 5th rank, and if he works hard, he will reach the 1st. Chevelle Dotton added that in order to be among the best, one must have abilities. Daniel Patrick asked what ability the girl had and suggested that it was to rub one's consciousness from a flick. The secretary handed the main character a questionnaire for an adventurer and told him that after completing 25 assignments, he would be given a test for promotion. After that, she advised him to always check the penalty for not completing the task. This contract lasted for 1 year, after which the man envied to renew it. He began to write down his data, and it turned out that he was already 38 years old. Chevelle Dotton was surprised by this and said that he was already almost an old man, after which she laughed. Daniel Patrick got angry and threatened that if the girl said another word, she would have only herself to blame. There was an ominous aura around him. The secretary reported that the registration was complete, and handing over the certificate, warned that if the man lost it, he would have to pay to replace it. After this, the girl suggested that the man receive some kind of task from the guild in honor of receiving the certificate. Daniel Patrick was intrigued by this and asked if there was any work available nearby, such as chopping wood. Secret took out some piece of paper and said that the man should find Mr. Cobalt in the western part of the city. This man just gave an order to prepare firewood. The main character agreed to this task. The girl warned that the possible reward for completing this task was only 6 silver coins, but this did not stop Daniel Patrick. Chevalier Doughton was skeptical about this task, but the man agreed. The secretary added that after completing the task, the main character had to get the customer's signature and bring it to the guild. Daniel Patrick and his comrades walked out of the building pleased that he had managed to find a job. He decided that now was the time to take a good walk and invited Lulu to go to the market with him. The girl happily accepted this idea. Daniel Patrick looked around and was surprised that the city looked more beautiful from afar, but still decided to go and explore the outskirts. Latrivia Duvon couldn't believe that the main character took the job of a lumberjack seriously. Chevalier Doughton also didn't share the man's idea, but he added that it was his calling. The witch did not understand why her companion thought so. Suddenly, she asked if the girl knew the masters of magic stones who were in these parts. Chevalier Doughton thought for a bit and answered that there was a master here who had more than 100 years of experience. Latrivia Duvon was skeptical about this, saying that it seemed like a hoax. The seeker suggested that the master was counting the experience from his great-grandfather. The witch felt she had no other choice and asked to be taken to him. Chevalier Doughton advised her not to stay so simply and said that the workshop was opposite the market. The streets of the small town were quiet and cozy. It seemed that very few people lived here. But this was not so because at that time, everyone was in the market square and strolling between the numerous merchant stalls. Lulu immediately noticed the merchant who was selling soft toys. Daniel Patrick was surprised by their good quality. The man couldn't just pass by, so he bought the child one of the toys. After that, they went for a walk further and were delighted with what they saw. A crowd of people gathered around a man who was a master of fire and was putting on a whole show for the amusement of the public. At this time, Chevalier Doughton, together with Latrivia Duvon, were already approaching some small, nondescript house. Having entered inside, the witch immediately turned to the old man and showed him the necklace made of a magic stone that the main character had given her. The master began to carefully examine the products, preparing to give his verdict. The man soon concluded that the necklace had definitely been made by a skilled craftsman, but that its quality was average. Latrivia Duvon was not at all surprised by this information. Daniel Patrick and Lulu approached a vendor who was selling sweets and offered the girl to choose what she liked. Walking through the market square, our heroes heard loud voices of sellers everywhere, who were actively calling out to buyers to evaluate their goods. How many times did the main character join Chevalier Doughton and Latrivia Duvon? They wasted no time and immediately went to study the range of clothes and equipment. The witch took a fancy to one of the seeker's hats. They were not to his liking, and she said that the edges could be used to make a dagger. The hats were so sharp. Daniel Patrick also decided to update his wardrobe. He was helped in this by Lulu, who suggested trying on one of the t-shirts. It turned out that she was too small, which is why the main character had awkward looks. This really amused the girl. Chevalier Doughton and Latrivia Duvon also couldn't help but laugh at Daniel Patrick. The man became very angry about this and took out all his rage on the hated t-shirt, tearing it to shreds and ordering his comrades to shut up. Of course, he had to pay for it, which is why the main character was now in a bad mood and the girls continued to laugh at him. However, everyone agreed that it was a good day and everyone had fun. In a dense forest, there stood a lonely, inconspicuous house in which our story continued. A man carefully touched his neck, on which a huge scar was visible. Despite the fact that it was already the middle of the day, the man was still in bed, and it seemed as if he had just woken up. He looked at his hand with displeasure and tried to move his fingers. They didn't obey him well. Besides the man, there was a woman with pale skin in the room. Suddenly, she asked him what it was like to come back to life. The man addressed her by calling her by the name Villiers and asked if that was her name. Lavushka was surprised that he remembered her name and said that she didn't think that a man could please a girl. The man continued to check his body and complained that his feelings had not yet recovered and everything was slow, especially his fingertips. Villiers responded that there was nothing that could be done since he was dead after all. The man concluded that his recovery would take some time. He continued to look at his hands, not believing that his plan had worked. After that, the man smiled and said that now he was here and nothing could be better. The man stood by the window and drank tea while he was meticulously thinking about something. Finally, he asked Villiers how long he had been dead. The girl replied that it had been about a month. Then he asked where their comrade named Kudan had been. The girl was surprised by this and asked if the man wanted to know anything about her. Rodney looked at her and repeated his question again, making it clear that this was what interested him most now. Villiers replied that he left immediately after the man was resurrected, and they would join him as soon as he recovered. After that, Rodney asked to tell him about what happened while he was dead. Villiers didn't even know where to start. She said that after the man's death, uprisings began throughout the country, which were supported by the princess. And thanks to the support of the people, she was able to take the throne. There were rumors that the coronation would take place in a few months. The girl continued to say that because the princess would become the first sovereign queen of the 8 kingdoms, great hopes were placed on her. Rodney silently listened to his friend's story, while at the same time being surprised that everything was going exactly as Kudan had predicted. The man couldn't even imagine that the princess had so many ambitions. Unexpectedly, Villiers hugged the man. I don't believe that he was already about to leave. Rodney began to deny this and say that he would stay here until he fully recovered. The girl was glad to hear this. Villiers asked the man not to be modest and to admit that he simply wanted to be alone with her. The girl really liked the disgust on the man's face and thought that it suited him very well. Villiers went on to say that Rodney had no idea how she had to restrain herself from clinging to him while he slept. She also says that she was simply burning with impatience to taste the blood of a real warrior and asked the man to give her at least a little. The story continued near an inconspicuous wooden house, which was surrounded by a stone fence. Daniel Patrick was doing his wood chopping job, Chevelle Doughton was playing with Lulu, and Latrivia Duvon was thinking hard about something. The girl looked at the magic stone and did not understand what its meaning was because there was nothing special about it. She couldn't think of anything else, so she thought she should try to find out something else when she got home. No one heard these words. Daniel Patrick continued chopping wood and Chevelle Doughton played with Lulu. After some time, the main character wiped the sweat from his forehead because he had finally finished the job. He did not understand why the customer needed so much firewood and regretted taking on this job. Latrivia Duvon showed concern for her comrade and handed the tired man a towel. The girl said that the main character was not early in preparing firewood. Daniel Patrick replied that he had been doing this for 20 years, after which he suggested that they pack up and return home. The witch reminded that the man still had to get Mr. Cobalt's signature to complete the task. Daniel Patrick don't take words lightly. Then the girl asked if the man was sure he should be an adventurer. He replied that the woodpile was his niche. After some time, our heroes went out of town. Suddenly, Chevelle Doughton said that she would be returning to the capital. The main character happily accepted these words and asked the girl to do him a favor and never come back. The seeker asked the man not to forget that many had decided to covet what the hero had left him, so he had to remain vigilant and always be prepared. Kicked the girl with his foot, Daniel Patrick said that he did not need her moralizing. After this, our heroes said goodbye to Chevelle Doughton and decided to go home. Daniel Patrick asked if he could see if she could walk on her own, since the distance was not short. Latrivia Duvon replied that she was already used to walking a lot. After that, they set off on their journey, passing green meadows and high hills. Suddenly, the girl asked who the main character was and why Rodney suddenly decided to leave him the map and the magic stone. Daniel Patrick thought for a moment but still answered that he had no idea why the hero did exactly that. In addition, he asked not to forget that he recently became a father and did not explain this to Rodney in any way either. Latrivia Duvon laughed at this. The protagonist asked if the hero had always been like this. The girl said that he was not open with them. The man was surprised by this and did not understand how, in this case, their group achieved such success. Latrivia Duvon explained that Rodney was a warrior and did everything himself. Therefore, the rest of the group could not even help him. After these words, the girl stopped and looked thoughtfully into the distance. Daniel Patrick said that there was a stereotype that all warriors were very strong, and so he was interested in how strong Rodney was. Latrivia Duvon could not give a specific answer and assumed that he was the strongest of the warriors. The main character was surprised that despite all this, the hero decided not to resist during the execution. The girl assumed that this was part of his plans. She added that Rodney had been asking her to look after Lulu for a long time, as if he was preparing for something. There was an awkward silence for a while. However, Daniel Patrick said that they now needed 3 beds and decided to do it tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Latrivia Duvon asked me to make a workbench for her as well. The main character did not accept this request with enthusiasm and was ready to refuse the girl. The witch asked not to worry because she would pay him. Then, Daniel Patrick asked her to apply through the guild, and then he would make her a workbench. Latrivia Duvon suggested collaborating without a guild to avoid paying a commission. Daniel Patrick suggested that the girl had finally begun to show her true self. The witch replied that she had not hidden anything. After this, the main character said that tomorrow he would take Helen's tools and work on her workbench. Latrivia Duvon asked if the man could decorate it to order. Daniel Patrick noted that the girl was not at all modest. Only in the evening did our heroes get home and immediately went to rest. Lulu, who had been sleeping the entire way in Daniel Patrick's arms, woke up only now and was completely disoriented. Looking around, the girl saw how the main character and Latrivia Duvon were sleeping peacefully on a narrow bed, barely fitting on it. This sight made the child smile because now it could be said that she had a full-fledged family that loved and cared for her. Lulu decided not to wake the adults and lay down next to them to sleep some more. That same evening, someone was riding a horse and quickly riding along the dusty road. Chevalier Doughton saw the riders in front of her and watched them closely. The next moment, several knights in armor rushed past the girl at great speed. The fast horses raised huge clouds of dust, causing Chevalier Doughton to cough. She recognized these horsemen. They were the king's knights. The girl also did not understand that they had forgotten such a wilderness. Suddenly she realized something, which immediately made her nervous. The next day came. In the distance, a loud crowing of a rooster was heard, waking up the whole area. Daniel Patrick was the first to wake up. It was clear that he had slept without any particular comforts, but he did not complain. Seeing Latrivia Duvon and Lulu sleeping, he was touched by this and tried to leave the house as quietly as possible. The man started the morning with exercises to keep himself in shape. After that, he had to chop wood for the fire. It could be considered that this was a continuation of the training. Next on the schedule were water procedures. For this, the main character collected fresh water from the well. The cold water invigorated and refreshed the man very well. At this point, the routine chores were almost completed. Daniel Patrick decided that he should now have breakfast and go to Helen for tools. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was approaching the house. The man looked closely at the uninvited guest and was not delighted by his appearance. It was Chevalier Doughton. The main character was surprised that she couldn't hold out for a day on her own. The girl justified herself by saying that she had important news. After that, she said in an alarmed voice that the royal knights had arrived in the city. Daniel Patrick was not surprised by this, and he did not understand what this had to do with him. Chevalier Doughton herself didn't know what to answer to this. The man asked what was on the girl's mind, but he praised her for at least coming up with original excuses. Chevalier Doughton continued to think about something meticulously. Still, the main character said that since the girl had come, she could go into the house and have breakfast. Chevalier Doughton happily went into the house, loudly announcing her arrival. Daniel Patrick asked the girl to be quieter because Lulu was still asleep. After this, the main character regretfully realized that the girl could have been forced to clean up here and then let into the house. Suddenly, the man felt something which immediately made him fall silent and become dumbfounded from surprise. Behind him stood a familiar knight, Daniel Patrick, who had appeared out of nowhere and asked why he was here. The gray-haired man replied that he needed to talk about something with the main character. The old acquaintances went away from home so that no one would see them together. The knight informed the former executioner that someone had stolen the body of the executed hero. Daniel Patrick was surprised that the man came here just to tell him about this, and added that he had been here all this time. The knight continued to say that there were rumors that Rodney left something to the protagonist before his death and that this thing could be hunted. Daniel Patrick asked the man not to worry about him because he would decide everything himself, after which he asked to let him enjoy his freedom. The man asked if the main characters were sure that he was not involved in the disappearance of the body. Daniel Patrick replied that if the knight suspected him, he could have handcuffed him right then and there. The man explained that the hero's body was to be put on public display in honor of Her Majesty's coronation, and so it was interesting to see how her supporters would react to the empty coffin. The main character was very surprised to hear about the coronation, because when he left the capital, everything was fine with the previous king. The knight did not expect that the man had not heard the latest news and did not know what was happening in the kingdom. After that, he began to walk away, and putting his hand on Daniel Patrick's shoulder, wished him to take care of himself. At this point, the conversation between the old acquaintances ended. The man left, and the main character remained standing in the same place. He couldn't believe that the princess would become a queen. It seemed that this event somehow concerned the man. Suddenly, he touched the large scar that adorned his face. Daniel Patrick seemed to remember something from his past life. One of the main buildings in the capital of the kingdom was the palace. It was a huge stone building with large windows. The girl with blonde hair was all alone in a spacious room and looked out the window. She was silently thinking about something, and the absolute silence only helped her to immerse herself in her thoughts. The princess moved a lock of hair from her forehead, which now revealed a large scar. Suddenly, the future kingdom said the main character's name out loud. Two men looked at their enemy and prepared for battle. One of them was armed with a sword and shield, and the other with a bow. The swordsman assumed a fighting stance and used his muscle growth ability to give himself an advantage. The archer loaded his bow and pulled the string, then used the concentration enhancement skill to not miss and hit his target. Daniel Patrick yawned demonstratively as he watched these men, having long been prepared for their attack. The swordsman really didn't like such a dismissive attitude towards them from his opponent. After that, he angrily rushed at the main character, loudly warning the man not to joke with them. The next moment, Daniel Patrick, with one deft movement, grabbed the swordsman by the head with his large hand, which surprised him greatly. After this, the main character hit the man on the ground, thereby discouraging him from continuing the fight with him. At this moment, the archer did not leave his hands folded and already fired an arrow towards Daniel Patrick. The protagonist immediately focused his stern gaze on her. It seemed that he was dissatisfied with the fact that the opponents used long-range weapons. In one fell swoop, the man managed to catch the arrow with his hand and break it. At the same time, he grabbed his axe with his free hand. The main characters used a household tool for chopping wood as a throwing axe and hit the archer with it. The archer did not understand where the main character got such skills from, because he was an ordinary executioner. Daniel Patrick hoped that these were his last opponents for today. Chevalier Doughton was surprised that there were only 2 uninvited guests today. The main character did not raise how they found out where he lived and thought that it was possible to go crazy. Suddenly, the man sternly asked if the girl herself was behind these visits. Chevalier Doughton became negative. Then the main character silently leaned towards her and looked straight into her eyes, trying to discern the lie in them, which made the girl nervous. The emotional pressure continued as Daniel Patrick leaned lower and lower, causing the seeker to tremble with excitement. Finally, the man threatened that if the girl did not tell him the truth, she would be left without food. But even after this, Chevalier Doughton continued to deny her involvement. Latrivia Duvant, examining and assessing the property of the defeated opponents, assumed that the mercenaries had their eye on the main character. After hearing this, Daniel Patrick fell silent for a while. It seemed that he needed to tell the girl something, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Finally, he asked the witch to step aside with him in order to discuss something. Our heroes went away from home so that no one would interfere with their conversation, because the information that Daniel Patrick wanted to convey was not for public hearing. The man began his story hesitantly, suggesting that he should have told the girl everything much earlier. Latrivia Duvant listened attentively to her comrade. In a trembling voice, the protagonist admitted that not long ago he was an executioner. Looking at his hands, Daniel Patrick continued to say that he carried out the execution of Pamela Rodney. Latrivia Duvant was suspiciously unmoved by this information. She accepted it calmly. For a while, our heroes fell silent, and silence fell on the hill, interrupted only by a gusty wind. Daniel Patrick was surprised by the lack of any reaction from the girl and looked at her with fear. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer and asked why the girl reacted so calmly to the fact that he had beheaded her comrade in arms. The man also did not hide the fact that after the hero's execution, he received freedom, so it all looked like a deal. Daniel Patrick asked the girl if she was not interested at all. Latrivia Duvant thought for a moment. Finally, the witch began to say that Rodney and she had done a lot of things to stop the King of Magic and save the 8 kingdoms. The girl continued to say that nevertheless the hero entrusted his artifact to his executioner. This indicated that the executed man was not offended by the executioner, and therefore the girl suggested that Daniel Patrick honor the wishes of the deceased hero. The witch also asked not to forget that now the main character was also Lulu's father. After that, she headed home, telling the man that dinner was ready, but before that he had to wash himself. Suddenly she stopped and turned to her friend again, because she had forgotten to ask him about something. Latrivia Duvant asked in a trembling voice how Pamela Rodney had passed away. Daniel Patrick immediately responded that he left like a true warrior. Hear this, Latrivia? Duvant smiled faintly. She liked this answer. She went on to say that it looked like the Pamela she knew. The witch shed a few tears that immediately sparkled in the light. After this, the girl silently went home, leaving the main character alone with his thoughts. Our heroes continued their normal, calm life. Latrivia Duvant was busy teaching Lulu. She also got along well with the main character, who was always ready to come to her aid, which is why Chevalier Doughton was very envious. Daniel Patrick has repeatedly shown concern for the girl who recently appeared in his life. All this time, the resurrected Pamela Rodney did not waste time and trained hard to get into shape. Villiers asked the man if he really decided to leave his scar on his neck while looking at himself in the mirror. Rodney replied that he liked it. The vampire never left the man alone for a moment and was always by his side, even though he didn't like it. One day, the girl opened the door with a bang and entered someone's house. She loudly called out to an old man she knew and said that she and Rodney had already arrived. An elderly man with a long beard looked towards the exit and immediately looked up from his work. Seeing his guests, the old man said that they had arrived earlier than he expected. Rodney explained that they didn't want to miss anything. Villiers confirmed this and added that the man was already in excellent shape. After a while, everyone was already sitting at the table, and the old man was showing his hospitality and pouring tea for his guests. "Don't waste time," Rodney asked what their plan was. Villiers, not letting go of her beloved's hand, asked him to calm down and take his time. The elderly man said that they needed to visit several places first. But first of all, the old man asked Rodney to extend his hand to him. The man agreed, saying that he was now on his side. Villiers was glad to hear this and felt that they were now all on the same page. Daniel Patrick, Latrivia Duvon, and Chevalier Doughton were staring at something, their faces filled with confusion and fear. On the table lay a sealed envelope with a wax seal. The seeker asked if this was the royal seal. The girl said that everything inside her was shaking from the sight of her, and she wondered to whom this letter was addressed, Daniel Patrick or Latrivia Duvon. Lulu asked the protagonist to open the letter quickly. The man asked if it was really worth doing. Daniel Patrick opened the envelope and began to carefully read the letter. It was an invitation to the coronation of Chevalier Doughton, who was surprised that the main character was invited to it. Lulu asked if he would accept this invitation. To this, the man clarified whether the girl really wanted to visit the capital. The main character thought that considering that every villain was trying to take away the artifact, staying on the sidelines was not the worst choice. After that, he asked Lulu again if they should go to the ceremony, to which he received an affirmative answer. Daniel Patrick agreed with this. The girl was happy to hear this because she was already looking forward to an interesting pastime. Chevalier Doughton asked if the man was sure of his decision, because in the capital he would definitely be recognized. The main character didn't care, especially since Lulu was glad to go. Latrivia Duvon suggested that it was some kind of trip. The girl agreed and said that it was her first trip with her daddy. Daniel Patrick approached Chevalier Doughton and asked if she would go to the capital with them, to which he received an affirmative answer. The main character was surprised by this because he thought that the girl would want to stay to continue her nightly hikes. The seeker was dismayed that the man knew about this. Daniel Patrick said that the girl should not have hoped that no one would hear these rustling sounds at night. Meanwhile, Latrivia Duvon suggested that Lulu go pack her things. The girl asked if she could take a stuffed toy with her. Daniel Patrick looked at the child with affection and looked forward to his first trip with his new friends. After some time, everyone was ready and had already gone outside, and the main character asked if they had forgotten anything, after which he closed the door. Chevalier Doughton was surprised that the man seriously decided to take an axe with him. Daniel Patrick explained that this was his minimum for protection. After that, the girl suggested stopping by the guild on the way because there might be some kind of assignment there. The man did not believe that the girl was such a hard worker. To this, Chevalier Doughton replied that the man could not even imagine how much she could earn if she had not been hanging around here with them. The man replied that no one kept her here. Latrivia Duvon, who was watching this conversation from the side, joked that they looked friendly. Lulu laughed at this. Daniel Patrick stroked the girl's head, thus showing his love and care. After that, he asked if Lulu was ready to go on a trip. With a wide smile and shining eyes, the child confidently replied that he was ready for this. The girl decided to take on the responsibility of announcing the beginning of their journey together. The next moment, she pointed her finger in one direction and commanded to move towards the capital. The capital of the kingdom was already waiting for our heroes. Neat stone houses were scattered around and a palace towered high above them. The palace premises were large and spacious, which is why they were often empty. Away from prying eyes, several royal subjects found solitude here, discussing the latest news. They could not believe that Her Majesty had actually invited the coronation of a former executioner. Hearing this, one of the subjects folded his hands in front of him and began to smile slyly. The man suggested that they were destined to meet Daniel Patrick again. Deep night fell. Bright stars filled the sky. There was absolute silence all around. Suddenly, she was interrupted by the loud voice of a man who was ordering his horses to run faster because someone was pursuing the cart. The pursuers were several armed men who, riding wolves, ran behind. The man was angry and indignant that out of all the gangs that lived here, he ended up with Sandrin's gang. The next moment, he saw that several bandits had set up an ambush and blocked the way by pulling a rope. The man was able to react in time and stop the horses. Now he had nowhere to run. A robber riding a wolf approached him and, threatening him with a weapon, said that if Sandrin's people ordered him to stop, then he should do so. The second bandit was also indignant that the man dared to run away from them, because they needed to feed these furious wolves. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the cart. He asked the man not to worry because they would deal with the robbers. One of the bandits ordered the driver to quickly tie him up with the cart. At that moment, Daniel Patrick was hiding behind him, waiting for the right moment. Latrivia Duvon was also there and asked if the man needed help. The protagonist asked not to worry and leave it to him, because in the end, it was he who accepted the assignment. Instead, he asked to keep Lulu safe. The girl was not scared, but asked her dad to be careful. After this, Daniel Patrick turned to Shavali Dotton and asked if she wasn't going to fight with him. The girl was afraid because it was Sandrin's gang who even managed to subdue the wolf monsters. The man asked her to stop whining and go with him. Shavali Dotton was not thrilled with the idea and asked why the man couldn't ask Duvon for help. The protagonist explained that it was the girl who suggested taking on the task. Meanwhile, the bandits were already approaching the cart to look at it. Daniel Patrick asked how many girls she could take on the bandits and what otherworldly ability she had. Shavali Dotton was very shy and timidly replied that her ability was to strengthen. The protagonist was surprised by this. The girl quickly clarified that it was self-enhancement. Then Daniel Patrick asked when she was under the enhancement. The main character began to say that the girl needed to train and train more because she would have liked that she simply improved herself in her normal state. Meanwhile, our heroes were noticed by bandits, and one of them, smiling sarcastically, asked what they were chatting about. Looking around Shavali, Dotton noticed that the bandits surrounded them from all sides, which she did not even notice. One of the robbers looked at Daniel Patrick and was surprised at his build, which indicated that he would make a good servant. The next moment, a loud blow echoed around the area. The robber began to fall backwards, and along the way, a tooth flew out of him. The rest of the bandits, seeing how the main character hit their comrade, immediately ducked down and took a fighting stance. Daniel Patrick asked Shavali Dotton to help him in any way she could. The girl had already drawn her sword and obeyed the order. After this, the main character rushed at several opponents at once, which surprised them greatly. With one sharp movement, he managed to neutralize 2 men at once. The other bandits were immediately dumbfounded by what they saw. The bandit who was sitting on the wolf did not understand how it was possible for one unarmed man to defeat 2 experienced robbers at once. Meanwhile, the main character took out an axe and was already decisively approaching his next opponent. The next moment, the man, without a shadow of a doubt, attacked the wolf, mortally wounding it while the animal's owner only watched in horror. From the wound he received, the fierce monster immediately whined in pain and fell to the ground, throwing off his rider. The wolf's lifeless body crushed the bandit's leg, preventing him from continuing the fight or even running away. Suddenly, he noticed that the main character was already approaching him and did not know what to expect from him. Suddenly, Daniel Patrick kicked his immobilized enemy in the face, thereby convincing him not to continue to resist. But this was not a final victory, because behind the main character, another wolf appeared, its eyes glowing bright red and wanting to kill the man. Daniel Patrick sensed the approaching danger and turned to face his enemy in order to continue the fight. The man chose the right moment and managed to bend down, thereby avoiding the wolf's attack, after which the animal hit him with an axe in response. The wolf was wounded and could no longer serve his master as a good means of transportation and weapon. The bandit was very angry at the main character for not only harming his comrades, but also daring to injure his pet. He loudly asked the man who he was, because he wanted to know more about his opponent. Daniel Patrick proudly declared that he was a 5th-rank adventurer with a part-time job escorting a carriage. The robber was surprised that the main character was only a 5th-rank adventurer. But the robber still threatened that the man would have to pay for everything he had done to his comrades today. The bandit considered that the fair price for this would be the death of the main character. After that, he began to concentrate his power because he used the general enhancement skill. Shavali Dotton was scared because it was a heavenly ability, but fortunately in the gang of robbers, only one person had such an ability. Therefore, the girl assumed that this robber was Sandrin himself. Latrivia Duvon leaned out of the cart to look at him. The bandit laughed at the fact that the girl only realized this because it was already too late. After that, he prepared to attack. The next moment, pushing off the ground with his feet, the bandits jumped high into the air to attack the main character. This did not frighten Daniel Patrick. Suddenly, his left eye changed color and began to glow brightly. The man began to concentrate energy into his axe, using the weapon enhancement skill. After that, he was able to deftly dodge the attack of the bandit, who asked if it was his ability. A moment later, a bright purple flash pierced the darkness of the night, passing at great speed. It turned out that the main character managed to hit the bandit in the stomach with the butt of the axe, which he could not have expected. The robber immediately grabbed his stomach, trying to endure the incredible pain, but because of this he could no longer resist his opponent. Taking advantage of this, Daniel Patrick attacked the villain again in order to finally secure victory. The bandit could not withstand such a blow and fell to the ground with a crash, which marked the defeat of Sandrin's gang. Chevelle Dotton, who had been watching the main character all this time, now stood silently and looked at the man with her mouth wide open in surprise. She couldn't believe that Daniel Patrick had an otherworldly ability all this time. The man confirmed it. The girl was very outraged that he had been deceiving her all this time. The main character asked her to calm down because he did not want to show all his trump cards at once. However, she was impressed because the man was able to knock out the bearer of heavenly abilities, although even the kingdom had already stopped trying to catch him. Daniel Patrick asked the girl to stop chatting and help him because he thought that since this bandit was so famous, there should be a reward for them, but this was not certain. Unexpectedly, Chevelle Dotton said that she had taken on one of the opponents and therefore asked if they could share the reward. The man is skeptical about this. After that, he said that the girl could take everything that would be given for the capture of that bandit. Chevelle Dotton responded to this that it was so unfair. She was unhappy that the man did not want to share the defense. Daniel Patrick asked the girl to appreciate the fact that he was so kind. Watching from the carriage were Latrivia Duvon and Lulu, who always found it funny to watch the conflict between the protagonist and Chevelle Dotton. After some time, our heroes returned to the guild to receive a reward for the captured bandits. They did not immediately believe that it was Sandrin's gang. For the capture of such dangerous criminals, our heroes were paid a large sum of money. Several stacks of gold coins emitted a bright light. Chevelle Dotton was already anticipating what they could do with such a lot of money, but suddenly the main character handed the girl one coin and said that it was her share. Lulu was happy that they were now rich, and the prospector looked at his gold coin with sadness. Our heroes returned home, after which Chevelle Dotton immediately went to sleep soundly. Daniel Patrick, Latrivia Duvon, and Lulu sat outside and watched the starry sky. Suddenly, the girl pointed her finger at the sky and asked the main character if he saw one of the stars. She pointed to the brightest land and then told that when she was very little, her grandfather told her that this star was hers. Lulu asked Daniel Patrick where his star was. The question left the man confused. He began to peer closely at the sky and think carefully about the answer. Latrivia Duvon helped him with this and, pointing her finger, suggested that perhaps the man's star was the one located directly above Lulu's star. The witch thought it looked like the constellation Ursa Major. Then Daniel Patrick said that since the girl was called Duvon Crimson, her star was red, and then he showed it. Latrivia Duvon couldn't figure out for a long time where the man was pointing, despite all his attempts. Closing one eye, the girl tried to see that very star by looking at the tip of the main character's finger. They were so engrossed in searching for the star that they didn't notice how close they had become, which made them feel awkward. The next moment, they abruptly moved away in different directions so as not to embarrass each other. Lulu did not understand what was happening to the adults. Suddenly, the girl loudly and joyfully announced that she had found that very red star and pointed to the sky. But she was upset by the fact that this star was very far away. Lulu wanted to be as close to her star as her dad's star. Daniel Patrick asked the girl if she enjoyed traveling with them. Smiling sincerely and looking at the main character with a happy look, the girl agreed with this. A few days later, our heroes reached the capital of the kingdom. Lulu was very happy that they had finally arrived. The girl was amazed at how big this city was. Daniel Patrick seemed just as happy to return to familiar lands, but first he put on a mask so that he would not be recognized. The city streets were busy. People in beautiful clothes were walking everywhere and children were running happily around the houses. Chevelle Dotton pointed to one of the houses and said that she lived in it when she first came to the capital. The protagonist said that they left a bit early, but he didn't think that they would get there so quickly. Duvon was surprised that there were still 3 days left before the coronation, and the outskirts were already filled with people. Because of this, the girl was worried whether they would have problems with housing. Daniel Patrick showed an envelope with the royal seal and asked the witch not to worry. The man said with a smile on his face that everything had already been prepared for them. After some time, our heroes reached a large stone house with panoramic windows. They were very surprised that they would be living here for several days. Soon they entered a spacious room with a large bed and were surprised by the comforts that surrounded them. Lulu and Chevelle Dotton immediately lay down on the bed, amazed at how huge it was and how delicious it smelled. Suddenly, Daniel Patrick approached the girl and grabbed her by the clothes, trying to lift her to her feet. The protagonist asked Latrivia Duvon to stay with Lulu and rest a little while they went somewhere. The man explained that they wanted to enter the guild because he had already completed the required number of assignments to increase his rank, and he needed Chevalier Dotton's help in this. The seeker didn't want to go anywhere, and then Latrivia Duvon suggested going with Daniel Patrick. The main character refused to see, considering that the girl's person could cause unnecessary noise. Chevalier Dotton continued to show dissatisfaction. The witch agreed with this and said that for now she and the girl would look good here. Lulu asked her dad to come back quickly. Soon Daniel Patrick and Chevalier Dotton reached the building where the guild was located. There were many adventurers here who chose a task for themselves or came to report on its completion. The man at the reception looked at the documents and confirmed the data, after which he said that in order to be promoted to the 4th rank, it was necessary to pass a test and suggested that the main character do it right now. The man believed that it would not take much time and therefore asked if he was ready. Daniel Patrick agreed to take this test. Chevalier Dotton asked if the man was sure, because the tasks for 4th rank adventurers were harder, but the rewards were much more significant. All this suited the main character. Suddenly, someone behind our heroes turned to them as if he was happy that they'd come to the guild. A man with blonde hair approached Chevalier Dotton. It seemed they had known each other for a long time, but the girl was not thrilled to see him here. The man said that he had not heard anything about the seeker for a long time and even thought that she had already died. After this, he turned to the main character and asked who he was, and seeing the axe, he assumed that he was engaged in logging. Without any hesitation, the man grabbed Daniel Patrick's certificate and was surprised that it was only rank 5. He laughed with Chevalier Dotton and suggested that she had nowhere else to join, and that's why she went with this runt. The girl, unsure, asked why the man was interested in what she was doing. After this, the man again turned to the main character and decided to give him advice from an experienced 2nd-rank adventurer. He already wanted to warn Daniel Patrick not to get involved with Chevalier Dotton, but he suddenly fell silent because the main character grabbed him by the nose. After that, he began to lift the man, which brought him incredible pain. His legs were simply dangling in the air. A moment later, Daniel Patrick threw the insolent man aside so that he would not interfere with him any further. The man with blonde hair was very surprised when he saw his blood pouring out of his nose. He immediately jumped to his feet and, very angry, asked how the main character dared to attack him. After this, the man raised his fist and rushed to attack Daniel Patrick, intending to take revenge for the humiliation. But he didn't manage to do this because the main character was able to easily grab his opponent's fist without even putting in much effort. In order to discourage the man from continuing the fight, Daniel Patrick began to squeeze his opponent's fist hard, which caused him pain. Nevertheless, the main character continued asking the guild secretary whether he would be fined for this. The man with blonde hair begged him to stop. However, Daniel Patrick let go of his opponent's hand, giving him the opportunity to escape. The man immediately jumped up from his seat and began to run away, threatening that the main character would pay for this because he remembered what his mask looked like. Daniel Patrick didn't pay attention to this and turned to the secretary and asked where he could take the test. The surprised man asked him to follow him. The testing for rank increase lasted until the evening, and only now our heroes returned to the hotel. Chevalier Dotton was in a bad mood after an unexpected meeting with an old acquaintance. Suddenly, the girl began to tell that she was accepted into the group immediately after registering in the guild, and she was very lucky that her comrades were unusually strong. So she managed to become a senior adventurer very quickly. But in fact, all this time she was only deceiving herself, believing that she was worth something. The girl continued to tell that when the group broke up, and she had to solve the problems herself, everything went downhill. One could say that fate harshly put her in her place. From that time on, in any group, Chevalier Dotton was just a burden because, as it turned out, she couldn't do anything. She was very upset that even compared to the adventurers who had just registered, she had nothing to offer at all. The girl honestly admitted that the best thing she could do was collect information. Because her rank and abilities were so different, no one wanted to take her into the group, and so she wandered everywhere alone. The girl couldn't even accept difficult assignments from the guild, which is why her career as an adventurer was unsuccessful. Chevalier Dotton began to cry bitterly because of her failures. Daniel Patrick did not even know how to cheer the girl up. Still, the man said that she was very useful and helped him become an adventurer and accepted assignments. The protagonist asked the seeker to think about these words. He continued to say that if a student achieved a promotion in rank, then his teacher should be proud and happy. Chevalier Dotton agreed with these words, saying that the past was in the past and now she was still a senior adventurer. She continued to loudly say that today was her teacher's day, and grabbing the man by the hand, led him to the pub in order to show him how real adventurers drink. She also wanted to show the man the delights of the capital's nightlife. Daniil Patrick tried to explain that their friends were waiting for them, but the girl didn't listen. They returned very late. This was indicated by the fact that throughout the entire building, the lights were on in the windows only in the room of our heroes. Latrivia Duvant met her comrades and surprised made a displeased face. Daniil Patrick carried a completely drunk Chevalier Doughton on his back. I don't know how to explain why they returned so late. Latrivia Duvant had to cover her nose to avoid smelling the stench from Chevalier Doughton. The girl asked what happened to them. The main character, I don't know how to explain, said that something definitely happened. The seeker was glad to see the witch and greeted her. The protagonist asked the girl to go to bed. Latrivia Duvant was interested in how much she had drunk. The girl was about to tell about what happened in the guild, but suddenly she turned blue and started to feel sick. Daniil Patrick asked her to keep everything to herself. She was immediately carried into the bathroom, from where strange sounds began to be heard. This woke Lulu up. The girl did not understand what was happening, but immediately realized that her father had already returned. Strange sounds and comments about how everything had been understood continued to come from the bathroom. The next day came and Chevalier Doughton woke up with the thought that she would never drink again because she was still suffering from the consequences. However, this did not stop the rest of our heroes and they went shopping. One of them was a dress shop where you could buy a suitable outfit for the coronation ceremony. The first thing to do was to dress Lulu. The girl tried on several dresses. Latrivia Duvant handed the bag of money to the saleswoman and said that she had bought all the dresses the girl had tried on. Suddenly, Daniil Patrick snatched the money and apologized, saying that his girlfriend had gotten a little carried away. After this, the main character asked for only one dress, for which he paid with a small stack of gold coins. Then our heroes went for a walk around the city, visiting local establishments. It seemed that Daniil Patrick and Latrivia Duvant were already tired of walking, but Lulu was still full of energy. She was happily chasing pigeons and laughing. Returning home, Lulu, holding her guardian's hands, summed up that it had been a good day. She only regretted that Chevalier Doughton couldn't go with them and hoped that next time she would be able to. Daniil Patrick was touched by how kind and sincere the girl was. Latrivia Duvant also looked at the happy child with a smile. Soon night fell. Darkness engulfed the capital of the kingdom, but the bright lights in the windows did not allow people to say goodbye to the past day so quickly. From the very morning, there was a noise in the city, because it was the day when the princess would assume the powers of queen. Dressed men blew loudly into the wind chimes, alerting residents and visitors to the city that the coronation ceremony was about to begin. The crowd of people who gathered in the center of the capital joyfully greeted the future Queen Felix. In the palace, everything was much calmer. Her Majesty was sitting in her room preparing for the upcoming ceremony until there was a knock on the door. Felius Alicia was supposed to become the 26th ruler of the Elsia kingdom today. The faithful servant entered the room and informed his mistress that it was time for her to leave for the ceremony. The princess entered the ceremonial hall and, accompanied by her servants, walked past the assembled spectators. Chevalier Doughton was delighted and never dreamed of being present at the coronation, and so close. After that, the girl said that the main character was actually not so bad, and she even began to respect him a little. Daniil Patrick asked her to stop talking nonsense and to be quiet because she could be taken out of here if she made noise. Latrivia Duvant asked the man not to be so rude, because the event was truly worthwhile, and it was considered good luck to attend at least one coronation in your life. A golden crown decorated with precious stones lay on a small pillow and waited for its new owner. The priest took her in his hands and turned to Felius Alicia, who had already knelt down. The old man said that in the name of their creator, goddess Satura, he proclaimed the princess the Queen of Elsia and then placed a crown on her head. The knight we already knew shouted loudly in praise of her majesty. After this, he loudly asked the goddess Satura to save their kingdom. The next moment, the stained glass window behind him suddenly shattered, attracting the attention of everyone present. A huge sword with a magic stone on the hilt flew into the room and crashed into the floor. All the guests immediately began to get nervous, not understanding what was happening and who this sword belonged to. The knights immediately ordered all of their subordinates to calm down and protect the queen, not allowing anyone to get close to her. One of the guests recognized this sword. He was very surprised because this weapon belonged to the hero. The man was sure of this because he had seen it once at a parade. People did not understand why this weapon was here now. Suddenly, one of the guests noticed a broken stained glass window and told everyone to look in that direction because someone had been there. It was Pamela Rodney who was silently looking at those present. Everyone was surprised to see him. People could not believe that this was an executed hero because it was impossible for him to return from the other world. The guests immediately realized that the rumors that the hero's body had been lost were true, but it was unclear why the man was still alive. Daniel Patrick knew something bad was going on, and so he asked Chavalie Doughton to take Lulu to safety. The main character could not believe that it was really Rodney because he personally cut off his head. The hero carefully began to descend, and Daniel Patrick continued to think that he had never heard of the heavenly ability to resurrect and would assume that Rodney was literally immortal. After this, the resurrected hero began to approach his sword under the surprised gaze of the spectators. People began to ask whether Pamela had come to avenge his death and began to justify themselves by saying that they did not want him executed because it was the king's decision alone. Easily lifting the heavy sword, the hero noticed many familiar faces around him and said that now it was possible to say with certainty that he had returned. The queen's defenders could not believe that the hero had returned to life and thought that he was a ghost. However, such an appearance at the ceremony was unacceptable. Pamela Rodney began to speak loudly about how he had served this kingdom for 10 years. And when he was 12 years old, the council proclaimed his warriors, and his youthful heart almost jumped out of joy. The man continued to say that he fought against the empire, destroyed monsters, and carried out countless other tasks. In the end, he destroyed the magic king. Latrivia Duvon looked at her resurrected friend in surprise. Unexpectedly, the hero pointed to the scar on his neck and added that in response to all his merits, he received execution. The man thought that this was too much even for his modest requests. Queen Alicia decided to go a little further, despite the knight's warning that it could be dangerous. The girl turned to the hero and asked him to listen to her, saying that the execution was a mistake of the previous king. Pamela Rodney stopped the queen, saying that he did not need excuses because that was not what he came here for. Looking at the girl with a stern look, he said that for 10 years he was just a submissive toy for her family, after which he was thrown out. The man continued to say that the 8 kingdoms were obliged to provide their citizens with peace and quiet, but it was unclear who should be considered their own. Pamela Rodney asked whether the queen had ever considered that pitting everyone against each other and using people as fodder was a bit low. The hero was interested in what the queen would achieve if she expelled everyone except people from the country. The man asked if she wanted all other races to die out, or if she wanted to enslave them. One of the knights demanded that the hero shut up and could not believe that he had decided to go over to the side of the empire. Pamela Rodney was surprised that it all came down to choosing sides. The next moment, his right eye began to glow brightly and exude incredible power. A strong wind arose around the man, which frightened everyone present. Some guests were knocked off their feet by this wind. People did not understand what kind of force it was. Pamela Rodney turned to the knight and asked if in his stupid head everything came down to the empire, and if so, there was no point in continuing the conversation. After this, the hero declared that he was the force and the force was him. Therefore, he was interested in who could stop him. Pamela Rodney thought that the 8 kingdoms would have a hard time coping with his skills. The man already considered himself the king of wizards. One of the knights did not like these speeches at all. Pamela Rodney continued to say that he wanted to see what the kingdom would do if he declared war on them. One of the knights ordered the hero to be silent, after which he and his partner rushed into the attack. Along the way, they said that Rodney had crossed a line that a warrior was not allowed to cross, and therefore he did not deserve mercy. Suddenly, the knights discovered to their horror that their enemy had disappeared right before their noses. It turned out that the resurrected hero, thanks to his incredible speed, was already behind the men and was ready to attack them. The next moment, Pamela Rodney, without even using his weapon, struck one of the knights, knocking him down. The man fell on his comrade, causing both knights to fall to the floor with a crash. The audience was very surprised to see this because these were the best knights of the kingdom, and even they could not resist the hero. The other knights who were in the room seeing this rushed to help their comrades. Pamela Rodney only smiled because he understood that they were not his equal, even though the knights greatly outnumbered him. The next moment he rushed through the crowd of knights with great speed, disarming them all at once in one movement. All the men remained alive, but their arms were very sore and they could not continue the battle with the hero. One of the knights approached Pamela Rodney and asked him to stop organizing fights in the ceremonial hall. The man asked the hero to stop, because I don't believe that he seriously decided to turn all 8 kingdoms against himself. Suddenly, from the crowd, the voice of Latrivia Duvon was heard, addressing her old comrade. Pamela Rodney recognized her voice and turned silently in her direction, not believing that she was also at the ceremony. All the guests were very surprised because they recognized the girl as the magician Duvan the Crimson. The hero hid his sword and said that he could not even imagine that she attended such events. The man smiled happily and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Latrivia Duvan said that the hero was usually not so talkative, so she was interested in what happened to him and how he was able to survive. After thinking for a bit, the man briefly replied that time passed and people changed. Latrivia Duvan simply remained silent at this. Suddenly, Pamela Rodney noticed the main character in the crowd of guests. After this, the man loudly addressed everyone and asked them to remove their sad faces because there was a new era ahead in which they could fight the warrior. He then said that for old time's sake, he would not press too hard and would probably finish for today. The next moment he flew up, saying along the way that soon people would start receiving news about him from everywhere, and perhaps he would even bring new friends with him. Latrivia Duvan tried to stop the hero, but for some reason he wanted to leave the ceremonial hall as quickly as possible. Finally, the man just glanced quickly at his old comrade. After this dawn, there was silence, and only a broken window reminded us of what had happened here not so long ago. Some time passed. Our heroes came to the palace at the request of the queen. Chevalier Doughton was very nervous before the meeting and wondered whether she really needed to go because she doubted that she would be able to help in any way. She also asked how it would be better for her to bow. Latrivia Duvan answered that the main thing was not to do anything extra. Suddenly, the queen's subordinate came out to the guests and asked them to follow her. After some time, all our heroes found themselves in front of the queen, who was already waiting for them. The girl asked everyone to relax as it was not an official meeting and also apologized for the mess. First, she wanted to thank Duvan. To this, the girl replied that she had only done what she had to. After this, the queen turned to the main character and said that the kingdom needed his help, so she wanted to ask him for a favor. Daniel Patrick immediately replied that he was at the lady's service and would carry out any order. Chevalier Doughton was very surprised. She quietly asked, since when did an ordinary executioner have such influence in the kingdom? The protagonist asked the girl to be silent. The girl handed the servant a scroll and explained that this document contained the decision of the council and 11 knights. The queen's subordinate unfolded the document and began to read the text written in it. It was about Daniel Patrick, causing the man to immediately drop to one knee. The decree stated that by the authority of the Supreme Knight Enzano Kizam, the protagonist was being reinstated to the rank of senior knight. Chevalier Dotto was very surprised to hear this. In addition to the decree, it was stated that by decision of the House of Elsia, his title of 6th-rank noble was also restored, and the ban on the Patrick family coat of arms was lifted. The long, spacious corridors of the royal palace amazed with their graceful and massive columns. Chevalier Doughton did not understand how the main character could refuse the queen's offer and assumed that he was crazy because it was a 1-in-a-million chance. Latrivia Duvan said that she would never have thought that the man had been a knight in the past, but she agreed with her friend because the offer would not be superfluous. Daniel Patrick briefly replied that he had been a knight 20 years ago. He did not believe that after so much time he would still be able to perform this duty. The man remembered a rainy night during which something terrible happened. The cart he was accompanying was broken, and next to it lay the lifeless body of a man. The main character ran up to the girl who was lying unconscious. It was Her Majesty. The girl was injured. Daniel Patrick blamed himself for this and loudly called for a doctor. After some time for this offense, the man ended up in prison, where he was punished in every possible way, as a result of which his entire body was covered with wounds and abrasions. The king stood next to him, holding a dagger in his hand, watching how the main character was breathing heavily. The man looked at the guy with a crazy look, calling him a degenerate who managed to prove his uselessness. The king continued to say that the scar his daughter received would forever remind her of that night. The man could not understand how Daniel Patrick dared to do this to his daughter, and threatened that he would never be able to earn forgiveness. The king threatened to make sure that the boy would be the last of the Patrick family. After that, blood started flowing down the protagonist's face. The man left the main character with 2 large cuts, while saying that he would suffer for the rest of his worthless life and outlive his entire family. Unexpectedly, Lulu approached Daniel Patrick, which distracted the man and stopped remembering the past. The girl asked if everything was okay with the main character. For a while, the man was silent, trying to come to his senses. Finally, he calmed the child down by saying that everything was fine. He was just thinking a little. Daniel Patrick asked Lulu if she liked the capital. The girl replied that everything here was so interesting and big. Then the man asked if she would like to live here. Lulu thought for a moment and replied that there was too much here. Then smiling, she said that she liked the way they lived now. Daniel Patrick agreed and said that he liked it too, and that it was not a place for the simple people that they were. Chevelle Dotton said that all this still did not fit into her head, because she heard that only knights who possessed the heavenly ability could rise to the rank of senior bells. Therefore, the girl directly asked whether the man possessed a heavenly ability. The main character answered in the affirmative. Chevelle Dotton was very outraged because all this time the man had otherworldly and heavenly abilities, but he tried to hide behind her back. Daniel Patrick denied this and asked the girl to stop talking nonsense. The man said that he did not want to stay there and suffer, so he asked the girl to save him from her madness. Suddenly, our hero's path was blocked by 3 royal knights, who looked at them with serious eyes. One of them greeted Daniel Patrick and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After this, the man rushed to hug his friend, saying that this scoundrel had secretly come to the coronation and had not even bothered to meet with them, although they missed him. The main character recognized his old comrades as Daiki, Sonia, and Mikhail. Mikhail noted that Daniel Patrick had gained quite a bit of physical mass. Sonia also confirmed this since she remembered that their friend had been smaller before. After that, the girl said that everyone and their dog was discussing the return of the main character. She also remembered that 20 years ago, even the 3 of them couldn't defeat him. Sonia assumed that this time they would definitely succeed, but the main character was not sure about this and told his old friends everything. Everyone was very surprised by the man's decision and did not understand why he refused. Daniel Patrick explained that he left the order 20 years ago, and it would be strange to return after so much time. Mikhail said that the main character was reinstated literally for nothing, and therefore did not advise refusing. Suddenly he noticed Latrivia Duvon. He apologized for not paying attention to her. The girl greeted the man and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After this, Mikhail also noticed Lulu together with Chevelle Dotton, which began to raise questions in his mind. The man still couldn't find the words to ask a question. Daniel Patrick noticed this and didn't understand what was happening. Finally, Mikhail quietly asked if the main character was married and already had a child. The next moment, the man gave his friend a kick and threw away his guests. Suddenly, an elderly man approached our heroes and asked his students what they were doing here, since it was training time. Daiki, Sonia, and Mikhail, seeing the knight, immediately stood in a straight line and respectfully greeted him. After that, they ran off to practice, asking the main character to find them before he left. Otherwise, he would get into trouble. The knight turned to Latrivia Duvon and asked permission to take Daniel Patrick for a few words. The girl, of course, allowed it. They stepped aside and stood on the balcony, which offered a stunning view of the capital. For a while, they stood silently and looked at the city. The knight still couldn't start a conversation. Finally, he said that Her Majesty was very much looking forward to the protagonist accepting the offer of restoration, and suggested that she was very upset. The old man continued to say that at present the queen's position was unstable, because first, due to the death of the hero, her supporters became disunited. Now, due to his sudden resurrection and the declaration of war by the 8 kingdoms, Elsia's status will be significantly undermined, which may cause her to lose her leading position. The knight continued saying that the precarious state of the queen's follower could provoke enemies. Now the people were ready to stand up for their queen, but no one knew how long this would last. Therefore, the old man believed that at this time, people like Daniel Patrick were needed more than ever. The knight also suggested that the man knew that the queen had been trying to find him for all these 20 years. In addition, the elderly man said that what had been done could no longer be undone, but the main character still had a chance to atone for his guilt. Daniel Patrick will answer that much has changed in the last 20 years. Too much to repay. The main character also said that his zeal that was then was already behind him, along with his devotion and ambitions. All the man had now was a child who had entered his life immediately after his release. Therefore, he just wanted a quiet life in which Lulu would be happy. An elderly man saw a child below and asked if this was the girl Latrivia Duvon had brought. Lulu happily waved her hand to her dad and said that there was a fountain and also a big zoo. The knight finally realized that the main character had now become a family man. After this, Daniel Patrick decided it was time for him to leave. The knight did not detain him, but only silently continued to watch our heroes from the balcony. Lulu asked her dad if they could go to that very zoo. The protagonist thought that they first needed to get permission, for which Lulu said that Latrivia Duvon promised to sort it out. Hearing this, Daniel Patrick agreed to go there. The knight continued to watch the main character. The elderly man believed that this child had truly lit a fire in the life of his old acquaintance. After this, our heroes met with Dika, Sonia, and Mikhail and went to the pub. Danil noticed that Mikhail had become much more powerful and could now drink on par with Sonia. Also, old friends did not miss the opportunity to compete in strength. Dicky could not defeat the main character and believed that he was like a rock. Chevelle Doughton became friends with Sonia and had fun together. The fun didn't end and our heroes stayed in the bar until late at night. This did not stop them from heading home early in the morning. Chevelle Doughton was suffering from a hangover, and Daniel Patrick was laughing at her saying that she had not studied anything. The cart slowly moved along the road, passing green meadows and rocky mountains. Our heroes had to walk the rest of the way, but their goal was already close. They finally got home, which everyone was extremely happy about. Daniel Patrick said that there was no better place than home. Lulu replied that she would go anywhere, but the main thing is with the main character. Chevelle Doughton approached the witch and asked if she could wash herself first. Latrivia Duvon refused the girl's request. Daniel Patrick asked the seeker how much longer she planned to sit on his neck, and whether the girl was already planning to leave. Chevelle Doughton indignantly asked where she was supposed to go, since they were now a family. Lulu confirmed this and added that she loved Chevelle because the girl was always kind to her. A joyful Chevelle Doughton hugged the girl, saying that she couldn't cope without her. Daniel Patrick was outraged that the freeloader was hiding behind a child, but still allowed her to stay. The seeker replied that Daniel Patrick was an insensitive boor. Then the protagonist asked the girl not to forget to pay him for rent. He also warned that if she delayed payment even once, she would be thrown out of here immediately. Chevelle Doughton didn't think that the man would stoop so low, but she agreed to pay. After this, the girl turned to Lulu and asked her to promise her that she would not become a full-time miser. Meanwhile, Daniel was about to open the door to the house. The man said that the girl had no right to teach Lulu anything. Suddenly, the main character stopped and thought about something. The next moment, he put his hand forward, blocking his comrade's way into the house. Everyone was very surprised by this. After this, Daniel Patrick began to slowly reach out to his axe as if he intended to use it right then and there. The man grabbed his weapon and swung it as if he was expecting danger. Chevelle Doughton quietly asked what had happened. Daniel Patrick immediately responded that he felt like there was someone inside. What they heard seemed to strike them with lightning, and they also felt danger. Daniel Patrick slowly opened the door, still holding the axe in his hands. Bright sunlight entered the dark room in which there really was someone. The main character was shocked and dumbfounded on the spot when he saw who was in the house. The dark figure sat on the chair as if it owned the place and seemed to be waiting for our heroes to return. It turned out that this mysterious figure was Pamela Rodno, who for some reason returned to his home. Seeing the main character, the man smiled slyly and said that he had already gotten bored while waiting for his return. The main character stood in the passageway holding an axe in his hands and silently looked at the uninvited guest. Suddenly, Lulu came into the house and looked at Pamela Rodney with surprise. The girl recognized him and was surprised that he was here. The resurrected hero greeted the child and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Latrivia Duvon turned to her former comrade and asked how he came back to life because she knew all his abilities but still did not understand anything. The man replied that he had placed a magic stone for them and was surprised that the witch had not studied it. The girl took out that same necklace and said that it seemed to her that it was the most ordinary stone. Pamela Rodney explained that this stone contained his soul, and this little thing kept his body alive. Latrivia Duvon was very surprised that the man had planned all this from the very beginning, and because of this, Daniel Patrick blocked the girl's path and then asked why Rodney came here. The man smiled and said that he liked the main character because he got straight to the point. Pamela explained that he came here to pick up Lulu. Everyone was surprised by this answer. The man saw this reaction and could not believe that they had already become close, after which he told the girl that Daniel Patrick was not her father. After that, he added that he would take the girl to her real father. Lulu hid behind the main character and said that he was her dad. Pamela Rodney thought for a moment and finally concluded that it would not be possible to take the child without problems. Latrivia Duvon was very angry at the man for deciding that he could first leave the girl with someone and then just come and take her. Pamela asked the protagonist if he had the same opinion and suggested that he liked being needed by someone. Daniel Patrick was angry and ordered the warrior to stop talking nonsense. Hearing this, Pamela Rodney sighed heavily. After this, the man, smiling slyly, said that he understood that our heroes did not want to give up Lulu in a good way. Suddenly there was a loud explosion, after which she threw the main character back so hard that he broke the stone wall of the house with his body. It didn't seem to hurt Daniel Patrick at all. He was able to stand on his feet, but he was very angry. The culprit of the disorder came out of the house and began to calmly approach the main character, intending to continue the fight. It seemed to the man that all this would not last long, and that he would soon get what he wanted. A frightened Lulu and the others immediately ran out of the house to make sure that the main character was okay. Daniel Patrick wiped the dirt off his face with a sharp movement, not taking his eyes off his opponent. After that, he asked Pamela Rodney if he was aware that a blow of such force could kill an ordinary person. The man did not answer this question, and again demanded that Lulu be given to him, and then he would calmly leave here. Otherwise, he would have to check how many lives the main character had. Daniel Patrick loudly declared that he was not an idiot to simply give the child to him. Hearing this answer, the resurrected hero reached for his weapon, saying that he carried a sword with him just for this occasion. Pamela Rodney threatened that he asked for the last time to give him Lulu, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Chevelle Dotton could not believe that the main character was going to fight the warrior. The girls and Lulu held their breath in anticipation of what would happen next. Suddenly, Pamela Rodney's right eye changed color and began to emit a bright light. This was because the man used the divine glow skill. Daniel Patrick was surprised to see this, because he understood that his opponent was absolutely serious and that a dangerous battle lay ahead of him. The main character thought about something and then frowned, because he thought that he had no other choice but to use all his skills. The next moment, both of Daniel Patrick's eyes changed color and began to glow brightly because he used the divine glow and weapon enhancement skill. Pamela Rodney looked at his opponent silently, anticipating a serious battle. The man smiled because he realized that the rumors that were circulating about the main character were not lying. A bright aura shone around the opponents. Both of them were ready to start the fight. Latrivia Duvant watched all this from the side. She was amazed because she didn't even suspect that Daniel Patrick possessed a warrior class ability, which was divine radiance. The girl did not understand how and when the main character was able to get her. Meanwhile, the opponents silently looked at each other, choosing the right moment to attack. Suddenly, both men seemed to disappear, leaving behind only small clumps of dust. It turned out that the opponents were so fast that their movements were noticeable only to the two of them. Daniel Patrick charged forward at great speed, but Pamela Rodney managed to jump up and injure the main character. The man was so angry that he didn't pay attention to the deep cuts on both shoulders. Daniel Patrick attempted to attack his opponent again. The man's blows were so powerful that they cut through the soil and scattered huge chunks of earth to the sides. Pamela Rodney decided that it was now his turn to attack, and so he rushed forward with his sword extended. The main character managed to defend himself from this blow, but it seemed that it took him too much effort. The enemy's attack was so strong that Daniel Patrick could hardly stand on his feet without being knocked to the ground. But the main character did not lose his enthusiasm and was still furious, because the man remembered well what he was fighting for. The next moment, the man jumped high into the air and swung his axe, trying to hit the warrior. But unfortunately, he was unable to do so because Pamela Rodney was faster and attacked the man with a kick to the jaw. From this blow, the main character lost his balance and began to quickly spin around on the ground. However, he was not going to give up so easily, and a moment later, he was ready to continue again, as his furious grin indicated. Daniel Patrick responded strongly from the ground and rushed towards his enemy again. The battle continued. The sound of iron striking iron echoed around. Bright sparks flew in all directions. Chevelle Dotton and Latrivia Duvant watched. Chevelle didn't understand what she was looking at all because she couldn't believe that Daniel could resist the warrior and fight him on equal terms. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvant ordered her friend to immediately step aside and then pushed her away. Chevelle Dotton didn't understand why the girl did this, but suddenly a strong gust of wind swept past her. Daniel Patrick flew into a tree with great speed, causing a loud crash. It is now clear that Latrivia Duvant pushed her friend aside so that she would not get hurt. Because the main character flew into the tree at great speed, it cracked and began to fall quickly. Despite this, Daniel Patrick was still able to continue fighting. His wounds were quickly healing thanks to his magical abilities. Pamela Rodney praised his opponent for moving quickly, but noted that the man had a rough fighting style and lacked experience. Lulu was worried about her dad, so she asked if he was okay. Daniel Patrick calmed the girl down and asked her to go somewhere far away because it was dangerous here. In order to continue the battle, the main character took a deep breath and then inhaled a lot of air. The next moment, he pushed off the ground and rushed at his enemy with incredible speed. Daniel Patrick concentrated the energy into his weapon, increasing its destructive power. Pamela Rodney managed to jump back in time, causing the kick to hit the ground. This attack was so powerful that because of it, a piece of the huge rock on which the battle took place simply broke off and began to fall down. Pamela Rodney was also on this rock, but he was not afraid of getting hurt at all. The man used his ability to levitate, thanks to which he was able to fly up and return to the top. Meanwhile, huge rocks fell down with a roar, burying an entire forest under the thickness of the earth. Having climbed back up to the top, Pamela Rodney was surprised because there was no one else here except the girls and Lulu. His opponent had disappeared somewhere. It turned out that the main character decided to take advantage of the situation and jumped high into the sky, and now he was flying at great speed towards his enemy. Pamela Rodney looked up with displeasure and saw his opponent there. The next moment, Daniel Patrick attacked the warrior with his axe, but he managed to defend himself by covering himself with his hand. The impact was like an explosion. A wave of uncontrolled energy spread out to the sides, scattering dust and boulders around. Daniel Patrick realized with a start that his surprise attack had failed because it had not been able to harm the enemy in any way. Suddenly, the main character heard Pamela Rodney's voice behind him, praising the man for a good hit. After this, the resurrected warrior pushed Daniel Patrick away from himself with all his might, kicking him in the back. In order not to fly too far, the man had to plunge his axe into the ground. Thanks to this, Daniel Patrick managed to stop his flight and was now ready to continue the battle again. Suddenly, the main character saw Pamela Rodney's face in front of him. He was smiling, and it seemed that this battle amused him. The next thing Daniel Patrick saw was his opponent's sword coming closer and closer to him. At that moment, time seemed to slow down and the man could assess his situation. The next moment, the main character moved his head to the side to avoid the blow. Pamela Rodney's sword flew past the protagonist's face, almost mortally wounding him. After this, the resurrected warrior swung his weapon again in order to continue the onslaught. The battle continued. Clouds of dust and bright sparks flew in all directions. Daniel Patrick could hardly defend himself against his opponent's continuous attacks. In order to catch his breath, the main character even had to step back. Pamela Rodney's latest attack turned out to be more serious than it seemed at first glance, with Daniel Patrick starting to cough up blood. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvant flew up to the exhausted protagonist and landed next to him. The girl was ready to enter into battle against her old friend and promised that she would cover the man. Daniel Patrick asked if the girl was sure, because it was once her partner. The witch replied that it was no longer the Rodney she knew. The girl also added that it was not me who could have allowed him to take Lulu. Daniel Patrick believed in Latrivia's sincerity. The man smiled and agreed to accept the girl's help since he no longer had any other choice. Pamela Rodney was surprised to find he had another opponent. However, the man said that although he had not fought for a long time, he could easily handle two at once, after which he ordered our heroes to attack him. There was no action after this. And then Rodney turned to Latrivia and ordered her to attack him, because he knew that the girl always wanted this. Latrivia Duvant looked ahead in surprise, not believing her eyes. Daniel Patrick thought that the girl was so surprised by the manners of her old friend. Suddenly, Pamela Rodney felt the presence of a stranger and, turning his head back, saw an elderly man in a large hat. The protagonist also saw a stranger and asked Latrivia Duvant if she knew this old man. The girl was very nervous from surprise, and for a long time could not utter a word, but only looked at the stranger with frightened eyes. It turned out, however, that this elderly man was Latrivia's teacher, whom she had never expected to see here. The sorcerer, who appeared out of nowhere, silently watched what was happening, but was still able to attract the attention of our heroes. It turned out that this elderly man was Latrivia's teacher, whom she had never expected to see here. Having learned this, Daniel Patrick was very surprised and asked if this was the same sage. To this, the girl only remained silent, not taking her eyes off the old man. Lulu also noticed the elderly man and addressed him, calling him her grandfather, after which she asked if he had also come to pick her up. The sorcerer greeted the child and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he noted that she had grown a lot. The girl began to assure him that she liked it here, and she wanted to stay with her dad. Chevelle thought that they couldn't cope with the warrior anyway, and then a sage appeared. The old man realized that his granddaughter had found friends here, but asking her forgiveness, he said that it was time for them to stop playing family. After that, he said that it was time for the girl to leave and asked her to go with him. Daniel Patrick turned to Latrivia and reminded her that she said that Pamela left Lulu to her, but it turned out that her grandfather was the sage. The girl herself did not know about it. She then said that she did not understand at all what their opponents were talking about and what was going on here. Latrivia Duvant turned to Pamela Rodney and asked if he had been deceiving his team all along. The warrior did not react to this question in any way, and then the girl, angry, ordered him to answer immediately. The man began to say that the fact that the girl called him a traitor certainly disappointed him, but he asked her not to forget that he, too, was in some sense a victim. Pamela Rodney was interrupted mid-sentence by the protagonist, who said that there had been enough talking. He continued to say that he had already accepted Lulu, and it didn't matter to him who fought against him, a warrior or a sage, the man would not allow anyone to take her away. After this, the main character asked his opponents if they understood that the girl wanted to stay with him herself. He also asked why they needed her. The man then threatened that if his opponents wanted to do things their way, they would have to fight him first. The next moment, Daniel Patrick rushed forward to attack his opponent. The man swung his axe hard, intending to inflict as much damage as possible on Pamel. But the war was easily dodged. He smiled, and it seemed that this situation amused him. After this, Pamel decided to step back a little. The main character chased after him, saying that the man should not think that such a degenerate as they were allowed to do anything. Daniel Patrick launched a huge number of attacks in a short period of time, but unfortunately they were all unsuccessful. But this did not stop the main character, and he did not even think of giving up. Trying to attack the enemy again, the man said that he did not care who the uninvited guests were. Pamela Rodney did not like these words, as his frowning eyebrows indicated, so he decided to punish the man. Choosing the right moment, the resurrected warrior suddenly raised his leg in order to attack his opponent with his knee. The next moment, Pamela kicked Daniel Patrick in the hand that held the axe. Because of this, the main character was unable to carry out his attack and was momentarily stunned. After this, Pamela Rodney quickly began to change his fighting stance in order to continue the attack. The next moment, a powerful blow hit the protagonist's jaw. This caused the man to lose his balance and fly far back, raising clouds of dust around him. Daniel Patrick quickly came to his senses and, looking angrily at his opponent, was ready to continue the fight. Latrivia Duvon ran up to the man and said that Rodney was too fast, and so she would try to give Daniel Shays a chance to catch his breath. After that, the girl pointed her magic staff towards the enemy and, using air magic, began to concentrate energy in the magic stone. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvon stopped. The girl saw something that made her feel uneasy. Her teacher was also concentrating energy in his staff, which meant he was ready to join the battle on Kin's side. This ruined Latrivia's plans because she understood that the old man was a very serious opponent. The elderly man turned to his former student and threatened her that if she wanted to interfere, she would have to fight him. Pamela Rodney was not happy with this and asked the old man if he would not give him a chance to stretch his legs. The wizard replied that he did not care about any chances. After that, he asked the warrior to calm down and focus on their goal. Pamela Rodney continued to insist on his own, saying that he had not fought for real for 1,000 years, because now it was not so easy to find a worthy opponent. The man also added that he was disappointed in the old man and knew that he had to go there alone. Suddenly, the main character rushed into battle. Even despite the element of surprise, Pamela managed to dodge the attack, which instantly shattered the rocks into pieces. Daniel Patrick decided not to slow down and swung his axe again. War had to dodge again. For this, he jumped high into the air, landed back on the ground. Pamela Rodney thought that it was time for them to end this fight and hope for the understanding of the main character, because sometimes elders needed to be respected. Daniel Patrick was already quite advanced in this battle, but he was given strength by the incredible anger he felt towards his opponent. Unexpectedly, Pamela praised the man's endurance, because divine abilities required a lot of energy, and Daniel was still able to maintain it. This surprised the warrior because he knew that Daniel Patrick had achieved this without regular training. The protagonist was alarmed by this praise, and he asked if it was some kind of joke. Pamela replied that it was a compliment, because even he had a hard time maintaining the divine glow for long. So the warrior was interested in how Daniel felt. In addition, Pamela knew that the man also maintained an otherworldly ability, so he asked if the main character ever reached the limit. Looking at Daniel Patrick and seeing his exhausted face, Rodney assumed that this was the very moment when the man reached his limit. Daniel Patrick was very angry at these words, and so the man rushed into battle again, simultaneously ordering his opponent to shut his mouth. Pamela Rodney sighed heavily as he thought about how stubborn the main character was. The next moment, the warrior sharply thrust out his back in order to avoid his opponent's attack. After this, the man said that the way the executioner cut off his head impressed him, adding that it was a sign of incredible skill. Pamela continued, saying that for a second he even thought about using his dodge ability, but now he realized that his opponent was very powerless. The warrior said that the main character fought like a boy. After hearing this, the man clenched his teeth tightly, trying to cope with his anger. He decided to prove his opponent wrong, and so he swung his axe again with a shout. But Pamela managed to dodge this attack as well, deftly jumping back. The blows from the axe hit the ground, causing huge columns of dust to rise. Several more times, the main character tried to attack Pamela Rodney, but he was always faster. All this amused the resurrected warrior. It was as if he was playing tag with the main character. The stones flying from all directions cut into Daniel Patrick's skin. However, he had no intention of giving up. The man swung his weapon again, trying to somehow reach his opponent. The next moment, there was a loud explosion. A high column of dust rose and sharp stones flew in all directions. The earthquake almost sent Lulu over the edge, but Chevelle Dotton was able to grab the child in time. The girl looked at the scale of the battle and could not believe that all this was the work of Daniel Patrick. The main character stood in place and tried to catch his breath. His whole body was shaking from powerlessness. The thick dust gradually dissipated. Daniel Patrick gulped for air. It seemed like he couldn't breathe. Sweat was pouring down his body. Suddenly, his face distorted, as if everything had finally left him. Realizing this, the main character fell to his knees and thought about something. The glow in the man's eyes faded, indicating that he could no longer use his abilities. Suddenly, Pamela Rodney appeared next to him and, turning to the exhausted protagonist, said that he was clumsy. This immediately reminded Daniel Patrick that this fight was not over yet, and so he picked up his axe again. Trying to attack the enemy, the man was unable to hold his weapon, which caused it to slip out of his hand and leave its owner. Pamela Rodney was very pleased with this and made fun of the main character, saying that he could no longer even hold an axe. Suddenly, the dust cleared, due to which Latrivia Duvon now had a clear view of her opponent and tried to help the protagonist defeat him. But before the girl could attack the warrior, lightning struck the front one, causing a large explosion. The blast wave immediately threw the witch aside, but she was not harmed at all. Latrivia Duvon, the girl, immediately realized that the cause of the explosion was her teacher, who was still standing on the hill nearby and closely watching everything. The old man reminded his student that if she decided to enter the battle, she would have to fight him, and this was his last warning. Pamela Rodney realized that he had nothing more to fear, so he sat down next to the main character. Smiling broadly, the warrior said that everything had already been decided and Lulu would go with him. Daniel Patrick no longer had the strength to fight, and this made him even angrier. He only managed to grab his opponent by the clothes with a trembling hand and was already preparing to say something to him. Suddenly, someone's voice addressed Pamela Rodney. The main character was very surprised when he saw the one to whom he belonged. An armed elderly woman stood in armor. She stood on a hill and looked at our heroes. Daniel Patrick did not immediately recognize this old woman as Helen Palvin and refused to believe that it was really her. Pamela Rodney was unhappy that his teacher dared to interfere in this fight. The main character was surprised that Helen was his opponent's teacher. After this, the man noticed the armor in which the elderly woman was. It was the uniform of the order. The protagonist immediately had a hunch, so he directly asked if Helen was the supreme knight of the order. The woman did not answer this question, but instead turned to Pamela Rodney and said that they needed to talk about something. Suddenly, a sage turned to Helen Palvin and, greeting the woman, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Since the old woman was already blind, she did not see him, and for some time tried to remember who the voice she heard belonged to. The next moment, it was as if lightning had struck her, because she remembered whose voice it was. Helen Palvin addressed the sage, calling him Valesk, and loudly asked why he was still alive. The old man laughed at this question and said that he never died. This answer made Helen Palvin tremble because she understood everything in an instant. After this, the elderly woman clutched her weapon tightly, realizing that a fight could not be avoided. The next moment, her right eye changed color and began to emit a bright light, because she, like all members of the order, had abilities. She used the skill of former greatness, causing many bright sparks to fly around her. A few seconds later, the elderly woman was completely transformed, and now Helen Palvin began to look much younger. Using the skill of former greatness, the elderly woman was completely transformed, and now Helen Palvin began to look much younger. Latrivia Duvon and Daniel Patrick were very surprised by what they saw, because they did not even suspect that this elderly woman had such skills. Lulu was also amazed at how her grandmother had changed, but Chevelle Dotton regretted that they had woken the old woman up with too much noise. The girl still did not understand what was happening here at all, and assumed that it was a city of geniuses, because each of the participants in the battle possessed incredible powers. Helen Palvin once again turned to Pamela Rodney to tell him everything that was boiling inside her. She loudly declared that the man had deceived them all, and that was not why Helen Palvin was angry. For what period of time did absolute silence reign in the forest, which was a common occurrence in these places? Suddenly there was a huge explosion that raised columns of dust upward, and huge boulders flew to the sides at great speed. All this was the result of Helen Palvin's attack, but Pamela Rodney managed to repel it despite this. Along with physical attacks, Helen also used magic spells that easily broke up stone blocks. The next moment, The girl realized that her opponent was too fast and therefore used the acceleration skill, which caused her second eye to glow brightly. The next moment, the Knight of the Order approached her opponent with great speed. The girl's next attack was unsuccessful because Pamela Rodney was able to defend himself. Nevertheless, the warrior was thrown far back. Watching the fight from the sidelines were Latrivia Duvant and an exhausted Daniel Patrick. The girl was amazed because she didn't know that Helen had such skills, and the main character now understood why Pamela Rodney called him clumsy. The man continued to say that he was surprised that this woman could fight on equal terms with a warrior. The fight between the old acquaintances continued until suddenly Helen Palvin's weapon got stuck in Pamela Rodney's sword. The man laughed cheerfully and said that his teacher was still capable of fighting. He continued to say that despite this, even the abilities could not hide the age of the elderly woman, because her movements were much slower than before. Helen Palvin was shaking with fatigue, but with a sly smile she said that her opponent had not yet seen everything. After this, a bright glow began to emanate from the woman, accompanied by strong gusts of wind. Latrivia Duvant thought that Helen had already lost this fight. Then the main character decided to help the woman, and for this purpose, he again activated his ability as indicated by his burning eye. The witch was caught stopping the man by saying that he had already reached his limit, and if he continued to fight, it would only get worse. The protagonist replied that he couldn't just stand there and watch as Helen lost the battle. Latrivia Duvant said that she didn't mean that. Suddenly, Lulu's loud voice echoed throughout the area, saying that she would voluntarily go with them. The girl asked Pamela Rodney and Helen Palvin to stop fighting. The battle immediately stopped and the warrior began to smile slyly. Velasque was also glad to hear these words from her granddaughter. Lulu asked to listen to her. The girl repeated loudly again that she would go with her grandfather and Uncle Rodney. Daniel Patrick was very surprised to hear this, and Latrivia Duvant tried to dissuade the child from this decision. Pamela Rodney approached the main character and, hitting him on the shoulder with his fist, said with a smile that everything had already been decided. After this, the warrior, laughing loudly, walked towards the girl, and Daniel Patrick fell to his knees and lowered his head from the realization that this was the final defeat. Our heroes returned to their home, which was partially destroyed after a recent battle. Latrivia Duvant was helping Lulu pack her things, and Daniel Patrick was sitting silently at the table, not believing that he would have to part with this child. While packing her things, Lulu noticed the plush toy that the main character gave her. The girl took it and looked at it carefully, thinking about something, remembering everything that had happened to her recently. Unexpectedly, the foam of the Lyceum Lulu turned to Daniel Patrick, calling her daddy because she wanted to ask him something. The main character was absolutely emotionally broken and therefore did not react to this in any way. Then Lulu asked Latrivia Duvant if she could take this toy with her. The girl replied that of course she could, because it belonged to the girl. When everything was ready, our heroes went outside to say goodbye. Latrivia Duvant asked Lulu to drink enough water and dress warmer. After that, the girl, together with Pamela and Velasque, set off on their journey, but suddenly Lulu turned sharply and ran towards Latrivia. The child rushed at the girl in order to hug her one last time before the final separation. Latrivia Duvant asked Lulu to let her know when she got to the new house. Daniel Patrick was still sitting at the table. The man was so saddened by what happened that he couldn't even look at the child, let alone say goodbye to her. Lulu turned to her dad and said that she was really leaving, hoping that he would say something to her at the end. Without waiting for any reaction from the main character, the girl ran after her grandfather and Pamela. Latrivia Duvant silently watched them go. After that, the girl frowned and looked towards the house where Daniel Patrick was. The next moment, the girl turned around abruptly and headed towards the main character, saying that she was tired of his behavior. Chevalier Dotton watched this in surprise. The witch stopped near the main character, but he still sat there silently with his head down. Then Latrivia Duvant turned menacingly to the man so that he would at least answer something. Without waiting for any reaction, the girl sharply hit the main character on the cheek. The man immediately came to his senses and grabbed his face. "I don't understand why he was hit." The girl loudly called him an idiot. After this, Latrivia Duvant left the house and headed in an unknown direction, loudly angry and cursing the main character. Chevalier Dotton had a hunch and immediately decided to test it. The girl entered the house and headed towards Daniel Patrick, who did not understand what else they wanted from him. Suddenly, the seeker swung her hand to hit the man and try to bring him to his senses. The main character didn't want to get punched in the face again, so he looked menacingly at the girl and asked what she wanted. Chevalier Dotton immediately became scared and did not dare to hit the man, but instead began to come up with some kind of excuse. The girl began to catch the fly as if she had planned it that way from the beginning. After this, Chevelle Dotton ran out of the house and began loudly asking Latrivia to wait for her, leaving the main character alone. Suddenly the girl returned, and without entering the house, looked straight into the eyes of Daniel Patrick. The next moment she stated that she was very disappointed in the man and then quickly left. Everything returned to its previous course. There was absolute silence in the forest, and only the rustling of leaves occasionally disturbed it. Latrivia Duvant stood at the edge of the cliff, silently looking into the distance, thinking about something carefully. The girl felt sad remembering all those days she spent with Lulu and Daniel Patrick. Suddenly, Chevelle Dotton approached the girl from behind and tried to talk to her. The girl said that she did not try to protect the main character in any way, but he served for 20 years. Chevelle suggested that over these long years of mental torture, the man's consciousness had changed greatly, since the executioner's work was quite stressful. She then reminded her friend that Danil fought until the very end to protect Lulu, but in the end, the girl decided to leave herself. Therefore, Chevelle believed that now the protagonist felt betrayed. This assumption angered Latrivia. The angry girl turned around and headed back to the house, saying along the way that she didn't care about Daniel's feelings. Chevelle Dotton, seeing her friend's reaction, assumed that her words had only added fuel to the fire and began to blame herself for it. Daniel Patrick was still in the house and sitting in his chair. Suddenly the man came to his senses and realized that he was falling down. It turned out that Latrivia Duvant kicked the chair out from under the man, causing him to fall. The girl rudely asked if he was sad enough. Then she began to accuse the main character of the fact that Lulu sacrificed herself to save their family, and the man could not find the strength to say goodbye to the girl. Latrivia continued to say that they didn't even know when they would see Lulu next. Then the girl asked how long Danil intended to sit there with his hands down. The girl also said loudly that if the man was going to sit and write, he had to fight to the death, because this situation concerned not only him. All this time, Daniel Patrick listened attentively to Latrivia Duvant, and when she fell silent, the man began to think everything over carefully. The next moment, the protagonist was struck by lightning, realizing that he had been wrong all this time. Chevelle Dotton had not yet returned home when she saw Daniel Patrick running somewhere as fast as he could. The girl followed him with her gaze, thinking along the way about what an idiot the man was, because he didn't understand anything until he said it directly. Daniel Patrick ran quickly down the road trying to catch up with Lulu in order to apologize and say goodbye to her. The main character ran for so long that sweat was already streaming down his face, but the man still had not caught up with the child. With each passing minute, it became more and more difficult for Danil to breathe due to fatigue and worry that he would never see Lulu again. Finally, the main character stopped to catch his breath, thinking about what a fool he had been. Unable to bear the feeling of guilt, the man, in a fit of despair, loudly shouted Lulu's name in the hope that she would hear him. The cry echoed throughout the forest, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, the sun was already setting below the horizon. Latrivia Duvant and Chevelle Dotton were wasting no time trying to repair the house that had been damaged in the battle. Suddenly, they noticed Danil, who was already returning back. Latrivia asked the man if he was able to find Lulu. The protagonist answered with regret that he was unable to do so. The girl then said that if a man was going to wash himself, he should also wash his clothes. But the main character had no intention of doing this, and instead silently took his axe and began chopping wood. Latrivia Duvant didn't understand why the man was doing this because there was already enough firewood, and besides, it was already evening. Chevelle Dotton suggested that this was how Daniel Patrick calmed down after experiencing stress. Night fell. The forest was covered in impenetrable darkness, and only the bright stars could serve as a guide. Chevelle Dotton, with her eyes closed and the blanket pulled over her, was already lying in bed trying to fall asleep. But the girl still couldn't do this because the loud sounds coming from the street bothered her. Unable to bear this torture, Chevelle Dotton leaned out the window and demanded that Danil, who was still chopping wood, stop making noise. A small column of smoke rose higher and higher, and a bright fire illuminated the forest clearing. Pamela, Rodney, and Valisk sat silently by the fire, and Lulu was already asleep. In her sleep, the girl called out to Danil, whom she called Daddy, as if only now the voice of the main character reached her. Pamela Rodney, hearing this, looked at the child and thought about something. Valisk also noticed something and looked into the depths of the dark forest. After this, the elderly man turned to Pamela Rodney and tried to warn him about something, but the man already knew everything. The warrior frowned and assumed that uninvited guests were approaching them. A man with blonde hair sat on a branch and watched a column of smoke slowly rise upward. He thought that the people he was pursuing were very naive, since they didn't even think about hiding their location. The man also suggested that these people were so confident in themselves that they did not need to be careful. Suddenly, someone's face appeared from the darkness behind him, smiling slyly. Its owner agreed with the man, saying that he had hit the nail on the head with his assumptions. This unexpectedness seemed to strike the man as if he had been struck by lightning, and he turned back in fear. He didn't have time to do anything because the dark silhouette had already pierced the man's body with its weapon. The same fate befell the other pursuers. The night forest was filled with the death cries of the slain. Velasque didn't pay any attention to this and continued to sit by the fire. Suddenly, a dark figure began to emerge from the forest. Despite his closed eyes, the elderly man immediately felt the presence of another person. Opening one eye and looking at his comrade, the old man asked if he had dealt with all the pursuers. Pamela Rodney replied that now they had to make sure that no one noticed the old man, and as soon as they left the kingdom of Elsia, there would be no need for this. Then the man asked if everything was okay with Lulu. The old man suggested that his friend see for himself. Pamela looked at the sleeping girl who was clearly dreaming about life with Daniel Patrick. Without taking his eyes off Lulu, the man sat down nearby and thought about something. After that, he leaned against a stone and looked at the fire, the smoke from which was slowly rising upward. Unexpectedly, Pamela Rodney asked the older man if everything had gone according to their plan. Scratching his long beard, Velasque replied that thanks to one cruel warrior, they didn't have many allies now, but he could assure them that everything was in perfect order. Looking thoughtfully at the smoldering coals, the elderly man added that in his opinion, there shouldn't have been any problems. Pamela Rodney said he had heard about it many times before, but had not been able to verify some of it until now. The man looked at the sleeping Lulu again and said that she looked like an ordinary child, so the warrior did not return to the idea that she would be useful to them. Velasque began to assure his comrade that for them, this girl was just an ace in the hole. The man thoughtfully repeated the old man's words under his breath. It seemed that he did not really like this formulation. Pamela went on to say that Velasque's vague stories had made him join him, and so the man hoped that the old man knew what he was doing. After this, the warrior looked at the night sky and asked whether they would begin to implement this plan from the kingdom of the night, which was called Eden. Morning came. Lulu was already awake and preparing for the upcoming journey. Suddenly, the girl turned to Pamela and asked where they were going. The man smiled good-naturedly and pointed his finger in the direction, saying that their path lay north. Velasque added that they would have to hurry to get through the forest today. Setting off on the road, Pamela asked Lulu if everything was okay with her. The man also asked if the child had slept soundly. Lulu replied that she had already gotten used to this kind of life. Meanwhile, someone's lifeless hand appeared from the bushes. Pamela also asked why the girl was so serious and offered to be friends, but Lulu was not sure that it would work out. The man replied that they had plenty of time for this. The girl did not respond to this. Then Velasque asked his friend to stop chatting and show him the right way. At this time, our heroes were also no longer sleeping and were busy eliminating the consequences of the recent battle. Daniel Patrick was already finishing repairs to the thatched roof of the house by lifting the necessary building material to the top. Latrivia Duvon and Chevelle Doughton watched the protagonist in silence, not knowing how to encourage him. Chevelle sighed heavily and said that she knew what this would lead to, but could not remain silent. The next moment, the girl rudely asked if Daniel Patrick was not going to look for Lulu. The main character did not react to these words in any way and continued to work. Chevelle was angry because she was ignored, but she could not do anything about it. Latrivia added that Rodney was no longer the brave warrior he once was, so the girl was sure that he had a plan for which Lulu was needed. The witch continued to say that the main character already knew her teacher, the sage. Then she asked if the man knew who else Velasque was. The girl said that a few years ago he was called the King of Magic. Daniel Patrick was so surprised that he felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he couldn't believe what he heard. The man immediately dropped his work and turned to Latrivia to find out the details. Chevelle Doughton was also interested because she did not believe that her friend's words were true. Latrivia said that Velasque Dunning, who was a sage, was also known as the Magic King Kudan. Only the members of the group in which the girl was a member and several close people knew about this. The sage was the teacher of all magicians. In fact, he was the king of magic who kept 8 kingdoms in fear. Now he has stopped hiding it, and soon everyone will find out about it. Latrivia Duvon asked if the protagonist understood that Rodney and Velasque had united and betrayed everyone. So soon the 8 kingdoms would begin to hunt them. The girl also suggested that Lulu might have suffered during the next battle, and that is why she asked the man to think about what the girl had done for them. Latrivia Duvon believed that the main character would return for Lulu, although she guessed that the man did not fully understand everything. The main character listened to all this silently, without giving any answer. Then the girl assumed that the man had decided to simply give up, despite the danger that threatened Lulu. In order to convince Daniel, the witch said that he was the only one who had the potential to resist Rodney. The main character did not believe these words because during the battle, it showed him that he had no chance of winning. In addition, the sage should also be considered an enemy, so Daniel Patrick was sure that the villains were impossible to defeat. Latrivia Duvant didn't know what to say to that, and so there was silence for a while. Finally, the girl began to speak and asked the man to leave his work and come down to her for a second. Daniel Patrick jumped off the roof and stood in front of the girl who was barely holding back her anger. The next moment, Latrivia swung her hand and, calling the protagonist a stupid idiot, prepared to hit him. Suddenly, she stopped and turned away, exhaled deeply, and Daniel asked why the girl didn't hit him. The witch replied that there was no point in that, since there was nothing to expect from the man anyway. Then Latrivia asked the protagonist to forget this conversation and continue doing his own thing. After that, she was about to leave. The next moment, Daniel Patrick grabbed the girl by the hand and asked her to stop. Then the main character directly asked the witch how he could become as strong as Pamela Rodney. Latrivia freed her hand and replied that she did not know this because she was a witch and not a warrior, and suggested that the man take up magic. She also advised Daniel to ask someone else about it. The next moment, an idea appeared in the man's head. The main character thanked the witch for her advice and, without explaining anything to anyone, jumped up and quickly ran somewhere. Chevelle Doughton didn't understand what had just happened to the man, but Latrivia Duvant seemed to guess where he was in such a hurry. Helen Palvin sat outside her house, rocking slowly in her chair. At the same time, she paid her cat, who was comfortably settled on the lap of his mistress. Behind the elderly woman sat Daniel Patrick, who was gathering his thoughts in order to speak to her. Finally, he said that he needed her help, and therefore he asked her to accept him as a student. Helen Palvin was surprised by this request and asked if the man had forgotten how old she was, after which she asked the protagonist to leave here. Daniel Patrick insisted on his own and begged to be taken as a student, saying that he had no other options. The elderly woman suggested that the main character had decided to repeat Rodney's path, after which she said that she had only taught him the basics when he was very young. Helen Palvin continued to say regretfully that she was no longer of much use. Therefore, the woman was sure that Daniel Patrick would gain much more experience in a real fight. The main character continued to say that he knew nothing, and therefore any help from the woman would not be superfluous. Hearing this, Helen Palvin advised the protagonist to return in the Eagle. The elderly woman was sure that regarding Rodney, the Order must have known much more than she did. Helen Palvin also said that the main character should have tried his hand at completing the royal dungeon. The man was surprised to hear about this. Having received all the information he could, the main character began to return home, thinking everything over along the way. Latrivia Duvant and Chevelle Doughton immediately noticed the return of their comrade. The witch approached the main character and asked what news he had and what he had managed to find out from Helen Palvin. Daniel Patrick looked at the girl sadly, as if he had not managed to find out anything important. After that, he lowered his head and exhaled heavily, preparing to give his answer. The man said that an elderly woman advised him to try to go through the royal dungeon. Latrivia Duvant said it was a good idea and was surprised that she hadn't thought of it herself. The girl then said that Rodney also trained there when he was about 20 years old. Chevelle Doughton placed her hand on Daniel Patrick's shoulder and told him that he would be able to train with the warrior from 5 years ago. Latrivia asked if the man knew anything about the dungeons at all, since she had only heard a couple of rumors. The main character thought for a bit and replied that he himself had never been there, but he had heard that knights trained on the first 10 floors. Hearing this, Latrivia felt that the man must have known something. After a short pause, the girl said that Rodney was able to reach the 90th floor alone. Latrivia Duvant felt that the protagonist should have known that Rodney was able to reach the 90th floor alone. Daniel Patrick was very surprised by this and could not believe it because it did not sound realistic. The man asked the girl to wait while he thought everything over because he thought that he had misunderstood something. He knew that the royal record was 50 floors, and it belonged to Yorktan the Conqueror, who was also called the legendary king, so Daniel did not believe that Rodney could surpass him. Chevelle asked her friend if 50 floors was the official record. Latrivia confirmed it, but explained that Rodney didn't want to advertise it, so the actual record was 50 floors. After this, the witch asked the main character if he remembered what the warrior's sword looked like. Daniel replied that he could not forget such a huge weapon. Then the girl said that according to rumors, the warrior received it on the 90th floor, and they also said that he could go even further. But at some point, Pamela thought that there was no need for this. Daniel Patrick thought about these words. Then the man began to hesitantly express his guess that in order to match his enemy, he needed to try to find at least up to the 90th floor. Latrivia Duvant happily confirmed this guess and said that this was where they should have started. Also, the main character knew that the dungeon was only accessible to the royal knights and asked if they had another way. Latrivia replied that it would definitely be the best option. Chevalier Doughton suggested that the man would now have to accept the Queen's offer and return to the order. Daniel Patrick regretfully assumed that there was no other way out and began to resent the fact that he would never be able to get rid of this royal family. Without wasting time, our heroes set off for the capital because the journey was not short. At some point, they stopped at the Chevalier Fork. Doughton turned to her comrades and said that they would split up here. Latrivia Duvon asked her friend to give it her all. The Seeker said she would try her best and asked her not to worry. Chevalier began to assure that she could do something in collecting information, and therefore promised to find the location of the warrior for her comrades. The girl then asked her friends to find a way to destroy Rodney. After that, she turned to Daniel and threatened that if he couldn't get Lulu back, he would pay dearly. The man promised that he would try. Suddenly, Chevalier Doughton hit her friend in the stomach and said that he should not have tried but definitely returned the girl. After this prank, Daniel asked if the girl wanted to get a flick. Chevalier immediately hid behind the witch's back. The main character laughed at this and said that this time he forgave the girl and asked her to do her own thing better. The Seeker said that she would keep in touch through the guild, and therefore asked her friends to check on her regularly so as not to miss anything. After this, the girl set off on her journey, leaving the main character and Latrivia Duvon alone. Chevalier Doughton was determined and took her mission seriously. The witch and Daniel Patrick went their separate ways. The girl noticed that they started in 4th place and there were only 2 of them left. The main character replied that there was nothing wrong with that and hoped that soon there would be 3 of them again. The girl was surprised that the man said that only 3 of them would remain. Daniel explained that they would definitely drive away the freeloader, Chevalier. Then Latrivia suggested that the man needed her and he wanted her to stay. The protagonist was momentarily taken aback by this. The girl said that it was strange because she thought that the man would stay only with Lulu. Daniel began to think about the answer. He said hesitantly that the girl liked Lulu. Latrivia wanted to hear a more detailed answer. Then the main character began to ask the witch for a salary, which he said because he meant that he would remain only with Lulu. Latrivia Duvon. What's funny about a man not being able to fully express his feelings? After some time, night fell. Our heroes had to stop and dismantle the camp. Daniel Patrick and Latrivia Duvon sat by the fire, looking at the burning coals and thinking about something. The man sighed heavily and said that he shouldn't have parted with Lulu like that. He explained that at that moment his head was completely empty and as if in a fog. Latrivia tried to justify the man by saying that he had been an executioner for a long time and during that time he had tortured his soul. The girl continued to say that he finally had a chance to open up to someone, but that person was immediately taken away from him. Then the witch said that she could not feel the same, but she understood the main character and asked for forgiveness for yelling at him then. Latrivia suggested that the man direct his energy in the right direction, because a meeting with the most important enemy awaited them ahead. After all, she said that Rodney was the strongest of people, and although Daniel, like a warrior, possessed divine radiance, he was still no match for him. The main character thanked the girl for these words and compared them to a knife that was pierced into Latrivia's chest, adding that the development of the man would be their salvation. The girl also suggested that perhaps they would need the help of old friends in this matter. The witch became interested in whether it would be possible to find them. Daniel assumed that the girl was talking about a group of heroes and asked if they had kept in touch. Latrivia replied that although they were in the same group, they were all from different kingdoms, and after defeating the King of Magic, they left the group and went their separate ways. The girl also did not hide the fact that she herself would not have come to these parts if it had not been at the request of Rodney. He said that Rodney Pamel was from the kingdom of Elsia and she was from Parman. Also in the group were Militia Archon from Mirwar and Donvan Farinella from Ern. At that time, the Steel Ones from the 8 kingdoms also slept with 1 hero each. Latrivia regretfully told that in the end only the 4 of them survived. Daniel Patrick suggested that the Queen's help might not be needed in the fight against Rodney. The man promised to prepare a request. The witch thanked him for finding the strength to sacrifice his principles in order to save Lulu. As soon as morning came, our heroes set off again, passing rocky mountains and stormy rivers. Very soon they arrived in the capital, where they were greeted by the grandeur of the royal palace. It was still just as big and empty, but that didn't stop me from meeting old friends here. Daniel Patrick frowned in displeasure as he looked at someone and seemed not to be happy about this meeting. Dike, Sonia, and Mikhail laughed loudly and pointed their fingers at the main character. Michael, putting his hand on the man's shoulder, said that he had heard that he had rejected the Queen's offer to return to the Order. The man continued to say that not even a month had passed since the main character crawled back, after which he said that he had shown himself well and continued to laugh loudly. Dicky and Sonia began to grimace, imitating Daniel Patrick, who not long ago told them that he left the order 20 years ago, and it would be strange if he returned. The main character was very angry with his old friends and could hardly contain his anger, but Latrivia Duvon was amused by this. The man decided to teach them a lesson when suddenly a knight in armor appeared out of nowhere and said that he heard that the main character decided to change his mind. After that, he threw a sword to Danil, which the man was able to catch with confidence. The knight suggested that they test right now what else the main character was capable of in battle. After a while, everyone came out to the training ground. First, Danil had to fight Mikhail. Looking at his sword, the main character said that he had not held such a weapon in his hands for a long time, which made him feel unaccustomed, and he assumed that it was not balanced. Danil suggested that perhaps he was simply too used to axes. Malail responded that the man was simply afraid that he would lose and therefore was already making up excuses. The main character looked at his friend with a sly smile and asked if he was sure of his words. A few minutes later, the iron sword flew high into the air at great speed. Mikhail fell to the ground with a crash and flew some distance, raising dust around him. The next moment, a sword that had just now fallen from a great height was thrust into the ground near his head. Danil silently looked down on his defeated opponent. Sonia was surprised by this, but Daiki immediately rushed into battle, offering his comrade to attack both at once. Approaching Danil, Sonia asked him to fight for real, because they would not hold back. The self-confident protagonist smiled and decided to fulfill his friend's request. Daiki attacked first, but the man managed to easily repel her. At this time, Sonia had an excellent chance to strike. The girl immediately used it, but Danil had enough speed to repel this attack as well. Daiki did not waste any time, and while his opponent was distracted, he quickly snuck up behind him. Daniel Patrick noticed this immediately and turned sharply to face his opponent. It seemed that Daiki was about to hit the main character, but he had already swung his sword. The next moment, Danil attacked his opponent. The impact on the metal sent sparks flying around, and Dikea was unable to hold his hand tightly. Daiki and Sonia surrounded the main character, but it took them some time to recover from their failed attempts to attack the man. Diki squeezed his hands together because he was angry because he couldn't find a hole in Danil's defense. Sonia was also indignant at her helplessness because the main character defeated them with only physical strength. Then the girl suggested to her partner to change the plan and use the blind spots. Diki agreed and asked her to distract Danil with herself. A moment later, dust rose up again on the training ground, and the ringing sounds of metal spread throughout the area. Latrivia Duvon was surprised because she had never seen the main character with a sword in his hand, and thought that he was clumsy but very strong. Mikhail added that his friend was no longer so young, but 20 years ago, Danil was the best student in their group. The guy then said that after the first real battle, the opinion spread that a place on the Council of 11 Knights had already been prepared for the main character. Meanwhile, Daniel Patrick continued to successfully repel Sonia's attacks, while simultaneously saying that the girl moved like an old woman. After this, Mikhail remembered that everything in his friend's life went downhill after one incident. Latrivia Duvon was interested in this and wanted to hear the details, but the knight who was standing nearby asked his student to stop bothering the guest. The student immediately obeyed, and the witch clearly understood that the elderly man simply did not want to remember that incident. Suddenly, exhausted, Sonia fell to the ground after another unsuccessful attack and loudly screamed that she accepted defeat. Mikhail was surprised that 20 years had already passed, and the main character had become even stronger than he was when he was in the order. After some time, the iron sword sank into the ground, indicating that its owner could no longer continue the battle. An exhausted Dicky breathed heavily and trembled with fatigue as he looked at Daniel Patrick. The man was surprised that his opponent didn't even sweat during the fight. The main character just smiled at this. Daiki did not understand how such an old fool could be so clever. After that, he fell to the ground and admitted his defeat. Daniel Patrick praised his friends and said that it was obvious that they had been training for a long time. The man said that their blows became much more accurate, but they still could not compare with his blows. Daiki, Sonia, and Mikhail were very upset about their defeat, realizing that they had wasted 20 years. Daniel Patrick just laughed at this, but suddenly someone silently came out onto the training ground. It was the knight Sir Karim. He praised his former student for his good work. The elderly man also said that the main character still had a long way to go, and therefore he should not stop there. Suddenly, Sir Karim began to slowly draw his sword without explaining anything. After this, the knight silently pointed his weapon at Daniel Patrick, who already understood where this was all going. Sir Karim smiled and suggested that the protagonists fight each other like in the good old days. There was absolute silence on the training ground. Sir Karim and Daniel Patrick stood opposite each other, preparing for battle. Dike, Sonia, Mikhail, and Latrivia Duvan watched everything that was happening with excitement. Dickie, ask your friend how he thought Sir Karim would lose. Mikhail replied that their teacher would fight seriously to get revenge for the loss of his students. Daniel Patrick approached his former teacher and asked if he would give him a forum. Karim did not answer, but only nodded his head slightly, which meant that he was ready to fulfill his opponent's request. The next moment, the main character swung his sword sharply to attack the old man. Karim managed to easily stop Danil's blow. After that, the man began to press hard with his sword on the knight's sword in order to break his defense. The elderly man did not want to compete with the main character, and therefore abruptly moved to the side, causing Danil to lose his balance and begin to fall down. The man still managed to stay on his feet, but now he was angry and determined to win this fight. The main characters immediately attacked Karim, but he again managed to repel him with a blow. Suddenly, the older man decided to use his leg and kick Daniel Patrick in the stomach, knocking him down. The main character quickly came to his senses, and without getting up from his knees, decided to attack the old man again. Putting all his effort into it, the man swung his sword sharply, cutting through the air with incredible speed, but Karim managed to dodge this attack as well. The next moment, the knight's sword appeared right next to the protagonist's neck, causing him to be struck by lightning in surprise. Realizing his situation, Daniel Patrick lowered his sword and sighed heavily. The man admitted his defeat. Karim praised the main character for a good fight, especially considering that he had not fought with a sword for a long time. Suddenly, the main character looked at his sword and thought about something. After that, he asked his teacher if they could have another fight. Karim was not against it. Then the main character asked if he could use his axe during the fight. The elderly man was very surprised by this question. The old man explained that the Order of the 11 Knights had long used a sword, and Danil was the result of their order's work. The protagonist bowed respectfully and once again asked for permission to use his axe in battle. Karim looked at the man in surprise, not understanding why this was so important to him. Still, the old man sighed heavily and allowed them to take the axe, thinking that such diversity would not harm the order. After this, the main character immediately stepped aside under the surprised gaze of the audience. Dike, Sonia, and Mikhail were surprised that just recently their friend did not want to join the order, but now he was ready to surpass Karim. After some time, Daniel Patrick found a small iron axe in the weapons room and returned with it to the training ground. The protagonist warmed up a little to get used to the weight of the battle axe. After that, he smiled because he realized that it was not what he needed for greater confidence during the fight. The man waved the axe for a while longer. Sir Karim watched this with surprise. The older man said that if the main character was already ready, then now it was his turn to give a head start. Daniel Patrick agreed with this. The next moment, the knight attacked his opponent, who managed to cleverly cover himself with an axe. The old man did not lose his composure and continued to attack the main character, and bright sparks flew in different directions. Ducking from another attack, Daniel Patrick realized that this was his chance to strike. Karim also realized that at that moment he was defenseless and therefore he had to hurry so as not to lose. Daniel Patrick continued to swing his axe deftly, making his teacher nervous. The main character was able to repel the knight's attacks without any problems, because with an axe in his hand, the man felt more confident. Also, Daniel Patrick did not hesitate to resort to tricks and push his opponent with his shoulder in order to make him lose concentration. The spectators watched this fight with great surprise, not believing what was happening before their eyes. The students knew that their teacher was fighting with all his might, but nevertheless, Danil was quite able to fight him equally. They also assumed that the main character could well win. Suddenly, Sir Karim stopped the fight, saying that it was enough and he had already seen everything he wanted. The old man didn't want to admit it, but he said that Danil fought much better with an axe. The main character thanked the teacher for the duel. Karim added that the last 20 years had clearly benefited the man if he moved the axe much faster, and his aggressive style was ideally suited to this weapon. Suddenly, the main character was grabbed by his friends, and they began jokingly calling him a traitor for changing his sword for an axe. After this, Mikhail advised his friend to join the Order of Five upon his return, but his friends did not support this idea. Sonia said that this order was really suitable for those who wanted to learn how to wield a one-handed axe, but due to long-standing grievances, the main character could have problems there. The girl said that 20 years had already passed, but Sir Karim still could not make peace with Lady Michelle, who was the head of the Order of Five. Mikhail told his friends to speak more quietly because they could be heard. Sir Karim just silently turned around and walked away. Everyone immediately started laughing loudly. This laughter echoed throughout the entire training ground. Latrivia Duvon waved her hand to the protagonist, congratulating him on his return to the order. Daniil Patrick looked at the girl and beamed with happiness. Sir Karim loudly announced that the man had passed the test and now had access to the dungeon. Some time passed. Our heroes entered a high, dark room into which light entered only through stained glass windows. There was silence everywhere, and the massive columns of the humble did not do their job and were the supports for the entire building. In this room, our heroes were met by the queen herself and several of her subordinates. Suddenly, the girl ordered one of the knights to bring what she had prepared for the main character. The man in armor brought a large box and opened it in front of our heroes. They were very surprised to see its contents. The queen said that even with the witch Latrivia Duvon as a partner, the dungeon does not cease to be a dangerous place. Therefore, she decided to prepare a small gift for the main character, which was a small iron axe. Daniil Patrick looked closely at this weapon and said that he had seen it somewhere before. The man took it in his hands and was visited by some kind of guess, which he immediately tried to voice. Sir Karim, seeing this axe, was also very surprised. The knight turned to Her Majesty and said that this axe belonged to the Order of Five, and if Daniil were to use it, it could cause discontent. The older man explained that the members of the Order of Five would be outraged that a man from the order they were rivals with would use the axe of their revered leader. The queen replied that the leader himself had offered her the axe on the occasion of his resignation, and therefore they had the right to dispose of it at their own discretion. The girl also added that if the members of the Order of Five want it, she will gladly return this axe to them. Unexpectedly, Latrivia Duvon approached the queen and also wanted to speak out about this gift. The girl said that this gift gave rise to the fact that Her Majesty was much more sensitive to Daniil than to Sir Karim. The knight and the queen were very surprised by the witch's words, but they did not deny them. Sir Karim said that nothing could be done about it because he was fixated on the past. The knight continued to say that unlike him, the queen boldly got rid of the past. After this, Daniil Patrick turned to Her Majesty with uncertainty. The main character thanked her for the gift and said that he would proudly accept it. The queen looked silently at Daniil Patrick, smiling slightly and nodding her head. She asked the man to come back quickly because she would be waiting for him safe and sound. The farewell to the queen was unexpectedly interrupted by Latrivia Duvon, who began to walk forward and ask if Daniil Patrick had finished saying goodbye. The main character finally thanked the queen for agreeing to accept him, after which he said that it was time for him to go. Entering the dungeons, the man asked Latrivia why she was in such a hurry, because he only wanted to say goodbye. The girl replied that during this time, the main character had already said goodbye to the queen 10 times. She also asked the man not to forget that all this time Lulu was moving further and further away from them, which is why she was trying to end everything as quickly as possible. But the main character did not believe these words, consider that the reason was different. After that, our heroes disappeared into a dark corridor. After this, the queen turned to Karim and asked him to take care of Daniil's payments and benefits. The knight immediately obeyed this order. Her Majesty also ordered her subordinates not to let anyone into the dungeon. No one even noticed how the dark figure had already run inside. The guards at the entrance assured the queen that not a single soul would get inside, but still, some girl managed to do it. An unknown girl hid behind one of the columns, afraid that the guards might notice her. Still, she breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she had managed to get inside unnoticed. For a few moments, the girl doubted whether she had done the right thing. She looked away regretfully as if she had no other choice. Still, she quickly headed towards the entrance to the dungeon that Latrivia Duvon and Daniil Patrick had recently entered. After some time, the girl completely disappeared into the darkness of the dungeon. In addition to market squares and palaces, the capital also had its own educational institutions that trained specialists capable of governing the state. Some girl took a break from work and called her friend Patria. Not having received any answer, she looked at the workplace where the girl usually sat and was very surprised when she did not see her there. There was a pen and a small note left on the table. The girl did not understand where her friend could have gone. Latrivia Duvon and Daniil Patrick descended lower and lower into the royal dungeon. At the very bottom there was a large underground river, across which a bridge passed. For some time our heroes wandered through the dark corridors, the only source of light in which were the magic stones in the walls. Daniil began to be indignant because they had already walked quite a long way, and the entrance was still not visible. Latrivia agreed with this. Then the main character asked the witch if Pamela had told her anything about the dungeon. The girl replied that although she and Rodney were in the same group, such information was kept secret because it was not for nothing that Elsia was called the Kingdom of Dungeons. Latrivia Duvon added that it was a rare exception that she was allowed in. Hearing this, Danil assumed that for some reason the queen had done them a great favor. The girl said enthusiastically that she could only dream of getting to know the dungeon better. The main character now knew what the nerds thought about dungeons. Continuing to walk forward, Latrivia Duvon asked Danil what his friends said about this place. After thinking for a bit, the man replied that none of them had actually been there. The witch realized that not every knight had gone through the dungeon. The main character explained that this place was very dangerous and therefore only those who had achieved a certain level of skill were allowed in. Suddenly, Latrivia said that the queen allowed her to study some statistics about the dungeon. Then the man assumed that the authorities decided to inform the girl and not him. The witch asked who gave the answers to the student before the test, meaning that knowledge about the dungeons was necessary. Suddenly the girl stopped, and saying that they were alone here, decided to ask the main character about something. Latrivia Duvon asked if Daniel wanted to get to know her properly. The girl explained that they constantly addressed each other as you and she was already tired of it. Daniel Patrick justified himself by saying that he didn't think he would have to travel for so long with the witch, and therefore you and her were quite enough. To this, the girl said that in any case they would have to spend some time together, which meant they should have met after all. The main character agreed with this and said that he would start first. The man said his name was Daniel Patrick and he was 38 years old. Once upon a time, he served as a royal knight, and for 20 years after that he was an executioner. He then said that the girl could call him Daniel, but in principle Patrick was also possible. The witch said that Daniel was better. It was the girl's turn. She said that her name was Latrivia Duvon, and she was 26 years old. She was the court magician of the Kingdom of Parman and was now engaged in her own research. She also said that she sometimes gave lectures in schools. Danil was surprised that his friend was a teacher. The girl continued to say that people close to her usually called her Rivia, and therefore the main character could call her the same. Daniel Patrick was taken aback for a moment, then hesitantly asked if the girl was sure about this. The girl replied that there was nothing wrong with that, it was just a name, but that didn't calm the main character down. The main character began to look around, trying to delay the moment when he would pronounce the name of his comrade. Latrivia tried to hurry the man by saying that they still needed to go through the dungeon together, after which she suggested giving him time to prepare. The main character didn't answer this, and then the girl turned to him again so that he would come to his senses. This made the man very worried. Daniel agreed to do this. He began to try to pronounce the name but was very shy and it bothered him. He still managed to do it somehow, but it sounded so indistinct that Latrivia said that she didn't hear anything. Then the main character turned away from the girl and said that this would be enough for her. Suddenly the man clearly pronounced the name Rivia, which made the girl momentarily dumbfounded and blush with embarrassment. Latrivia immediately turned away and assumed that Danil had made her blush. The protagonist became indignant, saying that among them, she was a pro at communication. The girl said that she didn't think she would be embarrassed by this. Danil suggested that it would take some time to get used to it. Then the witch decided, in order to distract herself, she would first bring the man up to date on the situation regarding the dungeon, and then they would continue the conversation. Latrivia Duvon thought that a little lesson wouldn't hurt the main character. The man laughed at that. He quickly calmed down when he saw the witch's displeased face and began to listen to her attentively. The girl asked her friend not to make fun of her, after which she suddenly fell silent because she heard Danil say the name Rivia. This immediately made Latrivia embarrassed and blushed, since she couldn't control it. The girl pulled her hat over her face so that Danil wouldn't see it. The man just laughed at this. It took some time before the witch was able to overcome her embarrassment and come to her senses. After this, the girl suggested to begin the story. Danil, who had already received punishment for his behavior, began to obediently listen to Latrivia. The witch said that, not counting Rodney, King Yorkton had a record of 50 floors, so all the information about the dungeon was taken from his diary. The protagonist assumed that in that case it was unknown what was happening below the 50th floor. The man also said that he heard that the dungeon was created by the goddess Satura and populated it with long-forgotten monsters. Latrivia continued to say that every 10 floors they would come across a room with a device for exiting the dungeon. Now the man understood why the entrance was located so deep. The girl explained that once they went down there would be no way back, so to get out they would have to reach the 10th floor. The protagonist asked why they didn't go down to the right floor right away. Latrivia replied that the device only worked one way. She added that they could leave the dungeon, but they could not go down. Daniel Patrick thought that this would be very convenient. The witch continued to say that here they would find their celestial and otherworldly abilities very useful. The girl knew that the chief had them, and therefore asked if he had honed them. Daniel Patrick answered frankly that he did not train his abilities because the executioner did not need them. Hearing this, the girl thought for a moment and then said that in that case, they had a lot of work to do. Daniel told that when he was a knight, he already had a heavenly ability, but he did not use it because he did not know how to activate it. Latrivia was very surprised to hear this, after now she understood why the man couldn't use the divine glow skill. After that, the girl remembered that the main character also had an otherworldly ability that was used to enhance weapons. Latrivia could not understand how this was possible. The witch continued to say that nothing special was needed to activate both abilities. Daniel frowned and silently looked at the girl. It was clear that the man wanted to tell the girl something, but for some reason he couldn't do it. This made Latrivia wary. Finally, the main character said that the girl needed to know something about him. The witch asked Daniel Patrick not to drag it out and just tell her everything. The man began to timidly say that his heavenly ability was copying. Daniel explained that when this ability was activated, he would receive a random ability from his opponents. Latrivia was very surprised by this, because she had never heard of such a thing. The girl began to get indignant and say that the main character was cheating. The witch continued to be indignant because this literally broke all the rules and norms, so she could not believe it. Daniel replied that he did not ask for this. Latrivia grabbed her head and said that her head was spinning from the realization that such an ability existed. The man asked to listen to him until the end. Daniel Patrick said it was not as convenient and easy as it seemed at first glance. Latrivia agreed to listen to the man, but asked him not to drag it out and not to hide anything from her. The main character said that the biggest snag was the condition for activating the ability. The man explained that in order to activate the ability, he needed to kill his opponent. Latrivia Duvon was stunned by what she heard. The girl could not believe that in order to activate the ability, the main character had to kill people. Daniel confirmed this. The man continued to say that he only realized this after he became one of his victims was a fraudster who ruined the lives of hundreds of people. The main character recalled that the criminal had some kind of useless otherworldly ability. But after he killed him, the man noticed that he had received the same otherworldly ability. Killing and gaining abilities was a terrifying experience for Daniel Patrick. He didn't copy them, but rather took them for himself. After this, the main character asked Latrivia Duvon if she knew how many people he killed while he was an executioner. The girl did not answer this question because she was even afraid to imagine this figure. Then Daniel Patrick said that over 20 years he executed 1,679 people. The man continued to count the people he killed because he could not forget about it, because he took not only lives, but also abilities. In addition, the main character received most of his abilities from all sorts of bandit scum, and when he used any of them, he himself felt unwell. The man compared it to falling into an abyss in which not even the criminals he had executed were present. Daniel also suggested that because he was such an emotional cripple, he started drinking, but it didn't help for long, so Daniel couldn't live a normal human life. What added to the sadness of it all was that as soon as the main character saw a small warm ray of light, it was immediately taken away from him. Latrivia Duvon was discouraged by this story, and in order to cheer up her friend, she could only say that they would be able to get Lulu back. Daniel Patrick repeated her words, but in a sadder voice, as if this goal was unattainable for him. Absolutely unexpectedly, Latrivia's hand hit the main character's back with great speed, causing a loud sound to echo through the narrow, dark corridors of the dungeon. The man grabbed his back and screamed loudly in pain. The girl sat calmly next to him. Daniel Patrick did not understand why he received this blow and loudly asked what was on the witch's mind. Latrivia said that the man was very lucky that he took the divine glow from Rodney. This means that they were at least one step closer to being equal to him. Daniel continued to complain about the pain, but the girl asked him to stop complaining because she was just encouraging him in this way. Latrivia continued to say that since she now understood the situation they were in, she would be able to teach the man how to use his abilities effectively. The girl thought that the main character himself felt how quickly the divine glow took away his strength and concentration. The man confirmed this. Then the witch said that if you waste your stamina in vain, then at a critical moment, Daniel could lose all his strength. Therefore, it was necessary to get rid of the habit of maintaining the ability constantly. The main character didn't understand if he had any other way than to constantly use his abilities to strengthen himself. The witch thought that in order to find out this, it was necessary to conduct a small analysis, thanks to which they would find the most effective abilities that would not waste a lot of stamina. After this, Latrivia Duvon asked her comrade to tell her what abilities he had. Danil was surprised by this and asked if it was necessary to name all the abilities, even the most useless ones, because he didn't particularly like using some of them. The girl asked to name absolutely everything, because even the most useless ones could be useful. Latrivia continued to say that at some point they could have saved his life. For a while, the protagonist became upset and quiet, but still the man claimed that he had 167 otherworldly abilities and 42 heavenly ones. Latrivia Duvon was shocked to hear this. For a while, Daniel Patrick was upset and quiet, but the man still declared that he had 167 otherworldly abilities. To this number, it was worth adding 42 heavenly abilities. Latrivia Duvon was so shocked by what she heard that she dropped her magic wand. The girl immediately went down to pick up the magical artifact, asking the man to wait until she came to her senses. The next few seconds, the witch took deep breaths and inhaled air to calm herself. After this, Latrivia loudly declared that she would first take care of dividing the basic abilities, and Danil would take on the rest. The girl also said that they were in a dungeon, which meant they had plenty of time to test everything. Danil agreed with this. Latrivia exhaled heavily, saying that she still couldn't wrap her head around what she had learned. The protagonist understood this and assumed that this would not be an easy matter. The witch, looking at the man, asked herself if she had raised an uncontrollable monster because she had no idea how strong he was. The girl also suggested that Daniel Patrick could have caused much more chaos than Rodney. The main character smiled at his thoughtful partner and asked her not to worry because he no longer hid anything from her. Out of curiosity, Latrivia asked if the man had abilities that had some effect even when not activated. After thinking for a bit, Danil replied that he had several abilities that worked even when he was sleeping, so he was much stronger physically than the others. The next moment, the girl screamed loudly that she was right. Daniel was surprised that she knew about it. The witch clarified that she had previously thought that this was possible, but now she was completely sure of it. The girl said that there was a not very common theory regarding physically well-built people who did not have any noticeable ability. The theory was that the power of these people came from constantly active abilities. But this was found to be impossible because these people could not isolate any influence of this ability. But this could have been done by Daniel Patrick because he copied other people's abilities. Latrivia was simply delighted by this and was already thinking about how to formalize this theory. Suddenly, the girl noticed the main character's uncomprehending look and immediately calmed down. The witch asked for forgiveness and explained that her erudition had gotten the better of her. Daniel was understanding. She continued to say that in any case, now the man had to learn to use abilities as needed. Next, Latrivia planned to check what the main character's body could do when overloaded, because in a real fight he would need to switch between these states. The girl continued to say that during the break the man would understand when and which abilities were best to use for maximum effect, and he would test this in a real fight. The witch wanted to tell something else about her plans, but Daniel stopped her, saying that not everything at once. The man explained that it would be difficult for him to keep so many things in his head. Then the girl suggested starting with a fight. She said that she would watch carefully and then give the main character the results of the analysis. Taking out his battle axe, Danil asked the girl to enjoy her calculations while he was busy with what he liked best. Finally, our heroes reached the first floor of the royal dungeon. It was strewn with glowing crystals. Daniel Patrick ran quickly and confidently through these narrow, semi-dark tunnels. On his way, the main character encountered some armed humanoid creatures, which he easily dealt with using his axe. There were many of these creatures in the tunnels, and they were all hostile to our heroes, so Danil had to fight them. After a long time, the last of the monsters finally fell to the ground. But this was no reason to relax. The main characters listened attentively to the silence without stopping their otherworldly ability. A moment later, the man realized that no danger threatened them anymore, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Latrivia was probably bored, which is why she was yawning. Danil assumed that he would fight the monsters alone. The girl took out small scraps of paper with notes and began to look for something in them. She read that these defeated creatures were goblins, and they always moved in groups. In addition, they had excellent hearing. Hearing this, the main character asked if this was precisely why the girl carried noisy junk with her everywhere. Latrivia was outraged by this and said that in fact there were important things there. After which she asked what kind of trip it was if you didn't take things with you. Danil replied that it would be a normal journey, but suddenly he noticed goblins coming out of one of the caves. The man warned his comrade about this, and then prepared for another battle. Latrivia said that she and her junk will not go anywhere and will watch from here. The main character became indignant that he would again have to do all the work alone. The next moment, the man rushed at his enemies, mercilessly killing the goblins one by one. After some time, the cave was already littered with lifeless bodies of monsters. Daniel Patrick looked at his axe and said that a good weapon really did work magic, and with an axe like his, it didn't take much effort. Before the man could catch his breath, he noticed that the goblins were again approaching him. In order to think over the battle plan, the main character quickly ran away, attacking several opponents along the way. The main character thought that he should have used another skill instead of strengthening. Danil decided to use a more effective acceleration skill, causing his eye to glow brightly. The man thought that this skill also required less stamina. The goblins looked at the main character with apprehension. A few moments later, this wave of monsters was also defeated and no longer posed a threat. Danil sat down on a rock to rest and exhaled heavily, glad that everything was finally over. Latrivia approached him and was surprised that the man had already dealt with all his opponents. After this, the girl began to meticulously search for something in her magic suitcase. Suddenly, she took out a large flask of water and threw it to the main character, offering him to quench his thirst. Danil did not refuse and began to drink water, thinking at the same time that if Latrivia used his luggage in this way, it would be better to leave it somewhere. The girl assumed that the fight with Rodney must have borne fruit, because now the main character was much more collected. To this, Daniel Patrick said that if the witch wanted to embarrass him, then a simple compliment would not be enough. Latrivia Duvon smiled slyly, taking these words as a challenge. The girl straightened up and began to prepare for something. Danil looked at her with incomprehension. The next moment, the witch began to scream loudly. Her scream echoed throughout the dungeon. The goblins immediately came running to this noise. Several dozen bright eyes looked at the main character from the darkness. Latrivia was well aware of this, so she quickly ran away and left the man alone. Daniel Patrick looked back with excitement to assess the situation the girl had put him in. Armed goblins surrounded our heroes from all sides, and there was no other option but to fight them. Latrivia said goodbye to the man, saying that she would wait for him. The protagonist thought that this was some kind of joke. After some time, Daniel Patrick managed to deal with the opponents and moved to the second floor of the dungeon. The man did not stay there for long and soon fought his way to the third floor. When the danger had passed, the main character allowed himself to sit down and rest a little after a protracted battle. Behind him, Latrivia Duvon walked calmly with her suitcase on wheels. The girl looked into her notebook and calculated that the main character's strength lasted for 6 hours. The unexpected witch looked at Daniel Patrick with an anxious look and asked if he was really human. The exhausted man did not understand why the girl was asking such questions. Danil began to get indignant and loudly asked if this was the reward he received for being a witch's doll for hours, while saying that he almost died from fatigue. Latrivia asked the man to worry about me because next time it will be shorter. But the main character did not believe these words. The girl explained that the monsters on the next floor would be more serious, so Danil had to use both eyes. Besides, she wanted to see how long it would last. After this, the main character fell to the floor and said that he did not want to talk anymore because he was very tired and intended to rest. At the same time, the man became upset and began to call the girl a real monster. Latrivia only laughed at this. After some time, our hero's journey through the dark royal dungeon continued. Daniel Patrick grabbed the wall, trying not to fall over from exhaustion. This was already the 8th floor, on which, in addition to the goblins, there were also more serious opponents, but the main character was able to defeat them all. Latrivia Duvon approached her friend and, holding a piece of paper with notes in her hands, decided to voice the interim results of her research. The girl began to say that in a state of maximum efficiency, a man could last 6 hours, and in a state of overload, an hour and a half. Also, Danil could be in attack mode for half an hour and in defense mode for 3.5 hours. But the most important thing here was how quickly he recovered. The witch said with admiration that the main character needed 8 hours of rest in order to be able to continue the battle. The girl specified that for every hour of rest, the man regained his strength for a half-hour battle. Danil didn't give a damn about this because he was very tired and wanted to rest. Latrivia Duvon praised her comrade for his excellent work and said that he was a perfect example of a Superman. Before the girl could finish speaking, the main character suddenly threw his axe into the darkness because he saw something behind Latrivia. It turned out that an armed goblin had been quietly sneaking up on the witch from behind, but thanks to Danil, she was now safe. Latrivia was surprised that although the man no longer had any strength, he still remained on guard. Danil regretfully realized that he had missed one opponent. Suddenly, the girl summed up some results and said that Daniel Patrick had passed. The main character did not understand what the witch meant and what he went through. after which he asked her to at least name the bar. The man continued to say that if he does not know what to strive for, he will not be able to become stronger. Suddenly, Danil began to fall forward. Out of helplessness, the main character fell on the girl's knees and frightened her. The man immediately fell fast asleep, not paying attention to anything. Latrivia apologized to her comrade for having to shake him, but otherwise the man would not have been able to surpass himself. After that, she dragged Daniel to safety, despite the fact that he was heavy. Then the witch leaned against the wall of the cave and breathed a sigh of relief. Latrivia praised the protagonist for his good work and wished him a good rest. Suddenly, black smoke began to come out of the lifeless body of the goblin that Danil had killed not long ago. After some time, the corpse completely evaporated, leaving the axe lying on the floor. The ninth floor greeted our heroes with a large, massive door. There was nothing like this on the previous floors. Danil Patrick was surprised that this cave had an arched gate. Latrivia agreed, saying that it looked too rich for such a depth. The witch thought that it was because the boss of the ninth floor, Daniel Patrick, was here and did not understand who his friend was talking about. The girl looked at the main character and asked if he was ready to meet the boss of the first stage. The ninth floor greeted our heroes with a large, massive door. There was nothing like this on the previous floors. Danil suggested that in order to use the transfer device they needed to defeat the boss. Latrivia confirmed this by saying that the passage to the next floor would only open after the boss's death. The girl also added that there were no monsters in the transfer zone, so they could rest there. Daniel Patrick touched the gate and for some reason couldn't bring himself to open it. Latrivia asked her comrade why he froze and did not open the gate. Daniel asked if the girl wanted to tell him something before they went there. The main character thought that the advice would not harm him because he had to fight the boss. The witch replied that it was the boss of the first zone and therefore he should just be killed and that's it. The girl added that the man had not trained for nothing during the previous 8 floors and therefore he needed the same thing and she would give him a hint if anything happened. After this, Latrivia Duvant asked if the protagonist was satisfied with this. The man replied that this plan was reliable. Then the girl asked to open the gate quickly. Daniel Patrick leaned on the gate with all his might, anticipating what was behind it. As soon as the gates were opened, the light from the corridor quickly penetrated into the dark room, but did not fill it completely. Latrivia Duvant offered to illuminate the room with her magic, but unexpectedly, the protagonist stopped her. The next moment, a small light appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the dark room. Several more lights appeared next to it, lighting up one after another and lining up in a straight line. Daniel Patrick was surprised that light appeared out of nowhere in this room. 2 even rows of lights led into the room and abruptly ended at the end, not allowing me to fully examine the room. Suddenly, from this darkness, the silhouette of a monster began to appear, which was getting closer and closer to our heroes with each passing second. A huge shaggy monster with crazy eyes growled furiously, wanting to fight the uninvited guests. Latrivia Duvant and Danil Patrick ran to the sides so that the giant would not trample them. The giant himself could not stop for a moment and hit his head on the wall, causing it to crack. The monster slowly turned to the side and saw the main character. Daniel Patrick was not happy to meet the gaze of this creature. Opening its mouth, the creature began to make some drawn-out sounds as if it was trying to say something to the man. The main character was shocked by the appearance of the monster and did not understand what kind of giant it was, because he had never seen anything like it before. Meanwhile, the dungeon boss grabbed his weapon tightly in his hand and swung it to attack the man. The next moment, the creatures dealt a strong blow and there was a loud roar, but Danil managed to dodge in time. The main character realized that it was the dungeon boss, but even for him, this creature was somehow too big. The monsters swung their club again to attack. Meanwhile, Latrivia Duvant calmly watched everything from the side. The girl took out her notes and began to search for the information she needed. The witch read that the creature the main character was currently fighting was a troll. He was crazy and stupid, as his crooked eyes showed. According to the description from the notebook, if something did not go according to the troll's plan, he would start to get angry, forgetting what he was guarding and attacking the irritant. At this time, the main character managed to deftly jump onto the monster's shoulder, which surprised him greatly. Latrivia continued reading that during training, knights usually attack this creature in a group of 8. The girl continued to say that the monster was very big and moved with a sweeping motion, so its weak spot was always in sight. Meanwhile, Danil had already found it and was preparing to attack. The next moment, the main character thrust an axe into the back of the troll's head, causing him to immediately freeze in place. After this, the huge monster closed his eyes and began to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Daniel Patrick also couldn't hold on and started falling down. The man, along with the defeated monster, landed right next to Latrivia, who continued to say that Danil should have first pissed off the monster and then delivered a precise blow to its weak spot. The main character laughed at the girl, saying that she gave very timely advice. Latrivia, seeing the defeated boss, said that there was nothing surprising in the fact that the first 10 floors of the dungeon were so easy, after which she suggested that the man go further. The girl continued to say that they should hurry, because there were still 80 floors ahead. Hearing this, the main character began to rise to his feet. Suddenly, Daniel Patrick had an idea that he wanted to immediately turn into reality. The next moment, the man threw his battle axe somewhere with a sharp swing of his hand. The weapon crashed into the stone wall with a loud bang and became stuck in it. After that, someone's piercing cry was heard from the dark cave. Latrivia Duvan didn't even guess who it belonged to. A moment later, the witch used her skills to make her wand glow, causing the cave to fill with light. Our heroes found what they were looking for and were surprised to see it here. On the floor sat the same girl who had secretly entered the dungeon. Judging by her uniform, she was a member of the Order of Five. Daniel Patrick rudely asked the stranger why she was following him. The girl demonstratively turned away, not wanting to talk to the main character. This angered the man, causing him to punch the wall and demand that his questions be answered immediately. The stranger was very scared and could not find the words to explain her presence here. Finally, she said loudly that she couldn't calmly watch as some bully who was Danil calmly walked around with the treasure of her order. The main character was very surprised by this and asked if the girl was talking about this old toy. The stranger was very indignant because the man called the battle axe a toy. It became clear to Danil that the girl was not here on the orders of the Supreme Knight of the Order. After this, the main character ordered the girl to use the travel device and leave here. Then he threatened that he would not repeat it again. Petria stood up and shouted to the man who was leaving that she would not go anywhere without this axe. Danil responded to this by saying that their queen personally handed this weapon to him, and therefore it was certainly not up to the girl to decide who the owner of this weapon was. Then the girl dismissively said that she didn't care at all about the decision of this quasi-queen. Daniel Patrick was very angry at these words and rudely asked the girl to repeat what she had just said. Petria was frightened by the man's menacing appearance and tried to justify herself by saying that this was not what she meant. Latrivia Duvan stopped her angry comrade from harming the girl. The main character did not argue with the witch and turned around and went back into the depths of the dungeon. Finally, the man asked the girl to make sure that she would not catch his eye again. Petria immediately breathed a sigh of relief and fell to her knees, glad that she had managed to avoid a fight with the main character. After some time, our heroes came across a strange glowing artifact that was part of the floor. Daniel Patrick suggested that this was the device for moving Latrivia, and he also thought that it was necessary to find out how it worked. The main character said that they had a way to check this, after which he began waving his hand, calling someone to him. Turning back, Danil did not see the stranger next to them, which surprised him greatly. Looking into the distance, the man asked Latrivia Duvan where the girl had gone. Petria was nearby, hiding from the man behind one of the stone columns. She repeated again that she would not go anywhere without the axe that belonged to her order. The main character was angry at the stranger again, as evidenced by his trembling hand clenched into a fist. Still, the man managed to control himself and, waving his hand, asked the girl to approach him in a friendly manner. Petria looked at the protagonist with suspicion and was skeptical about his request. The next moment, the girl moved away from the place where the transport device was located. Daniel Patrick thought the stranger was making fun of him, and so he gave chase, ordering her to come to him. Seeing this, the girl began to run away from her pursuer, fearing that he would send her upstairs. Daniel Patrick continued to run after the girl and ask her to stop and not move. Suddenly, the main character realized something that made him feel uneasy, and so he told the girl that he accepted her conditions. Meanwhile, Petria approached the stairs that led to a dark corridor. The main character asked her not to go down there. Petria realized her advantageous position and therefore again demanded that the axe be given to her. Daniel Patrick frowned and looked silently at the impudent girl, not responding to her ultimatum. The next moment, the man took a few steps towards the stranger. Petria noticed this and immediately began to go down the stairs despite Daniel's warning. The main character thought that things were bad in the evening and knew perfectly well what would happen next. The man fell to his knees and began asking why he had to endure all this. Latrivia Duvan approached her comrade and asked what they were supposed to do now. Suddenly, the girl seemed to be struck by lightning because she had an idea. She immediately reported this to the main character, who did not understand anything. The witch said that this stranger would be part of the man's training. Daniel Patrick was skeptical about this. After some time, loud cries of Petria were heard throughout the dungeon, asking for help. She was being chased by two ferocious monsters that looked like wolves. The girl was happy when she finally found Daniil and Latrivia and quickly ran to meet them. Petria begged Mrs. Duvon to save her while Daniil had already dealt with the wolves. The man just wanted to ask where the stranger ran off to so quickly, but suddenly something caught his attention. The main character turned around because there, in the depths of the dark corridors, he heard some strange sounds. The next moment, he saw the reason for these sounds, which made him very scared. Dozens of ferocious wolves came out of the darkness towards the main character. Daniil became indignant that Petria decided to gather together monsters from the entire floor. The main character had no choice but to engage in battle with the ferocious wolves. Daniel Patrick managed to skillfully eliminate his opponents one by one. But no matter how many wolves the man killed, there were still too many left. Suddenly, the man saw that Petria was in danger and she urgently needed his help. The ferocious wolf almost attacked the girl, but Daniel Patrick managed to cut off his head in time. The lifeless head fell right in front of Petria. This was a testament to the protagonist's skill. The girl was stunned for a moment, unable to take her eyes off the monster's sharp teeth. She finally came to her senses and decided to retreat to a safer place, while Daniel Patrick continued the battle. The girl crawled away from this place, and it seemed that now nothing threatened her. She was so scared that she didn't even notice how she almost walked into the monster's mouth. The next moment, there was a small explosion that tore the wolf in half, which scared Petria, causing her to close her eyes. It turned out that the cause of this explosion was Latrivia's magic. She was just sitting nearby and watching everything from the side. Happy Petria immediately ran to the witch, thanking her for saving her. Latrivia turned to the main character and said that she was taking 1 point from him. The man did not understand what the girl meant. He was also interested in what kind of training it was, because it was more like a punishment. After this, Daniel Patrick turned to the stranger and rudely asked if she was going to help him fight the monsters. Petria replied that she worked in the supply department and dealt mainly with documentation. In addition, she was only 15 years old and had only recently learned the basics. Hearing this, the main character began to get indignant, asking what the girl was thinking when she decided to follow him here. Petria replied that she was there because the man had taken the axe of her order. Daniel Patrick was very angry and asked the girl to forget about this axe. The man was very irritated and did not understand why he was being tortured. Latrivia Duvon said that it didn't change anything one way or another and then put her hand behind Petria's back. The witch then pushed the girl away from herself towards Daniel Patrick. Latrivia asked the man if it was time for him to continue training. Daniel Patrick did not understand what the girl was talking about because he thought that all the monsters had already been defeated, but bright red eyes were already looking at him from the darkness. The protagonist and Petria felt these glances on themselves and carefully looked back. Several ferocious wolves with sharp teeth were already approaching them. Petria began to clear away the monsters while Daniel Patrick tried to fight them. This went on for some time. The wolves pursued the girl and the main character pursued the wolves. Still, Daniel Patrick, breathing heavily, was able to stop the girl by grabbing her by the shoulder. The man was very angry and asked her to just stand still. For some time, Daniel Patrick chopped off the heads of dangerous creatures with one blow. However, the body of the last monster fell locked and now the man could rest. Daniel Patrick fell to the ground and began to try to catch his breath. Petria was also very tired during this battle. Suddenly, a silhouette began to appear from the darkness, laughing and saying that this was not the last monster. Latrivia Duvon continued to say that they had just started training, so she asked the man not to even think about stopping after all this. Daniel Patrick was shocked by these words and therefore could not even answer, but Petria immediately began to deny what was happening. The girl on her knees began to ask the witch for forgiveness and say that she wanted to go home. The main character thought that his friend really was a monster. After some time, our heroes reached the 19th floor of the dungeon. Here the boss of the second stage was waiting for them, who was a huge wolf. With difficulty, our hero managed to defeat him. An exhausted Daniel Patrick was glad that they were finally finished. Petria had no more strength left. Latrivia Duvon praised her friend, saying that he had proven that he could travel with Lulu. The main character understood what all this was for and assumed that he had passed the witch's test. Now the man only had to deal with Petria, who by this time had already become very annoying to him. The girl looked at the main character with incomprehension, not knowing what to expect. After some time, the girl was tied up and placed on a transport device. The next moment, she disappeared without even having time to say anything last. Latrivia Duvon was surprised by what she saw, and now understood how this device worked. After that, the girl asked the main character if he wanted her to study this device. Daniil replied that it didn't matter to him. The main thing was that she did everything right. The main character went to rest, and Latrivia began to look for something in her suitcase, humming something contentedly to herself. Suddenly, Daniel Patrick's eyes began to glow brightly, indicating that he was using some kind of ability right now. The man looked at his hands in surprise, feeling some changes inside himself. The main characters turned to Latrivia Duvon while she was enthusiastically studying the device for movement. The man apologized for grumbling so much and admitted that the training had indeed helped him. Latrivia said that if she could figure out how the device worked, then perhaps they would be able to travel between kingdoms. To this, the main character said that as a person, the witch had not become any better. Then the girl got angry and said that she had heard everything. The man replied that this was what he wanted. After this, Daniel Patrick said that he would take a short nap and asked the girl to wake him up when she finished with her research. The three royal guards looked at something silently and with displeasure. Petria was very worried and understood that she could not avoid problems. The girl already wanted to start justifying her unexpected appearance here, but no one was interested. Petria was immediately grabbed by guards and taken outside, despite the fact that she said that she could explain everything. The girl also asked permission to call one person, but no one answered her. Latrivia asked the main character if he had heard anything about superposition. The man was surprised by this question. Danil asked if the girl meant using two abilities in one eye, after which he replied that he had heard about it but did not know how to do it. The witch then suggested that superposition would be a necessary skill for the man since he had so many different abilities. The girl suggested that only when Danil could master it, he would be able to fight on par with the masters of the Order of the Hero rank. Latrivia continued saying that it was very important and promised that she would explain everything and the man would have to master her. Danil suggested that before this their training was not so important. The witch explained that before this she was more likely just trying to push the man to prepare his body. The main character thought that the girl could have told him about it right away. To this, Latrivia Duvon responded that it would be difficult to reach the limit if some kind of framework was set. Danil did not take these words seriously and said that he did not expect to hear anything else from the girl. Then the witch asked the man to stop chatting and come to her. Latrivia stood in front of the main character and said that in order to make it easier for him to understand, she would show him something. The girl began to explain that there was magic of different elements. Daniel Patrick listened to this lecture without enthusiasm. A clot of energy formed in the witch's hand. She said that in order to reflect how many elements were superimposed on each other, the concept of degree was used. So this was first-degree magic. After this, a flame was added to the clot of energy. This was already the magic of two different elements, that is, the second degree. The girl continued to say that any carrier of high-ranking magic possessed second-degree magic. Danil said that when he saw it in reality, it really was clearer. Suddenly, Latrivia's left eye began to glow brighter because the girl still had something to show. A third element was added to her hand. This was already third-degree magic. The girl said that few could achieve this, and that this was a sign of real talent. After this, Latrivia began to assure the man that it did not matter how many divine abilities he had, because even with them, he would not be able to defeat a user of third-degree magic. The girl didn't want to brag, but that's how she became a famous magician with no less than one divine ability. The witch then said that attaining the highest level greatly increased the strength and possibilities of layering different abilities. All the elements that were in the girl's hands began to merge into one. Latrivia said that if Danil learned to use several abilities together, he would be able to create weapons of immeasurable power from harmless abilities. After these words, a loud explosion sounded. Daniel Patrick was startled by the surprise and immediately began to cover himself with his hand so that the hot steam would not burn him. The witch asked the man not to worry, because she had set the direction of the steam in advance, so neither the skin nor the lungs were harmed. Daniel Patrick looked at the aftermath of the explosion and marveled at the enormous power when suddenly an idea occurred to him. A man asked Latrivia Duvon if she could master the fourth degree of magic. The girl began to think about the answer. Danil thought that he had asked her too difficult a question. However, the witch replied that she had not managed to master the fourth degree of magic. This surprised the main character. Latrivia suddenly revealed that Rodney could also use third-degree magic. Danil asked how this information was supposed to help them. Suddenly, the girl remembered something else and started talking. The man immediately began to listen to her attentively. Latrivia Duvon remembered her magic teacher, Dunning. The witch said that one day he showed his students the highest degree of magic. Daniel Patrick was very surprised when Latrivia said that her teacher had once shown his students the highest level of magic. The main character could not believe that the sage was able to control fourth-degree magic, which was beyond even Pamel's power. The girl replied that she didn't say that Rodney couldn't do this magic. He just never showed it. The witch continued that the warrior was invulnerable even without third-degree magic, so there was no point in him wasting his energy on such a trifle. Daniel Patrick asked regretfully why Rodney couldn't be a little closer to a real person. After this, the main character asked whether fourth-degree magic was the highest. Latrivia replied that theoretically the fifth degree was incomprehensible, and even third-degree magic required enormous reserves of energy. In addition, to reach the fifth degree, a person must have at least 5 abilities. Danil agreed with this, saying that even 2 abilities were already rare. Latrivia said that people like the main character could be an exception because they had enough abilities. The witch continued to say that in any case, the man now needed to focus on mastering the superposition. Therefore, he should forget about the 4th and 5th degrees. The girl then said that first they needed to curb second-degree magic. Danil asked if Latrivia had any hints for him, since he would have already started training, but had no idea where to start. Latrivia. Duvon wondered how she could explain everything more clearly to the man. The next moment, the girl began waving her arms in all directions and making sounds of explosions and claps. After that, she looked at the man, who didn't understand anything, and asked if it had become any clearer to him. Danil asked his partner what all this abstraction was about, since she had explained everything so well before. Latrivia explained that everything depended on the feeling, and if it could be explained, then everyone could. The man asked to try to describe what it was like. The witch thought again, not knowing how best to describe it. Suddenly, she started waving her arms again and making strange sounds. The protagonist asked her to stop and said that he would figure everything out himself. Latrivia said it was too difficult to explain, even more difficult than using 2 abilities at the same time. The girl continued to say that in general, using both otherworldly and heavenly abilities at the same time was also a high level, and the main character managed to do it even without training. Then the witch thought that it wouldn't take Daniel much time to master it. The man assumed that all he could do was hope for success. Suddenly, the main character jumped up from his seat and, laughing loudly, said that he would try this superposition in a fight with monsters. Latrivia remembered that the trigger could have helped the man. Danil looked at the girl with bewilderment, but she was sure that the man understood everything. The girl clarified that the trigger was a certain choice or step that a person made when it seemed that there was no way out. Danil asked if this was why the witch was mocking him here. After this, the main character asked if the girl had learned superposition in the same way. Latrivia began to deny it because she had done it on her own the first time. Danil Patrick thought that everything here depended on talent, because Pamela and Latrivia were on a completely different level from him. After this, the main character looked at the girl with an intent gaze. She did not understand what Danil wanted from her. The man assumed that he would continue to fight alone. Latrivia confirmed this and added that he would have to train a lot more to be able to bring Lulu back. Daniel Patrick immediately agreed with this, remembering his most important mission. The witch praised him for this. The girl asked the man to sweep away everything in his path without sleep, food, or anything else. The main character assumed that this was too much. Meanwhile, Lulu, Rodney, and Velas continued on their way, trying to get past the high Rocky Mountains. The resurrected warrior extended his hand to the girl, trying to help her get past the obstacles. The girl refused help, saying that she could climb the rock herself, and then demonstrated it. Pamela Rodney began to feel awkward after this because he no longer knew how he could make friends with the child. This high mountain offered a beautiful view of the forests and hills. The travelers decided to stop here to rest. Suddenly, the warrior asked Lulu if Daniel Patrick had treated her well. The girl asked if he meant her daddy. The next moment, the child began to say with admiration that the main character treated her well and was very cheerful. Rodney was surprised by this. The child told why she, Rivia, Chevelle, and Dad had a lot of fun, although Dad was always angry with Chevelle. But Rivia always intervened in the conflict and encouraged both of them. Lulu continued to say that if one needed help, the other always protected him. But almost always it was Chevelle who needed to be protected, so when she tried to protect Dad, it looked funny. The girl also said that when the main character was upset, she ran up to him and tried to cheer him up, and he thanked her. She also didn't forget that Daniel Patrick bought her a stuffed toy when they went to town together. I remember all this. The girl suddenly became quiet and began to be sad. Pamela was surprised at how much separation from Daniel Patrick upset Lulu. Suddenly, Velas turned to his companions and said that the rest was over, because it was time for them to move on. Then the elderly man said that as soon as they arrived in Eden, they would go to the festival that would take place tonight, because this kingdom was known for its luxury and splendor. The old man also suggested that Lulu could make new friends there. The girl was very happy to hear this. After this, Pamela Rodney offered the child to ride on his back, but the girl did not appreciate this kind gesture and refused, saying that she would go herself. Velasque laughed at his comrade and suggested that he would have to work hard to get close to Lulu. Then Rodney turned to the girl again, saying that she shouldn't have gone alone because it was dangerous. Lulu responded that the man was very slow. After this, Velasque drew the attention of his companions to the fact that Eden was already visible from this mountain. Everyone immediately began to look at the capital of the unknown kingdom. At this time, the main character continued his training and tried to protect himself from another danger. The man was already on the 28th floor where, in addition to goblins, he had to fight with more serious opponents. Even the goblins here were not like those on the floors below. They wielded bows and did not hesitate to use them against Daniel Patrick. A whole hail of arrows headed towards the main character at great speed. In order to cope with this danger, the man had to use an otherworldly acceleration skill, which caused his left eye to glow brightly. The next moment, Daniel Patrick ran forward with great speed, deftly dodging all the arrows. The next danger was a huge troll armed with a club, which had already swung its weapon in order to attack the man. Daniel Patrick managed to jump up in time, thereby avoiding the troll's attack and attacking the monster in response. The goblin archers chose the right moment and launched their arrows at the main character again. The man had no choice but to cover himself with his hands and endure the arrows hitting his body. Still, Daniel Patrick managed to land on the ground relatively unharmed. The goblins looked at the man in bewilderment, not knowing what other weapon to use against him. But they no longer had to think, because the main character neutralized several monsters at once in one fell swoop. Despite the interim successes, this was far from the end. The tunnels of the dungeon were completely filled with various creatures, and they all wanted to harm Daniel. The main character looked at all this smiling and thought that he was starting to like this crazy crowd of merciless monsters. After this, the man fearlessly rushed into battle, destroying one enemy after another. After some time, everything was over. Despite his skills, Daniel was unable to remain unharmed. His entire body was covered with minor wounds. The protagonist thought that he should have been more careful, after which he used a divine skill to heal his wounds. Latrivia, who was drinking tea nearby, suggested that Daniel was the only one who used divine light for healing, and suggested using other abilities. The witch became indignant that the man only did what he used the same thing. In addition, she was interested in when Daniel would try superposition. The main character honestly admitted that he did not want to use other abilities because he mostly received them from thieves, and the sensations were not pleasant. Latrivia felt that she needed to burden the man even more so that he would not have time for these stupid things. After that, she suggested that he rest. Nevertheless, the girl praised the main character and asked what he thought about the fact that the variety of opponents grew with each floor passed. Daniel Patrick replied that fighting different monsters was harder for him than fighting a bunch of the same ones. The man then suggested that this was the reason why groups of adventurers tried to diversify. Latrivia said that it didn't matter, because the main character would have to cope alone. After this, the witch collected her things and said that the man had several tasks for the near future. First, he had to continue practicing superposition. Second, the man had to use different abilities and surpass his feelings in every sense. Latrivia also said that the man needed to harness third-degree magic, and therefore asked him to choose 3 abilities for each eye. Daniel said that he would try to do this. The witch was outraged by this answer, and said that the man should not have tried, but should have definitely done it. Daniel agreed with this. Suddenly, our hero's conversation was interrupted by a loud tremor of the earth. It continued for some time, causing Latrivia Duvon to begin to lose her balance. Luckily, Daniel Patrick managed to catch the girl in time and prevent her from falling. The earthquake stopped. The man asked if everything was okay with the girl. Before she could answer, the earth shook again, causing stones to fall from the ceiling. The main character felt that this time the push was much stronger. A moment later, everything stopped again. Daniel Patrick breathed a sigh of relief. After this, the man asked Latrivia if she knew why there could be an earthquake in the dungeon. Suddenly, Daniel noticed that he was holding the girl's hand. In order not to embarrass each other, our heroes immediately let go of their hands and stepped aside. At that moment, the ceiling of the cave began to crumble, causing huge stones to fly straight at our heroes. The boulders fell to the floor with a crash, raising columns of impenetrable dust around them. The boulders fell to the floor with a crash, raising columns of impenetrable dust around them, but soon everything died down. Latrivia Duvon was unharmed. She looked in amazement at the wall of stones that had formed in a matter of seconds. Daniel Patrick was also unharmed, but the man found himself on the other side of the rubble. Suddenly, he heard the witch's voice asking if everything was okay with him. The main character calmed the girl down by saying that everything was fine with him, and then asked if it would get worse if he just broke through this wall. Latrivia asked the man not to do this under any circumstances, as the entire cave could collapse. Instead, she advised him to look for another way. Daniel Patrick looked around and saw many tunnels. This made it difficult for him to find the right path. Nevertheless, the main character agreed and asked Latrivia not to go anywhere and to stay where she was. After this, the witch was left alone with herself and did not know what to do to while away the wait. After a while, her whole body began to hurt from sitting on the uncomfortable suitcase for a long time. In order to stretch her legs, the girl began to walk from side to side, kicking stones along the way out of boredom. After some time, the witch took out her notes in order to reread them and possibly draw new conclusions. However, boredom and fatigue got the better of the girl, which is why she began to yawn. After a long time, Daniel Patrick managed to find the right path and our heroes met again. Latrivia did not expect that the man would come from the passage to the next floor. Daniel said that there was a path that led directly to this passage and offered to show it. Walking through the dark tunnels, the main character became interested in the reason why an earthquake happened here, because it was very dangerous. The witch said that she had studied the records, but there was not a single mention of earthquakes in them. Daniel was not happy about this. Approaching the stairs that led down, the girl said that the dungeons often changed, and therefore they had to find a safe path. Our heroes were already on the 29th floor. The entrance was blocked by huge arched gates that had already been encountered before. Latrivia assumed that they were worried in vain because there were no other changes. Daniel was glad about this because he did not want to be nervous again. After that, the girl sat down on a stone and suggested that the main character take a rest before the battle with the boss. Daniel agreed with this. The man also sat down on a stone and began to think hard about something. The absolute silence that stood in the caves only helped him in this. Suddenly, the main character asked the girl if this place seemed strange. Latrivia did not understand what her friend was talking about. Daniel was confused by the fact that the dead bodies of the monsters evaporated. It was impossible to return from the dungeon, and the bosses themselves behaved strangely. The man continued to say that the monster that was now behind the gates could have easily opened them and attacked, but instead, for some reason, he humbly waited. Latrivia responded to this by saying that ordinary people could not understand the tricks of the goddess, and no matter how much they thought about it, nothing useful would come of it. The main character thought that the girl was right, and suggested that he had simply gotten used to this dungeon. The girl was surprised, but it seemed like she didn't like the man's words, so she already thought of doing something. Smiling, Latrivia asked if she should make the training more difficult, so that Daniel would have something to get used to again. After this, the witch remembered about the superposition and asked how its development was progressing. Daniel already understood that with his words he had brought trouble upon himself. The girl continued to ask whether the man thought the reason for his failure was that he was not talented enough. Daniel had already asked his friend to stop. After that, he grabbed his head and regretted opening his mouth at all. Latrivia Duvon further asked whether the reason for his failures was that the man was lazy. Then Daniel Patrick suggested that perhaps he was failing because he was training too much. The man also suggested that if he sits down and thinks in an informal setting, he might be able to master superposition. The girl said that at this rate, even 1,000 years would not be enough. To this, the main character said that it was still a long way to the 90th floor, and he just needed a little more time. Latrivia Duvon did not let the man finish speaking, and directly stated that he had relaxed, and therefore there would be no result. The main character decided to distract himself from this topic and asked why Pamela and the sage ended up on the same side. He then asked if it wasn't Latrivia and Pamela who saw the Magic King last. The girl was also interested in this question, and therefore for some time she thought about remembering the past. Soon the witch confidently declared that Teacher Dunning had definitely been killed by Pamela Rodney. That day, the girl was seriously injured and therefore could not continue the fight. With her last strength, the witch asked her comrade to finish off their enemy. Pamela Rodney was ready to do this and therefore asked the girl to rely on him. The King of Magic, looking into the eyes of his opponent, only laughed at his self-confidence. After this, dark energy began to emanate from the magician, which he tried to attack Pamela. The warrior had to dodge these attacks because fighting against energy was useless. The man jumped high into the air to escape, but clots of dark energy followed him. Valas said it was like a fly fighting an elephant. Suddenly, Pamela Rodney used the otherworldly skill flash, causing his left eye to glow brightly. The man standing in the sky looked straight at his enemy and prepared to attack. The next moment, A red beam of light began to shine from the top of the tall tower, destroying everything in its path. Very soon, this tower began to collapse. Huge pieces of the walls fell down and smashed onto the ground. As a result of the warriors' attack, Velasque was seriously injured and began to fall down from a great height. The elderly man could not believe that his opponent had hidden her true strength until the end. The King of Magic spent his last strength on death cries, because he could not believe that he had lost this battle. Soon the screams died down. The last stones, along with drops of the sage's blood, fell down. Latrivia Duvant crawled to the edge of the cliff and looked down to see if her teacher was still alive. Velasque's body lay at the very bottom of the tower among the stones, and a pool of the King of Magic's blood spread around it. Latrivia continued to say that somehow Rodney came back to life and she was sure that it was the work of her teacher. The girl recalled that Velasque was a man for whom there were no boundaries. Unexpectedly, the witch also said that becoming a sage was much more difficult than becoming a warrior. Danil did not understand how this was possible. The main character had a hard time believing this. Then Latrivia said that the sage was required to have a certain set of abilities. Throughout Elsia's immensely rich history, 7 people have been given the title of warrior, and only 2 have been sages. Daniel Patrick suggested that Pamela was the stronger one anyway. Latrivia partially confirmed these words, saying that in battle Rodney was indeed the strongest. The main character sighed heavily, realizing how much more he had to learn. The girl asked him to continue training if he didn't want Rodney to win again. After that, the man asked if there was anything wrong with the fact that they were in the dungeon for so long, because somewhere there, Lulu was going further and further. Latrivia asked her comrade not to worry, saying that the goddess had taken care of everything. Danil asked how this manifested itself. The girl said that time in the dungeon began to flow more slowly every 10 floors. The main character could not believe that this was really possible. The witch continued to say that she found out that the deeper they were, the slower time passed. Every 10 floors it slowed down by half. Our heroes had already spent a whole week in the dungeon, while outside it had been less than 2 days. Unexpectedly, Daniel Patrick assumed that this was why the girl was in such a hurry and urging him on at the beginning of the dungeon. Latrivia replied that this was one of the reasons, adding that on the 3rd floor, time flowed 8 times slower. This meant that our heroes had plenty of time to try everything. Daniel Patrick couldn't stand it any longer and grabbed his head, screaming loudly that he was completely confused. Having calmed down a little, the man began to complain that more and more things were becoming incomprehensible to him. Soon the witch suggested to her comrade to continue their journey, because he had already begun to talk too much. Latrivia then asked the man to quickly deal with the boss so that they could move on. Daniel Patrick approached the gate and began to try to open it, but suddenly something confused him. The witch asked what happened there. The surprised protagonist replied that the gates did not open. Latrivia cautiously said that this should not have happened. Daniel Patrick tried to push the door even harder, and this time it opened a little. Then the man suggested that something was stuck there. Latrivia was more inclined to believe that the door had not been opened for too long, and it had become stuck. The main character became indignant that he had to spend energy on opening the door. He continued pushing, after which it began to open little by little. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvant saw something that left her dumbfounded. In a frightened voice, she called out to Daniel Patrick. He did not understand what the reason for the girl's concern was. She asked her friend to look to the left. From the dark room, a pair of bright red eyes that belonged to some giant were looking at our heroes. Daniel Patrick immediately jumped back and readied his battle axe for battle. The man began to watch carefully, but suddenly he saw something that surprised him. The next moment, a huge monster with large sharp horns fell right in front of the main character. Daniel Patrick didn't understand what it all meant, but he assumed that the body of this monster was propping up the door from that side and not allowing it to open normally. The man looked at the monster in surprise and said that he did not expect this at all. After this, the main character clarified whether it was really the boss Latrivia, and he replied that it should have been him. Continuing to examine the monster's corpse, the man suggested that it had died from a recent earthquake. Daniel Patrick began poking the monster with an axe as if trying to bring it to its senses. Suddenly he stopped and frowned as if he realized a terrible truth. The sweat on his face indicated that the man had begun to worry greatly. The main character looked into the depths of the room and saw a huge black silhouette there, which had one glowing eye. The monster was very close and was holding on to the door. Soon the creature came into the light, and it became clear that it was a huge monster with one large eye. He looked straight at Daniel Patrick, which made him feel uneasy. The man tried to carefully step back. Suddenly, the monster's eye began to glow brightly, as if some kind of unprecedented energy was coming from within. The next moment, the monster shot a bright red beam from its eye. Fortunately, the main character managed to move away in time. The energy beam hit the ground, causing an explosion. Daniel Patrick was scared because he didn't understand what kind of huge monster it was and how it managed to attack with some kind of magic. Suddenly, the man realized something, which made him open his eyes wide and freeze in place. After that, he looked at the battle axe and saw that it was melted by an energy beam. The man began to scream loudly, not believing that he had irretrievably lost his weapon. Daniel Patrick was shocked to find his axe was damaged after the boss's attack. The man felt he had overestimated its immunity. Suddenly, the monster's eye began to glow brightly again, indicating that it was preparing to attack again. The main character began to shrink from the deadly rays, while thinking that he had relaxed too much and that he should have used the weapon enhancement. After that, he quickly rushed to the monster's leg, because this was the only place where he could attack the giant. Without letting go of the broken axe, the man used the weapon enhancement skill, causing his eye to glow brightly. The next moment, Daniel Patrick thrust what was left of the axe into the monster's leg with all his might. This caused the giant to feel incredible pain, and he immediately threw the man away from him. Latrivia was very worried about her comrade, but he didn't even think about giving up. The witch said that there was no word about this monster in the diaries, and that is why she offered her help. Meanwhile, the boss had no intention of letting go of his opponent, so he was now trying to crush her with his foot. The main character managed to avoid both the monster and the girl. At the same time, he refused the girl's help. Taking out an axe for chopping wood, the man used the weapon enhancement skill on it, after which he began to assure that he himself could cope with this monster. After this, Daniel Patrick attacked the monster, wounding its leg, but this did not stop it. The boss once again used a deadly beam, which the main character managed to dodge. For some time, the man had to run away from the laser, telling Latrivia along the way that she shouldn't help him every time something doesn't go according to plan. Daniel Patrick believed that otherwise he would never be able to defeat Pamela. After that, the main character jumped high up in order to reach the giant's head. It seemed that the man was about to succeed in carrying out his plan, but the monster's fist was already approaching. The next moment, the monster attacked the main character, throwing him aside. Latrivia said that she understood what the man was telling her, but it was painful for her to look at him. After this, the main character fell to the ground and flew some distance, raising a lot of dust around himself along the way. Looking at his opponent, Daniel Patrick again noticed that the Cyclops' eye began to glow brighter than usual. This was followed by an inevitable attack with this deadly beam. Running away wherever his eyes looked, the man thought that this was just madness. Suddenly, the main character saw in front of him a battle axe that belonged to the killed centaur. Daniel Patrick happily grabbed the weapon and continued running away again, confident that he would succeed now. The main character thought that it was just in time, after which he hid his axe for chopping wood. Immediately after this, the man accepted a divine ability, namely the divine glow skill. This was followed by the use of an otherworldly ability that enhanced the main character's new weapon. Then Daniel Patrick ran towards his enemy, confident that he would definitely be able to defeat him now. The giant was surprised by such impudence and decided to immediately punish his opponent. The next moment, the deadly beam almost hit the main character, but he only laughed at it. The man approached the monster's leg and said that such similar attacks would not work against him. After this, the main character managed to hit the monster, leaving her with a large wound. Now Daniel Patrick was absolutely confident that he could win this fight. A moment later, the man managed to land multiple blows, each of which left a deep wound on the monster's leg. Gritting his teeth from the incredible pain, the giant began to lean to the side and lose his balance. The next moment, the monster fell to his knees with a crash, his leg weakened by the wounds he had received. After that, it was his turn to attack, which he did by shooting a beam at the main character, but he managed to escape again. Daniel Patrick smiled and said that in the end his opponent was just a cyclops, albeit a huge one. The monster seemed to understand that the man was making fun of him, and therefore decided to teach his impudent opponent a lesson by swinging his fist. But Daniel Patrick managed not only to deftly dodge this attack, but also to wound the monster in return. The Cyclops screamed again in incredible pain, as if he understood that he was losing this battle. Watching this fight from the side, Latrivia Duvon thought that now the main character was moving much more confidently. At the same time, the girl thought about why the boss had changed and suggested that it could have happened because of the earthquake. If that was the case, and the entire dungeon had changed, then they would have to be more careful. Meanwhile, Daniel Patrick jumped onto the giant and headed towards his head. Swinging his weapon and screaming furiously, the protagonist prepared to end this battle with one blow. The next moment, a sharp battle axe plunged straight into the Cyclops' eye. This caused the monster to freeze and begin to lose its balance, falling backwards. A second later, the defeated enemy fell to the ground with a crash and stopped showing signs of life. Daniel Patrick also fell on his back to rest and began to rejoice that this fight was finally over. Latrivia clapped her hands and said that the man began to make decisions much faster, and the dungeon was clearly doing him good. Danil said that at first he was stunned when his axe broke, but he was glad that everything ended well. The girl praised him, saying that for a man in a stupor, he fought very well. Hearing this, the man assumed that his grades had improved. The witch was surprised by this conclusion. The girl began to say that the main character had not kept an eye on his weapon, had still not gotten close to superposition, and continued to make excuses that he was embarrassed to use other abilities. Latrivia also said that the man snored as if a tornado was rushing nearby. Danil asked the girl to stop because this was completely out of place. The witch continued to say that they didn't have time for excuses. Danil asked not to focus on this because he already understood that he had to train hard. Suddenly they heard the broken axe that the protagonist had stabbed into the giant's leg fall to the ground after the monster's body evaporated. Daniel Patrick thought it was strange. The girl asked what the man meant. The protagonist explained that the boss's body had disappeared, but the axe he found in the dungeon remained. The witch also noticed this. The man continued to say that he still did not understand why this happened. Latrivia said that it was for the best of her comrade's appearance, since he had no other weapon anyway. After that, the girl asked him if he liked it. Danil examined the axe and said that with the ability to enhance it, this weapon was not bad. Then the witch exhaled regretfully and said that since the man could not use superposition, she was forced to limit the number of his otherworldly abilities. Danil promised that he would try to learn everything. Latrivia replied that right now she didn't really care about it. Soon our heroes reached the transport device and placed the broken battle axe on it. Latrivia asked if the protagonist thought that the queen would be horrified when she saw this axe. The man replied that he could not leave it there. He also believed that this axe would serve as proof that they were alive and everything was okay with them. Then the girl suggested simply writing a letter, but Danil refused. The broken axe immediately disappeared and moved to the top. Meanwhile, evening had come up above. The sun was slowly setting below the horizon, painting the sky with bright colors. Soon the parcel from our heroes was delivered to the palace and shown to the queen. The girl looked at the broken weapon with regret and said that it was made using a special technology and ended up being returned in this form. Because of this, the queen became interested in who our heroes were fighting with and was afraid that they could be seriously injured. Sir Karim asked Her Majesty not to worry, because he was sure that Danil sent this axe only because the girl gave it to him. The man continued to say that if something happened, the main character would return personally, and the kingdom agreed with this. After that, she sighed heavily and said that she shouldn't have let Danil go into the dungeon, but that it would have been better to send him to train in some order. Karim said uncertainly that given the man's reputation, only his order could accept him. The old man continued to say that first the main character needed to show himself in the dungeon to strengthen both his position and the order, so sending him was a wise decision. The queen replied that it all sounded as if she was using Danil Karim, who laughed at this. Her Majesty thought again and preferred to call all this mutual assistance. The knight continued to calm the girl down, saying that everything would be fine with the main character, because in the end, Mrs. Duvant was with him. Looking at the sunset out the window, the girl said that one way or another, all they could do was wait. Pamela and Velasquez were also looking at the same sunset. The warrior asked the sage his opinion about whether Danil would come after him. The old man answered that it was obvious. He continued to say that this will definitely happen, but not now, because most likely the main character went to the dungeon to develop to the level of Rodney. The warrior thought for a while, after which he said that given how the man had fought, he would barely be able to reach even the 50th floor. Velasquez responded to this by saying that Latrivia was with him, and that she would definitely come up with something. Pamela found this hard to believe. He said that the girl had even less chance. After that, the warrior began to be surprised that Danil decided to go into the dungeon to catch him. Velasquez said that he understood that he and Rodney were now allies, but still asked not to mock his student. Pamela replied that he was only telling the truth. Suddenly, Lulu called out to her grandfather and started running towards him. After this, the girl asked him to extend his hand to her. Velasquez was surprised by this. A moment later, he had in his hand several nuts that Lulu had found nearby. The old man began to examine and praise his granddaughter. Suddenly, Rodney asked where his nuts were. He extended his hand and the girl immediately put something in it. It turned out that these were not treats, but a large, hairy caterpillar. Rodney immediately got scared and threw it away, and the girl started laughing loudly, saying that the man had fallen for her prank. At this time, our heroes were still in the dungeon. Daniel was indignant and asked why Latrivia had brought danger to them, after which he suggested that it was done on purpose. The 31st floor greeted our heroes with huge, aggressive insects. They looked like centipedes and wanted to deal with the travelers. Daniel asked the girl to stop laughing and accused her of deliberately stepping on Latrivius's trap. Of course she denied it. After this, the witch said that if the man continued to run away, he would gather even more monsters. The main character continued to be indignant because of what his friend did. Continuing to run away, Daniil already regretted that he believed the witch and went down into the dungeon. The girl quietly laughed at this. Finally, the protagonist stopped and turned to face his pursuers, asking Latrivia to move as far away from him as possible. The girl was surprised and asked why she had to go far away. Daniil Patrick explained that he was now going to complete her task and use her new ability. The witch was surprised that the man had finally decided to do it. The main character replied that he had already made up his mind a long time ago, but he had never had the opportunity to do it before. After that, Daniil's left eye began to glow brightly. Now the main character was absolutely ready to fight his opponents and show what he was worth. Suddenly, Daniel Patrick was enveloped in small but bright bolts of lightning, which literally made his hair stand on end. The thing was that the main character, in order to defeat his opponents, used one of his many otherworldly skills, which was called an electric discharge. Lightning immediately began to flash around the man, preventing the huge beetles from attacking him or even getting close to him. The next moment, the protagonist directed this power at his opponents. All the bugs immediately began to shake from numerous shocks of electricity. After some time, the beetles that were crawling on the walls and ceiling of the dungeon began to drop down dead. Soon, all the opponents were defeated and lay at the feet of Daniel Patrick, but the man did not relax and was on guard. Latrivia Duvon, who had been standing to the side all this time and watching what was happening, was very surprised. While examining the dead bugs, the girl said that the main character's ability, although crude, was effective. She believed that this skill would be very useful in large-scale battles. After thinking for a while, Latrivia Duvon continued to say that for an otherworldly ability, this skill was even too destructive. Daniil Patrick denied this because this skill had one serious drawback. The man explained that he was using it for the first time, but it immediately became clear to him that it was almost impossible to predict the trajectory of the lightning. Suddenly, the witch looked at the main character with suspicion. After this, Latrivia Duvon said that she wanted to hear the story of this ability. This suddenness surprised Daniel Patrick. The girl clarified that the main character, for some reason, chose this particular skill to defeat the monsters, so she was interested in what that reason was. Daniel Patrick looked away and began to say that there was really nothing special about it. Recalling the circumstances due to which he received this skill, the main character added that it was all tragic. One day, a gang of bandits plundered a city, and the previous owner of the ability watched all this from a safe shelter. This man tried to protect his friends but was unable to control the ability. An electric discharge instantly flew around. Daniel Patrick pointed to the recently defeated monsters and continued to say that the result was something like this. The previous owner of the ability incinerated everyone within sight, both bandits and his friends, for which he was soon executed. Latrivia Duvon listened attentively to the protagonist's story without interrupting him, but suddenly realized something that she didn't particularly like. Angry Witch asked if Daniil really thought it was a good idea to use such a dangerous skill near her. After this, Latrivia Duvon, still very dissatisfied, grabbed the man by the clothes and asked if he was really such an idiot. Daniel Patrick was surprised by the girl's reaction and timidly reminded her that he had warned her to move as far away from him as possible. Latrivia Duvon did not respond to this. After this, absolute silence reigned in the dungeon. Our heroes looked at each other intently. Suddenly, a loud blow echoed throughout the cave. The protagonist immediately grabbed his leg and began to scream in pain. Latrivia, as if nothing had happened, went on without waiting for the man. However, the girl turned to Daniel Patrick and said that she forbade him to use this ability. The main character, hearing this, was very indignant and asked if the witch was really joking like that. Daniil thought it was unfair that the girl forbade him to use the ability that he had chosen with difficulty. Then Latrivia asked what was the point of using the ability that the man could not direct correctly. After this, the witch again asked the protagonist to never use this skill, until he could perfectly control the range and trajectory of the electrical discharges. Still, Daniel Patrick agreed because he realized that it was indeed dangerous. The witch continued to say that this was precisely why the superposition was so important. The girl was also sure that the main character definitely had an ability that he could combine with an electric discharge, and therefore he should think carefully. After that, Latrivia Duvon said that they had already passed the 30th floor and therefore they had nowhere to rush, especially considering that the real training would only begin now. The main character was surprised to hear this because he didn't understand what real training meant. The girl replied that first they would see how good the man was given the restrictions. Daniel Patrick did not understand what restrictions his friend was talking about and was therefore surprised again. The witch explained that now she would not give the man any information about the monsters or the boss of the 4th stage. Daniel quietly said under his breath that the girl had not told him anything before. Latrivia Duvon heard criticism directed at her and asked the protagonist not to interrupt her. The man, frightened, immediately fell silent. The girl began to say that in the 4th zone the main character will use only 3 abilities, and once he chooses them, there will be no turning back. After thinking for a while, Daniel Patrick said that he would use the skills Divine Glow, Acceleration, and Weapon Enhancement. After that, the man asked what would change in his training then. Since before he had used the same skills, Latrivia immediately said that the new Divine Glow was excluded from the list. Daniel Patrick was shocked to hear this because he did not understand how he would cope without this skill. Then the girl asked until what time the man was going to rely only on this ability. The witch continued to say that the main character had already tried 3 otherworldly abilities and only 1 heavenly one, which was the Divine Glow. Latrivia Duvon believed that a man, although not very well, could already try superposition with foreign abilities, but this did not apply to the heavenly ones. Hearing this, the protagonist suggested that he needed to use more heavenly abilities. The witch confirmed this. After that, the girl suggested that the man would want to choose the skills of weapon enhancement and acceleration. In this case, he would have to choose another heavenly ability. Latrivia Duvon asked the protagonist not to despair because it seemed to her that the man had finally overcome his reluctance to use other skills. The girl continued to say that now he had to pick 1 heavenly ability that he could combine with the otherworldly ones. Daniel Patrick asked what the point of all this was. Hearing this question, Latrivia Duvon exhaled heavily and grabbed her head because she could not believe that the main character still did not understand the meaning of this training. The girl began to say that firstly, the man would be able to study all the heavenly abilities that he possessed. Secondly, he would be able to choose the most useful ones from them, and thirdly, he would pass the 4th stage of the dungeon. Only after this explanation did Daniel Patrick understand what the meaning of all this was. Latrivia Duvon gave the protagonist 3 hours to choose an ability. The girl herself approached her magic suitcase and began to take her things out of it, while the main character watched all this with incomprehension. It turned out that while the man was choosing a heavenly ability for himself, Latrivia Duvon decided to spend it usefully and sleep. Very soon the witch covered herself with a warm blanket and prepared to fall asleep under the surprised gaze of Daniel Patrick. Finally, the girl asked the man to wake her up as soon as he made his choice and asked him not to mess around while she was sleeping. After this, Latrivia Duvon wished the main character good luck and, turning on her side, began to fall asleep. The girl was unable to sleep because immediately after she closed her eyes, Daniel Patrick came up to her and began to wake her up. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, not understanding what else the man wanted to ask her. The main character timidly began to say that he had thought about this for a long time and therefore had already chosen his ability. Latrivia Duvon jumped up from her seat out of surprise. After that, the girl asked why the main character in that case did not try to use the chosen ability. The man answered that he had a bad feeling about it. Hearing this, Latrivia Duvon asked the protagonist to choose another heavenly ability and then went back to sleep. The man replied that he had already chosen it. The next moment it became clear that this was not so important to the girl because she just wanted to sleep and therefore asked to wake her up in exactly 3 hours. After this, Latrivia Duvon fell asleep so the main character could only wait for these long 3 hours to pass. In order to somehow occupy himself, Daniel Patrick began to do physical exercises and did more than 300 push-ups. After this, the man began to think about the strategy of the battle and the unification of all the abilities available to him. At first, he wanted to attack the enemy under the reinforcement and then strengthen the weapon, but quickly abandoned this idea. After some time, Latrivia Duvon finally woke up and was ready to continue training the protagonist. I gathered my things and the girl suggested that we set off on our journey. Daniel Patrick was surprised by this because he expected that the witch would at least check what heavenly skill he had chosen. Latrivia Duvon replied that the man was no longer a child and would figure everything out himself. After that, our heroes went on to explore the royal dungeon. Having defeated several dozen different monsters, they quickly found themselves on the 33rd floor. Along the way, the main character trained his skills. During another battle, Daniel Patrick began to feel that it was difficult for him to cope without the skill of Divine Glow. However, the main character did not stay and used the acceleration skill to quickly defeat several opponents at once with one blow. But this was far from the end. From the darkness, several bloodthirsty monsters looked at the man, their eyes brightly burning with rage. This caught the protagonist by surprise, but using the weapon enhancement skill, he managed to push away the giant beetles without much difficulty. Suddenly, one of the monsters threw a clot of mucus right into Daniel Patrick's face, which naturally discouraged him. The man quickly dealt with his opponent and began to cough, trying to spit out the mucus that had gotten into his mouth. At the same time, Latrivia Duvon asked why her comrade had not used the new ability. The main character categorically answered that he had no intention of using her against these beetles. The girl immediately asked why the man's decision was exactly that. Daniel Patrick replied that even without using this heavenly ability, he was already covered in slime. The man was even afraid to imagine what would happen when he used it against the bugs. The main character understood that the bodies of the defeated opponents would disappear anyway, but it still seemed disgusting to him. The man also regretted that he could not use the electric discharge skill. To this, the girl said that if a man used this skill, he would roast everyone around him at once. After this, the girl thought that given that the man did not want to use the new ability on the bugs, after using the new ability, the slime would fly in all directions. Suddenly, the main character got scared because he assumed that the boss of the fourth zone could also be a bug, and therefore he did not understand what he should do. Latrivia remembered the conditions of the new training, so she did not give the main character any information about the boss. The man began to think about what he should do if his opponent turned out to be a beetle. Throughout the entire journey that our heroes took to the 36th floor, Daniel Patrick never once used his new heavenly ability because all his opponents were bugs. The 38th floor of the royal dungeon was also filled with huge insects, so the main character only managed to cope with otherworldly skills. After taking a short break, Daniel Patrick began to sniff his clothes to determine if they had any unpleasant odors. The man had the feeling that he still smelled like slime, and he didn't like it. Latrivia laughed at this and said that the main character himself knew that he didn't smell like slime. Soon our heroes reached the 39th floor. Latrivia Duvon was surprised that the main character was able to do this without using a heavenly ability. Daniel Patrick began to open the huge gates that led to the boss of the fourth stage. At the same time, he really hoped that he would not have to fight the beetle now. Entering the dark room, the main character continued to beg that the boss was not a bug. Latrivia Duvon asked the man to stop because it was annoying. Suddenly in the darkness, our heroes saw a bright red glow. Daniel Patrick immediately realized that it was his enemy who was hiding in the darkness. The main character peered into the darkness to see the boss of the fourth stage and understand whether he was a bug or not. Finally, the man saw his opponent and was momentarily taken aback by surprise. In front of our heroes stood a huge stone golem in whose chest a bright red glow was burning. The boss of the fourth stage was already ready to fight the people who disturbed him. Unexpectedly, Daniel Patrick was very happy because his opponent was not a bug. The man did not pay any attention to the size of the golem with which he had to fight. Before the battle, Latrivia Duvon asked if the protagonist was sure that the heavenly ability he chose would be useful in this battle. Daniel Patrick was in no hurry to answer this question, and it seemed that he was getting very nervous about something. The girl asked again if the man was sure of his choice. Daniel Patrick replied that he was almost sure of it. It was obvious that the man was lying because he continued to be very nervous and sweating from excitement. The main character looked at the huge stone golem and said that he could not even imagine that he would have to fight such an opponent, but he had no other way. At this time in the kingdom, one of the subordinates reported to the head of the Order of Five that Her Majesty had given their treasure to a scoundrel from the Order of 11. The woman was outraged by this. Soon the head of the order became even more angry because the next subordinate arrived and reported that the main character broke the axe given to him while fighting in the dungeon. From the third subordinate, the woman learned that Patria was caught when she sneaked into the royal dungeon and put behind bars. Despite the girl's pleas, the head of the order ordered that she not be released so that she could think a little about life behind bars. Daniel Patrick looked at the huge stone golem that was the boss of the fourth stage of the royal dungeon and anticipated what the battle with him would be like. The main character smiled and honestly admitted that he expected something a little different. Suddenly, the man fearlessly rushed forward, saying that he would still try out his new heavenly ability. Latrivia Duvon followed up by telling the man that he was being stubborn and that she had not planned to force him to do it. Running up to his opponent, the protagonist said that stubbornness was an inevitable path to self-improvement. The stone golem, noticing the approach of his opponent, did not wait for his attack and tried to crush him with his huge foot, but the man managed to jump aside in time. Daniel Patrick went on to say that he thought the fourth stage boss would be a living organism, so he doubted his new heavenly ability would work on the golem if it was immune to explosions. Then the main character used the otherworldly skill of weapon enhancement, which instantly enveloped his axe in a magical aura. After this, the man's right eye began to glow brightly yellow, indicating that he was ready to use his new heavenly ability. Daniel Patrick swung his axe and attacked the stone golem with all his might, but so far it had no effect at all. That was not all. The main character finally used his heavenly ability, which was a pinpoint explosion. The next moment, there was a huge explosion, a bright flame from which illuminated everything around. The girl was very surprised by this. Latrivia Duvon admitted that this new heavenly ability was quite powerful. At the same time, the witch was interested in whether it would work against the stone golem. As soon as the flame died down and the smoke cleared, everything became clear. Daniel Patrick was unpleasantly surprised when he saw that his attack did not cause any damage to the stone golem at all. Suddenly, the boss of the fourth stage attacked the main character, forcing him to retreat back in order to think everything over. Daniel Patrick didn't know what to do now, because he couldn't even scratch the golem with his powerful attack. However, the main character did not despair and hit his opponent several more times using his new heavenly ability. The next attack was accompanied by a loud and bright explosion, but did not cause any damage to the boss at all. Suddenly, the main character realized that this golem was not made of stone because it was too strong. Suddenly, the boss attacked the main character again, but his blows were too slow, so the man managed to avoid them without difficulty. Latrivia Duvon saw that the main character was not succeeding and assumed that he was about to give up. Daniel Patrick immediately dismissed this assumption and once again fearlessly rushed at his opponent. The witch watched with interest as the main character fought the dungeon boss and couldn't wait to see how the man would get out of the situation. Daniel Patrick remembers the words to the girl that he should combine abilities for a better effect, so he decided to first accelerate and then immediately strengthen the weapon and strike with an explosion. The next moment, the protagonist immediately began to carry out his plan and used the acceleration skill to get closer to his opponent. After that, the fully concentrated man used the weapon enhancement skill and swung his sharp axe. The final step was to use the new heavenly skill, point explosion. After all the manipulations were completed, a huge explosion was heard, which was clearly different from the previous ones. Daniel Patrick watched in surprise as several stones responded from the golem. The main character was very happy that he managed to combine his abilities as Latrivia Duvon advised. Now, Daniel Patrick was confident that he had a chance to defeat this boss. Suddenly, all the man's enthusiasm disappeared somewhere. The main character looked at his axe and could not believe that his weapon could not withstand his powerful attacks again and was about to break. The shocked man couldn't take his eyes off the damaged axe because he had hoped that it would withstand his attacks. At this time, the stone golem did not even think of stopping the battle because of the broken axe of its opponent, and therefore again attacked the main character, trying to crush him. Thanks to this sudden attack, Daniel Patrick saw that the golem's leg was damaged after his powerful blow. This brought the protagonist back into a good mood and he intended to continue the fight. Daniel Patrick spread his arms out to the side and loudly addressed the stone golem, inviting him to show everything he was capable of. After this, the man pushed off the ground with force and ran into the attack, planning to repeat how he combined his abilities. The fully concentrated protagonist began to combine the skills of acceleration, weapon enhancement, and pinpoint explosion. Once again, the silence of the dungeon was broken by a loud explosion which, although briefly, drove away the darkness. One attack naturally could not give the desired result, so the man had to repeat the same thing several more times. It seemed that it worked, because with each blow, the boss of this dungeon was throwing off more and more stones. Daniel Patrick, seeing the positive trend, continued to attack her opponent, sparing neither herself nor her weapon. After several attacks, the result was clearly visible. The golem's leg had serious damage, which indicated that the man should continue in the same spirit. However, Things were complicated by the fact that his axe was completely broken, which shocked Daniel Patrick. The stone golem took advantage of the protagonist's confusion and was able to successfully attack the man, throwing him away. After a strong blow from the dungeon boss, Daniel Patrick flew back a decent distance in pain. However, this cannot stop the main character who, overcoming the pain, threw away his broken weapon and took out the ordinary axe that he always carried with him. A moment later, the men rushed back into battle, hoping that his wood-chopping axe would withstand at least one blow. Just a few seconds later, another explosion sounded, indicating a successful attack carried out by the main character. But as expected, a regular axe couldn't handle such a powerful attack and broke from the first blow, leaving Daniel Patrick completely without a weapon. The man, without thinking, threw away everything that was left of his favorite axe and looked at the stone golem, which was already ready to attack him in response. Having no other choice, the main character began to flee in order to buy himself time and think about his next steps. Having run to a safe distance and looking at his opponent again, the man realized that the only weapons he had left were his fists. The next moment, Daniel Patrick used an otherworldly acceleration skill and began to quickly run towards his opponent. Having approached close enough, the protagonist swung his fist and used the heavenly skill Pinpoint Explosion. As expected, a huge explosion thundered, which threw the man back. After such a strong blow, the main character's hand was damaged and bleeding. Despite this, Daniel Patrick was not going to give up. Suddenly, a large stone fell right next to the man, which flew off from the stone golem. The main character, noticing an oblong stone near him, began to look at it intently, thinking about something. Soon, Daniel Patrick rushed into battle again, this time taking with him that very stone. I think that he could have managed to attack the boss of this dungeon with it. The main character quickly repeated all the necessary manipulations, which caused another explosion. It seemed that this time the explosion was much larger and the flame much brighter. The stone golem thought the same thing, so he looked down to see where his opponent was. As soon as the flame went out and the smoke cleared, it became clear that after this attack, the golem had suffered much more damage and it was much more serious. Daniel Patrick held his new weapon in his bleeding hand and was very happy that his guess turned out to be correct. Without wasting any time, the protagonist once again used the otherworldly acceleration skill to repeat his success. At the same time, the man used the weapon enhancement skill, which was used without problems to apply the stone fragment of the golem. Daniel Patrick didn't forget about his new heavenly skill, which he immediately used as soon as his weapon touched the dungeon boss's leg. Everything was done correctly, so another explosion sounded. The main character stepped back a little to look at the result of his labors. As expected, the damage was serious, but the man's bleeding hand no longer contained his weapon, as it was stuck in the golem's leg. Seeing this, Daniel Patrick was not upset at all, but on the contrary, he became more determined because he had some kind of idea. In order to bring it to life, the man pushed off the ground with force and ran to attack his opponent. This time, the main character decided to use his leg instead of his hands to strike, aiming at the stuck stone fragment. What was surprising about all this was not that another explosion sounded, but that the stone fragment began to penetrate deeper and deeper into the golem, destroying it. The explosion only increased the negative effect, scattering fragments of the stone golem to the sides. Daniel Patrick watched in amazement as the main character managed to completely destroy the dungeon boss's leg with one blow. The massive stone golem could not maintain its balance while standing on one leg, so it began to quickly fall downwards, raising clouds of dust around itself. After this, the main character climbed onto the golem in order to finally end this battle with his victory. Daniel Patrick clutched the sharp stone shard of the golem in his hand and prepared to carry out his plan. The next moment, the man swung his weapon sharply and aimed at the bright red stone that was in the dungeon boss's chest. Soon there was a loud explosion, from which the red stone split and flew to the sides. The stone golem no longer made any attempts to attack the protagonist. Soon his hand fell to the ground with a thud, marking Daniel Patrick's victory over the Stage 4 boss. The main character immediately began to scream loudly with joy, not even thinking about holding back his emotions. Latrivia Duvon was also very happy with the victory of the main character and said that she was very surprised because it was amazing. Daniel Patrick said that he would consider this praise from the girl as a compliment. Now the man felt great. After this, the witch asked the main character to calm down and heal his wounds received during the battle. Daniel Patrick immediately used the heavenly skill Divine Lighting, causing his injured hands to quickly heal. Latrivia Duvon was about to go further to explore the dungeon, but she saw that the man was in no hurry and was standing next to the defeated golem. Then the girl suggested that the main character take a rest. The man agreed to this. but first he needed to do something. Daniil Patrick continued to stare at his defeated opponent for a while longer, and said that he wanted to enjoy his victory a little longer. Some time passed. The protagonist showed his girlfriend his new weapon, which was made from a stone fragment of a golem, and asked what she thought about it. The man was sure that his new axe was very good because the golem fragments were much harder than ordinary weapons. Latrivia Duvant said that this weapon looked good. The girl thought they were lucky because the fragments remained and did not disappear. She assumed that the dungeon considered them the man's property, which is why they did not disappear. After this, Latrivia Duvant began collecting the remaining fragments in her suitcase in case they were needed again. Along with this, the girl noticed that the main character had a very pleased appearance. Daniel Patrick timidly explained that it was because he thought he couldn't get any better at that age, and so he seemed to have more confidence. After this, Latrivia Duvant asked if the protagonist wanted to check how much he had progressed through training. This is exactly why our heroes headed to the next level of the Royal Dungeon. Unexpectedly, Latrivia Duvant said that she had no records of what happened in the dungeon after the 40th floor. This surprised the man. Still, he said with a smile on his face that it didn't matter at all since the girl didn't really tell him anything anyway. After some time, Daniil Patrick decided to test his new weapon, and for this he attacked a large stone. The main character was very surprised when he saw the result of the work of his axe, which was made quickly from scrap materials. The man stared at the perfectly even cut left by his axe. Latrivia Duvant, not understanding what was going on, asked the main character what had happened. Daniil Patrick stated that despite its rough appearance, his weapon was better than most other axes. The girl did not expect that the axe from the golem fragment would be so good. Latrivia Duvant was very surprised by the fact that the axe did not have a sharp blade, but at the same time it cut so that any sword would be envious. Latrivia Duvant looked with extraordinary interest at the fragment that remained after the defeated golem and thought that it was truly curious. The girl said that when she held this fragment in her hands, it felt just like an old stone head. Daniil Patrick was also surprised by the properties of his new weapon because it didn't look very good. After this, our heroes suddenly looked at each other silently, which caused a slight awkwardness. To finish this, the main character suggested moving on. Latrivia Duvant asked during the next rest to let her look at the axe again. Suddenly, the man asked why the girl had no information about the dungeon after the 40th floor and suggested that they might have gotten lost. The witch replied that King Yorkton had left no records to prevent further progress in the dungeon. The man immediately assumed that after the 40th floor, something dangerous began. The girl continued to say that once 80 soldiers were sent out, but no one returned, and it turned out that Rodney was the only one who was able to move forward, albeit unofficially. After that, Latrivia Duvant asked what the backstory was of the protagonist's new heavenly skill. The man assumed that the girl was going to ask him about each new skill. Latrivia Duvant was very interested to know about this, so the protagonist said that a petty thief was caught in the royal vault area and used this ability against a guard. After some time, our heroes were already fighting their way through the 43rd floor. Here, the main character had to fight small stone golems. The 45th floor was also not difficult because here Daniel Patrick, even without his abilities, was able to defeat the huge snails and move on. The 48th floor of the royal dungeon was much more interesting. Here the man met unusual monsters similar to worms, but this did not help to stop him. Daniel Patrick looked at his defeated enemies and thought that it was all strange. He couldn't believe that such a good result was achieved only because of the new axe. Latrivia Duvant felt that the monsters at this stage seemed a little weaker than the previous ones. Daniel Patrick was sure that this monster should have lived in the first or second stage of the dungeon and not here. The protagonist watched as the corpses of the defeated enemies evaporated and was for some reason annoyed. Latrivia Duvant assumed that this was because the 49th floor was waiting for them ahead. After some time, our heroes approached the huge stone gates that separated them from the boss of the 5th stage of the dungeon. Latrivia Duvant looked at the gate and anticipated that this battle would be quite serious. Daniel Patrick remembered what the girl had recently told him and asked if all those soldiers had ended their lives here. After that, the man looked at his axe and suggested that he should have somehow secured the splinter because he did not feel confident. The witch assured that this was enough. This did not calm the main character down because he did not even know what was behind these gates. Then Latrivia Duvant wondered what the man's next opponent could be. The girl said that in the best case, it would be something gigantic. Hearing this, Daniel Patrick asked what the worst case could be. The witch replied that the boss of this stage could be very strong, and of course resilient. The protagonist asked if there really was no better option. Latrivia Duvon calmed the man down by saying that she would also join the battle if necessary. Daniel Patrick asked him not to do this if everything went well. After all these discussions, our heroes finally opened the gate. A stream of cold air immediately gushed out of the dark room. The witch peered into the darkness and said that they were here even though King Yorkton the Conqueror recommended not to enter here. The protagonist suggested going further and seeing what awaited them. Our heroes managed to make out dark silhouettes, so it seemed to them that the boss who lived here was gigantic and looked strong and powerful. Daniel Patrick didn't understand what kind of monster it was because he had never seen anything like it before. In front of our heroes sat a giant turtle, calmly showing no interest at all in its suddenly appearing guests. The boss of the 5th stage of the dungeon didn't care at all about the presence of people. The turtle just yawned lazily, as if intending to go to sleep. Daniel Patrick was surprised that this monster completely ignored them. Latrivia Duvon thought that in any case, it was something new and unusual. After this, the main character tightly clutched his axe in his hand and asked the girl to stay away from the monster just in case. The witch assumed that the man would be able to deal with this enemy alone. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the protagonist, with a serious look, said that they had only one way to find out. After that, the man wasted no time in using his divine glow heavenly skill, which instantly gave him strength for the upcoming battle. The bright light that emanated from the main character attracted the turtle's attention, and so she lazily turned her head towards the uninvited guest. Seeing that a stranger had entered his lair, the monster's eyes immediately flared with rage and began to glow bright red, which was especially visible in the dark room. Suddenly, the giant turtle began to roar loudly in order to frighten its opponent as much as possible. Daniel Patrick was taken aback by the sudden change in the dungeon boss's behavior, as he had recently completely ignored people. Watching all this, the main character suddenly began to smile and say that his body was screaming that he should feel fear at the sight of the monster. However, the man did not intend to start the battle by running away, so he immediately rushed into battle. The main character managed to hit the giant turtle hard with an axe without any resistance from her, but it did not bring any results. The man did not despair and immediately struck another fruitless blow, trying to understand what was going on. For some time, Daniel Patrick continued his unsuccessful attempts to at least slightly injure the huge turtle, while the dungeon boss himself did not react to his opponent at all. The long swinging of the axe slightly tired the main character, so he stepped back to rest and think about everything. Daniel Patrick didn't understand why the giant turtle's body was so weak that even the divine radiance heavenly skill couldn't help him defeat the monster. Suddenly, the main character, who had not taken his eyes off the enemy, was very surprised when he saw what happened next. The boss of the 5th stage of the royal dungeon simply lowered his head to the ground as if he was preparing to sleep, despite the fact that his opponent was very close. Daniel Patrick was outraged that this monster did not even intend to attack him back, and considered that it was rather impolite on the part of the giant turtle. Therefore, the protagonist immediately decided to teach the monster a lesson in good manners and, using the heavenly skill Divine Radiance and the otherworldly skill Acceleration, he rushed to attack again. This time, Daniel Patrick did not intend to hit his opponent with an axe because he already knew that it was useless. Instead, the man began to drag the huge turtle to another place. The dungeon boss looked at the main character with interest and didn't understand why he was dragging him with such incredible effort. Daniel Patrick did not stop and continued to just turtle, pushing his feet hard into the ground. Soon the dungeon boss was already starting to get tired of the uninvited guest preventing him from resting. This was evident from the bright red eyes of the monster, which did not indicate his good intentions. The main character noticed his opponent's intense gaze on him and therefore, smiling broadly, asked him in response how he felt after that. The next moment, the giant turtle got tired of putting up with the persistent Daniel Patrick, and so she suddenly attacked him with her tail. The monster's blow was so powerful that the main character flew high into the air, after which he began to quickly fall to the ground. Landing on the ground with a thud, Daniel Patrick flipped over several more times, raising clouds of dust around himself. After doing a few more somersaults, the man finally stopped. Latrivia Duvon, who was watching everything that was happening from a safe place, was very scared for her comrade and began to run up to him. Suddenly, the girl stopped, and the main character asked her about it, putting his hand up. Very quickly, the man got to his feet and told the witch that everything was fine with him, and even the large abrasions and scratches that were on his back were already healing thanks to the heavenly skill. The main character did not waste time, and using a combination of acceleration skills, weapon enhancement, and pinpoint explosion, he again rushed to attack his opponent. The next moment, there was a huge explosion and a bright flame that illuminated the dark room for a few seconds. This was immediately followed by another explosion, because the main character did not intend to limit himself to just one attack. Daniel Patrick desperately tried to inflict even the smallest wound on the huge turtle, but all this was in vain. The exhausted man stepped back, not understanding how it was possible that this monster didn't have a single soft spot on its body. Suddenly, the dungeon boss decided to attack the main character in response, and to do this, she raised one of her front paws high. After this, the huge turtle hit the ground with its paw with all its might, causing it to immediately become covered in cracks. Suddenly, Daniel Patrick saw that an air wave was flying straight towards him, which was formed as a result of the impact with the ground. A moment later, this air wave crashed into Daniel Patrick, who clearly underestimated it. Despite the fact that it was only air, it left a large cut on the man's stomach and threw him back. This time, the main character managed to stay on his feet, but the pain from the blow was so strong that the man had to hold his stomach with his hand, trying to suppress it. Unexpectedly, another consequence of the attack of the huge turtle appeared. Daniel Patrick began to cough up blood, which indicated a small internal bleeding. However, the protagonist had no intention of giving up. He used the heavenly skill Divine Glow to heal his wounds and intended to continue this battle. Daniel was surprised that this giant turtle, in addition to its strong body, also had an attacking move. This made the man worried because he didn't know how he could defeat this boss. Daniel Patrick felt he needed to come up with something better because the combination of different skills was not enough in what combination. Suddenly, the main character got the idea to use superposition, as Latrivia Duvon had advised him to do long ago. However, Daniel Patrick wasn't entirely sure that it would work against this dungeon boss. Meanwhile, the huge turtle decided to attack the main character again, and to do this, it hit the ground with its paw with all its might. Daniel Patrick already knew the characteristics of his opponent's attacks, so as soon as he saw the air wave heading towards him, he immediately jumped up to dodge it. However, the giant turtle turned out to be much more calculating and therefore immediately caught the man by surprise and attacked him with its tail. Daniel Patrick tried to block the blow, but his opponent was much stronger than he initially appeared. The main character was immediately thrown aside. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, raising columns of dust around him. The boss of the 5th stage of the dungeon was not going to stop there, so he again prepared to attack his opponent. He had to teach him a lesson for his insolence. The huge turtle began to beat its tail on the ground, trying to hit Daniel Patrick, but he managed to deftly dodge it. During another attack, the main character clearly saw that the turtle's tail was approaching him at great speed and therefore prepared to jump to the side. Suddenly, for some reason, a stream of blood gushed out. It became clear that one of the opponents was wounded. Daniel Patrick was unable to escape the consequences and therefore received a minor wound. The wound above his eyebrow was very painful and bleeding. At that very moment, the dungeon boss, taking advantage of the fact that the main character had lost concentration, once again kicked the ground with all his might, raising thick clouds of dust around him. As expected, after this blow, an airwave flew at Daniel Patrick, which, as was already known, could cause serious damage to the man. However, the main character managed to cut this wave with the help of his axe, thereby protecting himself. After that, the man, without taking his eyes off his opponent, demonstratively used the Divine Glow skill to heal his wounds. Suddenly, the angry turtle began to loudly stomp its paws on the ground, which did not bode well for the main character. In order to escape the enemy's attack, Daniel Patrick used the otherworldly skill acceleration and began to quickly dodge the dangerous airwaves. After this, the main character decided to run around the giant turtle because he understood that standing face to face with it was too dangerous. At the same time, Daniel Patrick thought that if he continued to simply defend himself, sooner or later he simply would not be able to survive another attack by a dangerous monster. Meanwhile, the dungeon boss didn't even think about letting his opponent go so easily, and again swung his tail and tried to attack the main character, but he managed to escape in the opposite direction. Once the danger had passed, Daniel Patrick stopped to consider his next steps. The main character was behind the giant turtle. It was a good position because now the monster could hardly see him. The man analyzed what was happening and realized that this situation boiled down to the fact that he had to either act immediately or he would die. Smiling slightly and activating one of his many celestial abilities, Daniel Patrick decided that he was going to go for broke. In order to fight the boss of the 5th stage of the Royal Dungeon, the protagonist used the heavenly skill Muscle Splash. The man's body immediately became very tense and began to emit a blue aura around him. Daniel Patrick's muscles became much bigger, which gave him even more strength to fight a classy opponent. Latrivia Duvant, who was at a safe distance, silently watched what was happening, without interfering with her advice or conversations. The girl was very surprised that the main character even had such an ability in his arsenal. Thanks to this skill, Daniel Patrick was greatly transformed and began to look many times bigger. Now he was ready for battle. The man was about to fight a huge monster that looked like an amphibious turtle. It was the boss of the 5th stage that blocked the path of our heroes. Suddenly, the man began to tell that one day some drunkard in a fit of anger used this ability and destroyed the entire tavern. He took many lives with him, so he was sent to execution. To this, Latrivia Duvant said that she did not remember asking the man the history of this heavenly ability. Then the main character replied that the girl was probably interested in this. After that, the man's left eye began to glow brightly, indicating that he was preparing to use an otherworldly skill. The next moment, Daniel Patrick swung his axe, used a new boost of acceleration, and rushed at his opponent. Latrivia Duvant agreed that she was indeed interested in learning the history of this skill, and then asked, why was the man so proud of himself? At this time, the main character had already attacked the huge turtle in order to find out its features and what it was capable of. A moment later, blood gushed from the newly formed wound, but the dungeon boss did not react to this at all. Daniel Patrick was very pleased with this result. It meant that the turtle was susceptible to cuts, and therefore the man had every chance of winning. "Swing your weapon again!" The main character shouted that now he had not only the ability of divine section, but also much more. The next moment, Daniel Patrick thrust his axe with all his might as deep as he could into the flesh of the huge turtle. Without wasting time, the protagonist used the otherworldly acceleration skill to make his idea a reality. Without removing the battle axe from the wound, the man began to quickly run forward, cutting the dungeon boss's flesh along the way and leaving behind a long, deep wound. The main character was sure that the battle would soon be over. The big turtle felt the pain that Daniel Patrick's attacks were bringing her, and therefore began to growl loudly, expressing her displeasure. This could not continue for long, and so, in order to stop the main character, the dungeon boss suddenly attacked the enemy with his paw. Daniel Patrick was immediately thrown back, not allowing him to finish what he had planned and causing him severe pain. The turtle continued to carry out its revenge and therefore hit the man again, not giving him a chance to recover and come to his senses. The blows with the paws were followed by an attack with the tail, which also did not leave the main character indifferent. After this, the huge monster left the man alone, letting his exhausted body fall down. Daniel Patrick fell to the ground with a thud, causing dust to rise around him and the rocks beneath him to become covered in a multitude of cracks. The fall was so painful that the main character opened his eyes wide in shock and began to cough up blood. Seeing all this, Latrivia Duvant was very afraid for her comrade and immediately began to run up to him in order to check his condition. Without taking her eyes off the dangerous monster, the witch turned to Daniel Patrick and asked if he was alive. Having received no answer, the girl took out her magic wand, thinking that it was now her turn to fight the dungeon boss. Suddenly, the main character grabbed the witch by the hand, stopping her. Daniel Patrick, trying to contain the intense pain, turned to his girlfriend and meekly stated that it was only his opponent. Latrivia Duvant was surprised but did not argue with the protagonist and only silently watched as he healed his wounds using his heavenly skill of divine glow. Seeing that his opponent was back on his feet, the boss of the underworld decided to get the main character all together, and for this, he had already swung his paw. Daniel Patrick noticed this in time and grabbed Latrivia Duvant and quickly carried her to safety. Meanwhile, the huge turtle waved its paw, trying to get the main character away from the strong gusts of wind. After this, the man turned to the witch and asked her to trust him. He assured the girl that he could defeat this monster. Latrivia Duvant asked if the protagonist was sure of this, but seeing how his muscles tensed, she realized that she would not receive an answer. A moment later, without further explanation, Daniel Patrick once again rushed to attack the dungeon boss, who did not take his bright red eyes off his opponent. The main character quickly approached the huge turtle and was able to successfully attack it, causing the monster's blood to immediately gush out from the newly formed wound. However, this attack did not stop the dungeon boss from hitting the protagonist in response, breaking his concentration. Daniel Patrick immediately ran back to a safe distance to think it over again. At this time, the turtle growled loudly, trying to scare its opponent. The protagonist looked at the dungeon boss and tried to visually find his weak spot. Very soon, the man had an idea, but to implement it, he had to work hard. The next moment, Daniel Patrick ran up to his opponent again, but this time not to attack him. Putting all his efforts into it, the main character began to push the huge turtle to the side, which greatly surprised the monster himself. A few seconds later, the dungeon boss crashed into the rock the man was pushing him towards with a huge bang. The rock immediately began to crumble, and large stones fell right on the turtle's head. While the enemy was confused, Daniel Patrick did not waste time and attacked the monster with his axe as quickly as possible. The man struck one blow after another, leaving many bleeding wounds and trying to weaken his opponent. Finally, the main character decided to use the heavenly skill, Point Explosion, for which he already swung his axe. At the same time, the dungeon boss had completely different plans, so he swung his tail and was able to attack the protagonist earlier. Daniel Patrick was immediately thrown to the side, causing him to hit the cave wall with great force. This caused the man extreme pain. Very quickly, the main character came down to the ground, and was even able to stand on his feet after that. However, it was clear that the long, grueling battle and the wounds he had received had almost deprived Daniel Patrick of his strength. At this time, Latrivia Duvon was watching everything that was happening from the sidelines, but for now, she did not interfere in this fight, as the main character had asked her to. The girl remained in place and wondered whether her comrade would be able to cope with such a strong opponent. Just in case, the witch kept her magic wand at the ready in order to come to the man's aid at the first call. The dungeon boss looked at the main character with incomprehension, not understanding what else could be expected from him. Daniel Patrick stood there for a while, recovering from his recent failure and wondering what he should have done next. Suddenly, the man began to calmly walk forward to meet his opponent, which indicated that he had no intention of giving up. Daniel Patrick sadly told himself that he would have to start all over again. The protagonist started by using the heavenly skill Divine Glow to heal all his wounds. Once this was done, the second stage of preparation for battle began. This concerned the weapon that the man used. Of course, it was about the otherworldly skill of weapon enhancement, due to which the main character's axe was immediately covered with a magical aura. Both of Daniel Patrick's eyes were shining brightly, indicating his determination and concentration. The man was now ready to continue the fight. The next moment, the main character rushed into the attack so quickly that he instantly disappeared from sight, raising huge clouds of dust around him. This surprised the girl. Latrivia Duvon, looking at this, could not believe that the main character was using superposition right now. After just a few seconds, Daniel Patrick managed not only to get close to his opponent, but also to climb onto the strong shell of the huge turtle, where it was out of reach. Without wasting time, the main character used the heavenly skill point explosion to attack the dungeon boss. The next moment, a huge explosion thundered on the turtle's back, which naturally brought the monster severe pain. After that, several more explosions sounded from all sides at once. A bright flame immediately enveloped the dungeon boss. Finally, Daniel Patrick attacked the neck of the huge turtle, inflicting a long longitudinal wound. It all ended with another huge explosion, which the main character, as expected, did not look at. After this series of successful attacks performed by Daniel Patrick, the head of the huge monster was torn off from the body and began to fall down. A moment later, it fell behind the protagonist with a terribly loud crash, marking his victory over the boss of the fifth stage. When it was all over, a happy Latrivia Duvon ran to the man, not believing that he had managed to deal with this monster on his own. The girl began to praise the main character with great enthusiasm, saying that this fight was incredible and the man himself showed himself excellently. Besides this, the witch was very happy that Daniel Patrick was finally able to master superposition. While Latrivia Duvon was saying all this, the main character did not react to her words at all, and only stood silently in place, not expressing any emotions. The girl noticed this and looked at Daniel Patrick's emotionless face and could not understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, the main character began to lose his balance, which greatly shocked the witch. A moment later, the man fell to the ground with a thud, completely exhausted from the recent battle. Latrivia Duvon understood everything and apologized for not catching him because he was very heavy. Daniel Patrick didn't respond to this because he didn't even have the strength to keep his eyes open. After that, the girl said that the man needed to get a good rest. Some time passed. The main character suddenly opened his eyes and didn't understand what had happened to him. The man immediately jumped up from his seat and very nervously began asking where his opponent was. Soon the main character saw the head of a huge turtle lying nearby. For a moment, Daniel Patrick stared at the monster's head in silence, trying to remember what had happened. Suddenly, the man started screaming and quickly crawling back because he thought that the boss of the fifth stage of the dungeon was still alive. Soon the main character saw Latrivia Duvon, thanks to which he calmed down a little. The girl was glad that Daniel Patrick finally woke up because after the fight, he slept for a very long time. The witch said that the main character slept for 12 whole hours. This surprised the man very much. After that, looking again at the head of the defeated huge turtle, Daniel Patrick asked whether the girls had managed to deal with the monster. To this, Latrivia Duvon asked if the man really didn't remember anything that had happened recently. From the protagonist's uncomprehending look, it was clear that this was indeed the case. Then the girl said that the men managed to use superposition in order to defeat the boss in the dungeon. It was hard for Daniel Patrick, believe me. Then the main character suggested that if this was so, then he was able to comprehend second-degree magic. Latrivia Duvon said that this was not entirely true. The unexpected girl stated that the man was actually able to grasp the third level at once. This shocked Daniel Patrick, causing him to open his mouth wide. The main character couldn't believe it because the only thing he remembered was how the monster threw him into the wall. Suddenly, the witch suggested talking about it a little later. Daniel Patrick did not understand what was the reason for postponing this conversation because he was able to reach the third stage. The girl replied that the man did not remember anything about it anyway. Then the main character suggested checking whether he could use superposition again. The witch replied that it was not worth doing now. The next moment, Latrivia Duvon suddenly said with a serious expression that they now had another problem that needed to be discussed. Daniel Patrick didn't understand what kind of problem could arise, because he had defeated the boss of the 5th stage of the royal dungeon, and now they could continue on their way. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvon stated that despite this, they could not go to the next floor because the passage was blocked. This surprised the man very much. After some time, our heroes approached the huge gates that led to the next level, but they were indeed closed despite the victory of the main character. The man was also concerned about why this gate was here, because before this, there had never been anything like this on any floor with the boss. Latrivia Duvon had been thinking about the same question for the last 12 hours. After that, the girl pointed to the gate and asked the main character to lean his hand. Daniel Patrick asked where he should lean his hand. It turned out that in the huge stone gates that blocked the path of our heroes, there was a special recess just right for a human hand. The main character extended his hand forward and began to slowly bring it to the gate. I assumed that perhaps it was a trap. As a result, nothing happened at all. This made our heroes stupefied because they did not know what to do next. Latrivia Duvon was surprised that the door did not open immediately after the protagonist killed the boss and believed that the man's attempts to forcefully open the gate were useless. However, Daniel Patrick was not going to just stay that way, so he used the heavenly skill Muscle Splash, which increased his strength many times over. After this, the main character firmly planted his feet on the ground and began to push with all his might on the gate in the hope that it would work. For some time, the man tried to force open the door and small clouds of dust rose around, but it was all useless. Daniel Patrick said that it was unrealistic because he couldn't even move the gate a little. Latrivia added that she also used all her magic, but nothing worked. Then the man said that they were now in a hopeless situation, for which reason Yorkman did not leave any notes in his diary about the 5th zone. Then the main character suggested that perhaps some device was connected to the door, but the girl insisted that she had already checked everything and everything was empty. Suddenly, Daniel Patrick asked if they were stuck at this level. Latrivia Duvon was surprised that the man had only just realized it. This made the main character angry because this situation ruined all his plans, but the girl remained calm. Latrivia Duvon suddenly said that she wanted to ask the man something. Daniel Patrick replied that she could ask him a question if it would somehow help solve the problem that had arisen. Then the witch asked if the main character felt something strange when he woke up. The man was surprised by this question. After thinking for a bit, he began to deny it and said that he felt nothing but cheerfulness, but the girl didn't ask him about that. Latrivia Duvon asked the man why she didn't think she had prepared new clothes for him while he was sleeping. The protagonist only now noticed that he was still wearing old, dirty, and torn clothes. After this, Daniel Patrick became embarrassed and began to assume something was wrong. Latrivia Duvon immediately began to deny it and say that she did not do it. The main character, hearing this, asked what exactly the girl did not do and what, in her opinion, he was going to say. This led the witch into an even greater stupor. Latrivia Duvon quickly taught the man a lesson in the most effective way and asked if now was the time for jokes. Suddenly, the main character was struck by lightning as he realized what his girlfriend really meant. Daniel Patrick said that it was all about the body of the defeated dungeon boss. Latrivia Duvon was glad that the man had finally figured it out. The witch continued to say that more than 12 hours had passed and the monster's body was still not gone. Then the main character suggested that in order to get to the 5th stage of the dungeon, they needed to do something with the boss's body. After this, the man asked the girl how this was connected with his clothes. It was difficult for the witch to explain this. Latrivia Duvan still couldn't find the right word to answer the man's question, but he himself had already begun to guess. The next moment, the main character asked if the witch really wanted him to climb inside the monster and look for what was there. The man was not at all thrilled with the idea, so he shouted loudly why he had to do it. After this, Daniel Patrick began to categorically declare that he would not climb inside the monster. The witch said that she could not do this either. Because of all this, a conflict was growing between us heroes, which felt like bright lightning was striking from side to side. The girl began to say that it was the main character who wanted to go through the dungeon to become stronger and save the moon, so he climbed into the monster researcher because it was only part of the training. To this, Daniel Patrick replied that it was the girl who came here to better study the dungeon, so he could not take away from her such a wonderful opportunity to conduct research. Hearing this, the witch, with a serious look, asked the man not to forget that it was she who carried with her all the necessary equipment. The main character took this as a threat, but with a smile he said that if he dies of hunger, the girl will still have to go further, and before that, climb into the body of the monster. Latrivia Duvan insisted that the protagonist do it, and Daniel Patrick insisted that the witch show him how it should be done. Our heroes frowned with displeasure, but did not look away from each other. None of them even thought of giving in to this argument. Unexpectedly, the main character decided to resort to radical methods and said that the loser would climb into the body of the monster. Latrivia Duvan understood perfectly well what the man was talking about and confidently agreed to this condition. Our heroes decided to play a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine which of them would climb into the corpse of the defeated boss. After counting from 1 to 3, Daniel Patrick and Latrivia Duvan showed the chosen items with their hands, but it was a tie. This fight lasted for quite a long time because none of our heroes managed to maintain victory over their opponent. Once again, the main character and the girl showed the stone, which resulted in a draw again. Daniel Patrick was already very tired of this. He could not believe that the witch showed the same object 13 times in a row. Latrivia Duvan was also nervous and wondered how the man was even capable of using 17 identical moves. After 30 minutes of hard fighting, none of our heroes were able to achieve victory. Latrivia Duvan was already exhausted and understood that she would not be able to hold out for much longer. Daniel Patrick was also almost at the end of his rope and admitted that he had underestimated his opponent. In order to encourage each other, our heroes reminded each other of the conditions of their fight, namely that the loser would climb inside the monster. After that, Latrivia Duvan and Daniel Patrick prepared for the final round that would determine the winner. The main character was about to show the scissors, but suddenly the witch was very surprised and drew the man's attention to the gate that was behind him. A confused Daniel Patrick turned around to see what had surprised the girl so much. As it turned out, nothing happened to the gates that blocked our hero's path. They were still closed. Returning back to the game, Daniel Patrick saw that Latrivia Duvan was showing paper while he had a stone, and the video did not have time to show the item he needed. The witch joyfully showed her palm, which, according to the rules of the game, denoted paper, and enjoyed her victory. The main character realized with horror that he had been deceived, but he could do nothing about it. He lost this fight. After some time, Daniel Patrick had already crawled out of the corpse of the defeated boss and was covered in disgusting slime, which he did not like at all. Suddenly, the main character saw that a thick lump of mucus was right on his hair, which made him feel really sick. In addition to everything that happened to Daniel Patrick, he also emitted an unpleasant smell that spread throughout the entire dungeon. Latrivia Duvan, holding her nose with her hand, asked the protagonist if she would enjoy finding something in the monster's body. Daniel Patrick showed off a large dark green one from above and said the girl had no idea how far he had to climb to find it. Before starting to examine the find, the main character asked the witch to tidy up his dinner. Latrivia Duvan immediately used her magic to send a strong stream of air at Daniel Patrick, which the man had been waiting for so long. After that, clean and whole clothes appeared out of nowhere and hoped for the main character. As a bonus, the witch gave the man a fashionable hairstyle so that he would not be upset about being in the body of the dungeon boss. Daniel Patrick thanked the girl for this. After that, it was time to deal with the dark green sphere that the main character managed to find. The man did not understand what kind of object it was, because he had never seen anything like it before. Then, Latrivia Duvan suggested that her friend use some ability. On the advice of the girl, Daniel Patrick used an otherworldly ability, causing the sphere to suddenly glow. After this, someone's memory appeared before our heroes. The witch immediately understood that this sphere was a storage of memory. Now the man was interested in what kind of vision it was. Our heroes looked closely at the vision in which some girl stood in front of the same gate that blocked their path. Then the mysterious stranger used a heavenly ability, as indicated by her glowing right eye, and touched the imprint on the door. Latrivia Duvon was very surprised because she saw that this girl had the third level of comprehension of magic. After this, the cities began to open up and let the stranger in. Now everything became clear to our heroes. This is where the vision ended. Daniel Patrick suggested that in order to open the gates, it was necessary to reach the third level of magic. The man, rising from his seat, considered that in that case, there was nothing special about it, and suggested that Latrivia Duvon continue their journey, but the girl was in no hurry to do so. The main character noticed that the witch was not following him, and surprised by this, asked why she was sitting in place. She suddenly said with regret that they could not go any further. Hearing this, the main character immediately asked what the girl meant. The witch preferred not to speak but to show everything at once, so she approached the gate. Using her otherworldly ability, Latrivia Duvon extended her hand forward to open the gate. However, she didn't succeed at all. The gates remained closed. Our heroes again found themselves in the same situation they were in. Daniel Patrick was surprised that even a witch had a hard time comprehending third-level magic. Latrivia Duvon clarified that it was impossible because she only had two heavenly abilities. The girl continued to say that she also tried to use otherworldly abilities, but it didn't work. Hearing this, Daniel Patrick asked what they were supposed to do next. Latrivia Duvon thought the answer was obvious. The next moment, the witch declared that the gates would be opened by the third stage of magic, and that Daniel Patrick himself would be called upon to do so. This surprised the man. The girl encouraged her friend by saying that he had recently managed to do this, which meant that he would get treatment. And now the main character did not share this enthusiasm because he did not even remember how he did it. There was nowhere to go, so Daniel Patrick sat down on the ground and began to meticulously dig through his memory, trying to remember how he was able to reach the third step. Closing his eyes, the main character tried to remember everything that happened to him during the battle with the boss. The man was completely focused on this because he understood how important these memories were now. After a while, Daniel Patrick fell to the ground and loudly screamed with content that he simply did not understand how he managed to do it the first time. Latrivia Duvon was also frustrated that the main character was not succeeding. The girl began to complain that a lot of time had passed, but the man still hadn't tried anything, let alone the third stage of magic. After this, the witch began to knead her hands and say that they could not wait any longer, and therefore it was time to take serious measures. The man did not understand what his friend was talking about. Latrivia Duvon explained that according to her plan, the main character had to bring himself to a dying state. These words shocked the man. The girl was already preparing to make her idea a reality, but the frightened Daniel Patrick immediately stopped her. Suddenly, the protagonist said that he wanted to try something. Latrivia Duvon asked what her friend was talking about. The girl also asked why the man had not tried this method all this time. Daniel Patrick timidly began to explain why he was in no hurry to try this method earlier. Latrivia Duvon didn't want to listen to all this and so asked the man to just do whatever was needed, warning him along the way that if nothing worked out, they would return to her plan. Having heard this, the main character decided to immediately begin the test, but he still needed something from his girlfriend, which he could not bring himself to ask for. Still, Daniel Patrick extended his hand and, looking away, timidly asked the girl to give him her hand. After this, absolute silence reigned in the dungeon, because Latrivia Duvon did not respond to this. The man was surprised by this and again turned to the witch. Finally, a very sacred and shocked girl asked loudly what this was for. Shocked, Latrivia Duvon loudly asked if the protagonist really thought that now was the right time for jokes. The man tried to calm the girl down, saying that he was not joking. Daniel Patrick explained that he simply wanted to use one of his celestial abilities, namely synchronization of feelings. The witch asked to tell what it was. The man began to say that he would be able to feel what the girl felt while using third-level magic, and perhaps he would be able to recreate this feeling and use it himself. Latrivia Duvon thought for a moment and decided that it actually sounded good because feelings could help a man use the third degree again. However, the girl was in no hurry to give her hand and first of all asked if there were any side effects from this ability. The man asked to give an example. The witch was afraid that the man could look at her memories or read her thoughts. This interested Daniel Patrick, and so he asked what exactly the girl was afraid of, that he could see. Still, the main character doubted that the ability called synchronization of feelings was connected with reading thoughts. He knew nothing about this ability because he had never used it before. After that, I was jealous of you. Absolute silence reigned, because Latrivia Duvon was in no hurry to give her answer. The girl asked to give her time to think because all this didn't sound very good. The main character agreed and said that for now he would try to use something else. Some time passed. Daniel Patrick used his heavenly skills to try to remember how he was able to reach the third stage, but it was difficult. At that moment, Latrivia approached him from behind. The girl, although reluctantly, agreed to try using the skill of synchronizing feelings. The main character asked if the witch had really decided to do this. Latrivia Duvon asked the man not to do anything stupid during the process. To this, the man asked his girlfriend to try not to think about stupid things. Latrivia Duvon extended her hands to the protagonist, but he was in no hurry to use his skill because he wanted to tell her something before starting. The man said that the previous owner of this ability was the founder of some cult who used it to seduce girls and took advantage of them, for which he was executed. After hearing this story, Latrivia Duvon was glad that now she did not need to ask the protagonist to tell it. After this, Daniel Patrick said that when he told these stories to the girls, he felt much better and considered that it was a kind of confession. Latrivia Duvon replied that the man could perceive it in any way and suggested that they first begin with the feelings that were associated with the second stage. The protagonist's right eye began to glow brightly, which meant that he was using his heavenly skill called sense synchronization. After this, the man told Latrivia Duvon that he was ready and she could begin to concentrate on her feelings. The girl asked the main character to concentrate because when using second-degree magic, completely different sensations were felt. Soon she asked if the man could feel something. Daniel Patrick was very surprised by how the second stage of magic felt and thought that the explanation for it was really complicated. After that, the man wanted to try to do everything himself. The protagonist focused on his girlfriend's feelings and assumed that using second-stage mania was like putting on a second shirt. Latrivia Duvon felt that he was a man and that he really managed to do everything on his own and was glad about it. A satisfied Daniel Patrick responded that although he had not played by the rules, he had still managed to master the second level of magic with the help of his heavenly skill. The girl suggested continuing and said that now she would concentrate on the feelings associated with the third stage of magic. Daniel Patrick, without letting go of his girlfriend's hands, began to feel everything that she felt. Suddenly, the man felt strange sensations in his palm that he had not felt before. After that, this feeling moved throughout the entire arm, straight to the shoulder. This feeling surprised the main character. The man did not understand what kind of feelings these were and assumed that it was similar to how blood throughout his body began to boil. Further, Daniel Patrick mentally asked himself to concentrate and follow this flow of unusual sensations. Soon the man began to smile, which indicated that he had managed to achieve what he wanted. Latrivia Duvon felt it right there and was glad that her friend managed to do it, and even on the first try. After this, the girl asked that the main character now try to do everything himself. The man agreed with this proposal and suggested starting with the second stage of magic. After some time, the main character proudly declared that he had now completely mastered the second stage of magic and suggested immediately moving on to the third. Daniel Patrick really struggled to recreate the sensations he felt while using the skill of focusing the senses. But no matter how hard the man tried, he couldn't do anything. Latrivia Duvon wondered why her friend couldn't cope with it. The main character replied with regret that he remembered the feeling perfectly well but could not recreate it. All his blood seemed to be boiling then, and he himself could not reproduce it. Latrivia Duvon extended her hand to the man and suggested that he feel this sensation again. The protagonist immediately asked if the girl was sure about this. The witch replied that the man needed to get used to this feeling anyway, so they could practice some more while they had enough time. Daniel Patrick took the girl by the hand and suggested to begin. Latrivia Duvon asked to start this time with the third stage of magic. After some time, our heroes concentrated on their feelings and also on how the main character could reproduce that very feeling. As a result, Daniel Patrick fell to the ground exhausted without having achieved the desired result. The main characters don't understand why he couldn't do anything, and it was so hard for him to make his blood boil. The witch thought about these questions. Soon, Latrivia Duvon suggested that perhaps the man needed to exhaust himself. The main character immediately began to test this theory, so he pushed off the ground with force and began to run quickly through the dungeon. Daniel Patrick, sparing no effort, ran so fast that clouds of dust rose behind him. Along the way, this man asked his girlfriend if this was really necessary. Latrivia Duvon simply said that the man had been running for 10 minutes and it was time for him to concentrate. The main character continued to play without stopping, and I also say that the second level no longer caused him any problems. Now the man wanted to master the third level of magic, so he was ready to continue running for this. At some point, the main character felt that very sensation, as if his blood began to boil. This sensation appeared in his leg, which had been very tense for a long time due to fast running. The realization that everything had worked out gave Daniel Patrick even more strength, which he directed towards acceleration. With each passing moment, the main character experienced that same feeling more and more, so he didn't even think about stopping. Suddenly, Daniel Patrick felt that he had finally managed to master the third degree of magic, which shocked him greatly. The man immediately began to stop, not believing that he had managed to do it. Latrivia Duvon also noticed this. Daniel Patrick began to rejoice wildly at his success, while the girl praised him and applauded him. After this, the witch immediately suggested that they set off on their journey as quickly as possible, because although time passed more slowly in the dungeon, they had already been here for too long. Finally, our heroes returned to that very huge door that blocked their path. Daniel Patrick looked at them and was surprised that he had to run a lot for this moment. The protagonist asked if he would have to do this every time to use the third stage. The witch suggested that he would have to do this until the man had fully mastered it. After that, Daniel Patrick put his hand on the print and pressed lightly on the door, and you will find that it will work. The next moment, the gates that had been impregnable for our heroes for so long finally began to open, giving them the opportunity to go further. After a while, Latrivia Duvon and Daniel Patrick stopped and looked ahead in confusion. On the 50th floor of the royal dungeon, another gate awaited our heroes, which was unusual. Latrivia Duvon thought that it was some kind of warning. The main characters did not understand what the girl meant. The witch explained that these gates seemed to say that if you were ready, you could go further, but if not, you could use the portal and get out. The girl continued saying that apparently Yorkton decided to leave the dungeon, which was generally reasonable, but Rodney decided to continue. Hearing this, the protagonist assumed that they would also head forward. Latrivia Duvon confidently confirmed this. After that, Daniel Patrick put his hand on the imprint that was on the gate, and I think that they still had no choice but to continue on their way. The gates opened without any problems, allowing our heroes to pass through its large, dark room. Suddenly, the witch asked if the main character was okay, because for some reason he became very serious. The man asked his friend not to nag and let him enjoy the thrill of the unknown world for a while. Hearing this, Latrivia Duvon left the man alone and began to descend the stairs, lighting the way along the way using her magic wand. Daniel Patrick quickly ran after the girl, telling her that he did not ask to leave him alone. Latrivia Duvon did not understand whether the man was serious or not. After some time, our heroes descended to the 51st floor of the dungeon without any problems. Here, something immediately surprised Daniel Patrick. Soon, Latrivia Duvon saw something unusual. Our heroes were shocked, and therefore immediately fell silent. Only the sound of water in a small stream broke the silence of the dungeon. The surprised girl stared ahead and could not believe what she saw. In the middle of the dungeon, there was a village with residential houses carved into the rocks. Our heroes walked further and further and could not believe that people lived here. At this time, a man came out of his house to stretch his legs after a long sleep, but suddenly saw uninvited guests. The man with the gray beard was very surprised to see our heroes because he probably hadn't seen strangers here for a long time. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvon and Daniel Patrick looked up at the place where the unknown man had stood, but he was no longer there. The main character thought that there were definitely people here. The witch couldn't believe it and didn't understand where they could have come from. The man looked around and asked how people could get here, because the dungeon had been guarded by knights for several centuries. Then the girl assumed that these people were one of the creatures of the dungeon. As Latrivia Duvon walked through the village, she constantly felt someone's gaze on her, but she couldn't see who was watching them. The girl assumed that even if people were here, they were not particularly friendly. Daniel Patrick thought that this was not surprising because they probably did not expect them to appear. The witch was very interested in whether the locals could speak their language. She also noticed that the ecosystem here was very different from the previous stages. Suddenly, our heroes saw one of the inhabitants of this village in the distance and were stunned by surprise. In the middle of the dungeon stood a seemingly young girl with light hair. She did not react at all to the appearance of our heroes. Taking a closer look, it became clear that this stranger was crying a lot for some reason. After that, the girl headed deeper into the dungeons. Daniel Patrick immediately ran after her, trying to understand what kind of stranger it was. For some reason, the main character felt like he had seen this girl somewhere before. At the same time, Latrivia Duvon was interested in why she was crying. The next moment, our heroes seemed to be struck by lightning because they simultaneously realized something. The main character remembered that it was the same girl from the memory that was stored in the memory storage. After that, the man asked just in case if he was mistaken. Latrivia Duvon thought that everything was correct. Meanwhile, the stranger went further and further into the dungeon. The witch continued to say that this girl looked a little different, but it was definitely her. Latrivia Duvon also suggested that something serious had happened to her. Suddenly, the main character asked if they would follow her. The witch was very surprised by this proposal. Without waiting for an answer, Daniel Patrick went ahead despite his friend's request to stop. Then Latrivia Duvon will remind you that it was the main character who said that they should hurry. Soon the girl lost sight of her friend, which made her a little nervous. Latrivia Duvon knew she had no other choice, so she ran after the main character. The girl walked further and further, turning to the man and saying that first they needed to discuss something. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvon, not noticing the main character in front of her, crashed into him. The witch immediately asked why Daniel Patrick froze in place and suggested continuing to follow that girl. The man did not answer because he was shocked by what he saw ahead. In order to understand what was happening to their main character, Latrivia Duvon also looked forward and was dumbfounded by surprise. The witch saw that same girl. She walked slowly towards a whole crowd of people who were hard to see because of the darkness. All these people looked and behaved very strangely. They walked slowly from side to side, making unrelated sounds along the way, completely ignoring our heroes. Following the unfamiliar girl, our heroes saw a whole crowd of people who were behaving strangely. Their behavior only raised questions. All these people walked slowly and without initiative from side to side and cried loudly. Latrivia Duvon did not understand what kind of people these were. The protagonist, looking at all this, assumed that they were as if unconscious. Suddenly, a small hatch opened on the ceiling of the dungeon, which was located directly above the crowd of people. Latrivia Duvon apparently assumed that this was exactly what all the people here were waiting for. The next moment, someone started pouring various foods out of the hatch right into the crowd of people. The unmotivated crowd immediately rushed to the food as if they wanted nothing else. People began to greedily eat everything they could get their hands on. At the same time, because of their eyes, we could not stop crying and saliva was coming out of our mouths. This caused an extraordinary shock to our heroes and especially to Latrivia Duvon, who immediately felt unwell as soon as she saw this. The girl grabbed her suitcase and said that something was definitely wrong here, and they had to get out. Daniel Patrick agreed with his friend. After some time, our heroes moved away from the underground village of Latrivia Duvon sat on the floor trying to come to her senses after what she had seen. Daniel Patrick looked towards that very village and said that it was just a disgusting place. At this time, the witch thought about the girl who was a third-level magic user and did not understand what could have happened to her if she ended up like this. After this, Latrivia Duvon stood up from her seat and was about to move on. Seeing this, the main character suggested that his friend rest a little more and come to her senses. The witch refused this because she wanted to get as far away from here as possible before she threw up. For a long time, our heroes made their way further and further through the dungeon, not encountering anything unusual on their way. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvon stopped and opened her mouth wide in surprise because she saw something right in front of her. Our heroes stood silently in front of the huge staircase that led upward and were amazed by it. Daniel Patrick said that for the first time in his entire walkthrough of the dungeon, he saw a staircase going up. Latrivia Duvon added that after the 50th floor, everything changed a lot. Climbing up the long staircase, the main character suddenly asked what they were now supposed to call all this. The man assumed that if they had gone down from the 50th to the 51st floor, they were now back on the 50th floor. The girl considered that, guided by logic, they had long been 5 floors above the 51st. Suddenly, the main character saw a light at the end of the stairs and realized that the exit was already close. The witch found this very strange because it was too bright for the dungeon. Coming out of the dungeon, our heroes were immediately hit in the eyes by bright rays of the sun, which almost blinded them. Looking around Latrivia, Duvon and Daniel Patrick saw many tall trees that definitely shouldn't have been in the dungeon. The main character could not believe that they actually found another exit on the surface. Latrivia Duvon was sure that this could not happen. Our heroes did not understand how this was possible because just recently they were deep underground and therefore could not return to the surface so quickly. Continuing to look around, Daniel Patrick thought that all this was some kind of nonsense. The man was very interested in what kind of place this was. Then the main character suggested that something from the dungeon had happened to him and the girl. Latrivia Duvon denied this suggestion and said that everything was not so. The girl pointed her finger at the sky and, attracting the man's attention to the right place, asked him to look up. Daniel Patrick raised his head but didn't understand where exactly he was supposed to look. Soon he saw a large crystal hanging on the ceiling, emitting bright light that replaced the sun. Daniel Patrick was surprised by this because he did not know that such a glow could be achieved with the help of magic stones. The witch admitted that she had also never seen anything like it. Seeing the berries growing on the bush, the girl became convinced that the dungeon ecosystem was fully capable of supporting the life of the people living here. After this, Latrivia Duvon suggested that they replenish their supplies and rest here for a while. Suddenly, a huge flower that was hanging right above the girl suddenly opened up. Daniel Patrick felt the danger, so he immediately warned his friend about it. Thanks to this, Latrivia Duvon managed to jump to the side in time and not get caught in the flower's attack. The girl looked at the huge flowers that were trying to eat her and admitted that she had completely forgotten that they were in a dungeon where danger was at every step. It soon became clear that these were not just flowers, but bloodthirsty monsters that had already surrounded our heroes from all sides. Daniel Patrick said that he never expected to see carnivorous plants here. In response, the girl said that it seemed to her as if the trees here were also alive. The main character took out his axe and said that they had no choice but to check it out themselves. The next moment, the man attacked one of the plants. It turned out that it was not the strongest opponent that the main character had to fight in the dungeon. That is why very soon all the carnivorous plants were defeated and lay at the feet of Daniel Patrick. The man exhaled heavily and said that he had not chopped wood for a long time, but he could still do something. After that, the main character said that this place was too dangerous and therefore did not forget to hesitate. Latrivia confirmed that the man had no equal in preparing firewood, and even Rodney could not compare with him. Daniel Patrick was glad that at least in something he was better than Rodney, because this already gave some hope. The girl laughed at this and said that the man did not understand jokes at all. The main character couldn't believe that the witch was just laughing at him. Latrivia Duvon regretted saying that. The girl continued saying that the man couldn't even accept the compliment. Then the man asked if the witch really thought that he was less than Rodney. The casual conversation continued until Latrivia Duvon was unexpectedly crushed by a moss-covered rock. This happened right before the protagonist's eyes. It soon turned out that it was not a rock at all, but monsters that were well camouflaged in this forest. Daniel Patrick quickly realized what had happened and therefore screamed loudly, very worried about his friend. The man immediately rushed to attack the monster, plunging his axe into it over and over again, demanding that it immediately release Latrivia. After some time, the main character still managed to open the monster's mouth, which immediately began to spit out the girl and her things. Although Latrivia Duvon had already been rescued, she did not move or show any other signs of life. The frightened protagonist fought off the bloodthirsty monster and loudly called the girl, but she did not answer. Fortunately, the witch soon came to her senses, coughing up the mucus that she had managed to swallow while in the monster's mouth. Daniel Patrick was very glad that his girlfriend was alive and unharmed. "Wipe the slime off your face," the girl said that it was all very disgusting. Suddenly she fell silent because she saw something in front of her. The witch saw another unusual monster that resembled a huge worm with sharp teeth. It was right behind Daniel Patrick. Latrivia Duvon immediately called the protagonist, trying to warn him of the approaching danger. The girl said loudly that there was a monster behind the man. Only after this did the bewildered Daniel Patrick turn his head back to see what had scared his girlfriend so much. At this moment, the huge worm will rush into attack, not wanting to give its opponent a chance to fight back. The worm's large mouth with several rows of sharp teeth was getting closer and closer to the main character. One of the fangs sank into the man's cheek, causing the fresh wound to immediately begin to bleed. But Daniel Patrick, don't worry too much, so I will. The main character grabbed the monster with his bare hands and held it tightly so that it would not harm him and Latrivia Duvon. At the same time, he wondered where all these opponents came from. The witch quickly got to her feet and was ready to help her comrade deal with this bloodthirsty monster. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvon was stunned on the spot because she realized one shocking fact. The very nervous girl told the main character that they had a serious problem. Daniel Patrick was surprised by the sudden appearance of another problem. The worried girl somehow managed to report that for some reason her abilities did not work here. At this time, a huge worm began to attack the main character with renewed vigor in order to defeat him. Daniel Patrick sensed this and, worried for his life, loudly called out to Latrivia Duvon to come to his aid. However, the witch could not help in this situation, so the man had to continue to rely only on his own strength. Daniel Patrick felt his strength was running out, so he had to use only one option. In order to defeat his opponent, the protagonist used the heavenly skill Muscle Burst and prepared to engage in battle with the monster. However, there was nothing to suggest behind this. Daniel Patrick's eyes were completely normal, which indicated that his skill had not been activated. This discouraged the man. Continuing to restrain the huge worm, the main character began to get indignant and loudly ask why he could not use his abilities. Meanwhile, the monster continued to dial, which made Daniel Patrick gradually move back. Turning his head, the man saw a tree that he was approaching. In order to be able to continue to resist the bloodthirsty monster, the main character rested one foot against a tree. However, Daniel Patrick knew that he would not be able to hold off the huge worm for long, so he needed to do something urgently. Nevertheless, the main character decided to take a desperate step, and therefore, gritting his teeth in anger, took up his battle axe. The next moment, Daniel Patrick, using all his remaining strength, swung his weapon sharply. At the same time, the man clenched his teeth tightly, causing them to creak loudly. Within a few seconds, the man attacked his opponent, but not his huge injury. A stream of blood immediately gushed straight at the main character, not giving him the opportunity to observe what was happening around him. When the enemy was defeated, Daniel Patrick immediately rushed to the aid of Latrivia Duvon, who had recently been eaten by a huge worm. The main character jumped high into the air, swinging his battle axe in order to cut the monster down with one blow. The man's axe, made from a fragment of a stone golem, flew downwards at great speed, aiming to cut through the flesh of a huge worm. As planned, Daniel Patrick cut his opponent in half in order to save his girlfriend. Latrivia Duvon, covered in thick mucus, immediately flew out of the monster's stomach and began to quickly move downwards. The main character noticed this in time, so he ran to the right place in order to deftly catch the girl in his arms. After this, Daniel Patrick turned to the witch, but she did not answer at all. It seemed that she was unconscious. This frightened the main character, so he became very nervous and began to call and shake Latrivia Duvon even louder, but only silence was heard in response. The man told the girl that now was not the time for jokes and asked her to stand up. He did not see that the witch had already rolled her eyes. Assuming the worst, Daniel Patrick joined the witch's chest to listen to her heartbeat. The man was instantly stunned. The main character opened his eyes wide in fear and could not believe what was happening. Yet the man realized that his dear friend was dead. This realization greatly discouraged Daniel Patrick. The main character looked at the lifeless body of Latrivia Duvon and could not believe that this was how their adventures would end. The man still couldn't quite believe what was happening, so he begged the girl to stand up and say something in her style. In response to these prayers, there was only silence, occasionally interrupted by the rustling of leaves. Due to the extreme shock, Daniel Patrick no longer paid attention to the bloodthirsty monsters that appeared behind him and thought only that he was probably sleeping and seeing a nightmare. The next moment, huge worms mercilessly attacked the main character, causing splashes of scarlet blood to fly around. A colony of black ants went about their routine business and walked back to the anthill with their prey in a graceful manner. This process was closely observed by Lulu, who did not even think of disturbing the insects. At this time, the girl was observed by Latrivia Duvon and Daniel Patrick. The man said that he worried in vain, because although there were no other children here, Lulu was having fun alone. The witch asked whether the main character really didn't want to move to the big city. The girl also said that Lulu wasn't having fun, and she was just used to being alone. Daniel Patrick said that he wasn't ready to live among people. Then the witch said that since the main character was already an adventurer, he should start communicating with customers so that he and Lulu would have friends. Daniel Patrick wanted to ask the girl if everything was okay because she was with them all the time, but Latrivia Duvon had disappeared somewhere. The main character immediately began to get nervous and looked around, not understanding where the girl could have gone. Daniel Patrick began loudly asking his girlfriend not to joke like that because it was no longer funny. Suddenly, the man heard something fall with a crash behind him. This immediately caught his attention. The next moment, Daniel Patrick saw Latrivia Duvon lying unconscious on the ground. The main character was very scared by this, so his legs gave way and he fell to the ground. Daniel Patrick quickly came to his senses when he realized that he had forgotten someone else. The man quickly returned to the clearing where Lulu was watching the ants, but did not find the girl there. There was absolute silence all around. The main character looked around, but apart from him, It seemed there was no one else in this forest. Daniel Patrick was shocked by what was happening and did not understand what was happening. The man was interested in where Lulu could have gone, but the wind that rustled over the trees could not answer him. Suddenly, the main character heard some noise in the bushes behind him. He immediately turned to the side, hoping that Lulu was there. However, in front of him, Daniel Patrick saw a huge worm with several rows of sharp teeth that intended to attack the man. The main character immediately began to scream loudly in surprise and, in order to somehow defend himself, swung his fist. The man with the gray beard turned to the main character and asked if he had enjoyed his sleep before waking up. However, the main character's fist was already flying at the stranger. The next moment, Daniel Patrick hit the man, sending him flying far back. The main character was very surprised by what was happening, because he did not understand who this stranger was and where he came from. Looking around, the man realized that he was in that very village on the 51st floor of the royal dungeon. The man with the gray beard praised the main character for a good blow and noted that he was in good physical shape. Pay no attention to the stranger. Daniel Patrick immediately began calling Latrivia Duvon. The girl immediately answered that she was here. The witch, covered with a blanket, sat nearby. She was absolutely safe and sound. A shocked Daniel Patrick looked at the girl, not surprised that she was alive, because he himself checked her pulse, and there was none. After this, the main character assumed that everything that happened to him was just a nightmare, but the man with the gray beard denied it. After this, the stranger, if he puts his hands to the side, consider that it will not interfere. The next moment, the man greeted the protagonist in hell with a wide smile on his face. Looking ominously at Daniel Patrick, the man clarified that the villagers called this place hell. The main character was very surprised and did not understand what the stranger was saying. Latrivia Duvon said that he had said this for the second time and must have rehearsed this phrase at home more than once. The man with the gray beard continued to say that if someone died in the dungeon, they returned here alive and well. Daniel Patrick found this hard to believe. After this, the man assumed that the stranger was just joking. Latrivia Duvon said that at first she didn't believe it either, but then she saw her friend appear out of thin air, so perhaps it was all true. The stranger responded that the faster our heroes could accept this, the easier it would be for them. In addition, the man had already said that he was disappointed that they only lasted a few hours. Latrivia justified herself by saying that they were not prepared for the fact that their abilities would not work. Hearing this, the stranger was surprised that of all the places our heroes chose to go to the garden because no one had a chance there. Suddenly, one of the locals turned to a man named Pete and said with a rather satisfied look that he owed him 700 stones. The man laughed at this, and I suppose that now he will never pay back. Latrivia Duvon and Daniel Patrick watched the conversations with surprise, the locals not understanding what the point of their argument was. Suddenly, 4 more people appeared, who turned to Pete and asked him not to forget that he owed them the stones. The man explained that they had made a bet and that he had ended up losing. Daniel Patrick asked what the locals had been betting on. Pete replied that he had bet that our heroes would last at least a day without dying, but now he was bankrupt. The man continued to say that he had wrongly trusted the newcomers and bet on them. Now he was looking forward to how he would spend a whole month mining magic stones in order to pay off his debts. Pete also said that he still remembers well how lucky he was last time, and added that it was 150 years ago. Latrivia Duvon was very surprised to hear this number. After that, the girl asked the man if she remembered the guy's appearance and added that he had spiky hair. Pete confirmed this and clarified that he was also a blonde. Suddenly, the main character intervened in the conversation and asked how the man knew what happened 150 years ago. The witch immediately remembered that she forgot to tell the man something. Latrivia said that every time a person died, starting from the 50th floor, he was reborn here at the same age at which he died the first time. In other words, the person remained here forever if he did not get out of the dungeon. Hearing this, Daniel Patrick was even afraid to guess how old the man was. Pete began to say that he could not say his age exactly, but he was definitely more than 2,000 years old. The main character was shocked to hear this number and assumed that perhaps it was some kind of joke. Latrivia Duvon explained that time flowed more slowly here, so in theory it was possible if the man came to this dungeon several decades ago. After this, the girl turned to Pete again and asked how the guy managed to get out. The man could not answer this question because he had only seen the guy once. Latrivia Duvon asked what the man meant. Pete replied that the guy never came back, which meant he somehow managed to get to the surface. The man continued to say that in his 1,000 years of life here, he had seen only 2 people who had not returned, and the guy with blonde hair was one of them. The witch immediately asked who the second person was. Pete began to remember that it was 350 years ago. It was an old man with a long beard and strange eyes. Latrivia Duvon immediately realized that they were talking about Velasca. The main character told the girl that she didn't tell him that her teacher also went through the dungeon. Latrivia Duvon began to say that if you count by normal time, it was 10 years ago. The girl continued to say that the only one who could resist Rodney was her teacher. Suddenly, one of the local residents approached our heroes and asked how long they were going to stand there, after which she invited them into the house. Pete called the new arrivals to follow him in order to try the excellent liqueur that he was going to treat our heroes to. The man also promised that they had not tried such liqueur yet. Latrivia Duvon and Daniel Patrick looked at each other and thought that there was nothing more they could do. After some time, our heroes were already in the house, and Latrivia Duvon was writing something on a piece of paper. After this, the girl put the pen aside and began to say that time here dragged on 32 times slower than outside. Latrivia Duvon continued to say that given that this was their first death, they would be reborn in this physical state. After that, the girl asked if the leaves were still strange. Daniel Patrick replied that his clothes were torn, but after you were born they became as good as new. The girl immediately realized that somehow their things had moved here with them. Unexpectedly, Pete added that all the people who died in the dungeon after the 50th floor took the form they had when they left the village. The man also added that everything that people found outside the village also returned here after death. Pete said that it was very helpful when a person was carrying something heavy. Latrivia Duvon was surprised that someone would deliberately die in order to avoid carrying heavy things. To this, the man replied that as soon as he got used to it, he realized that death was nothing more than a useful feature. At this time, drinks had already been brought to the table. The smiling woman who brought the drinks said that her name was Gloria Werner, and she was the owner of this bar. Latrivia Duvon and Daniel Patrick responded with their names and were pleased to meet the woman. After this, the main character asked Gloria if she was also a user of third-level magic. The woman replied that she was already too old for this, and that preparing alcohol took up all her time. Suddenly, Pete said that although it was unnoticeable, Gloria Werner was the oldest in this village. The man continues to say that he was the youngest here, but none of the local residents knew how old the woman was. Pete could only guess that she was clearly over 10,000 years old. Suddenly, Gloria Werner hit the man on the head with a mug to stop him talking. Gloria Werner then said that today was the last glass of alcohol she would give to a man. After this, the woman turned to our heroes and said that they could stay in the village and promised to prepare a room for them. Latrivia Duvon thanked the woman for her concern, and all Daniel Patrick could think about was that she was over 10,000 years old. Suddenly, the man remembered that he had not introduced himself when he met our heroes. The man's name was Peter Hawk, but everyone in the village called him Pete. He was a blacksmith, so he promised to fulfill any request from his new acquaintances. After this, the man asked the main character for permission to examine his weapon, which was lying nearby on the table. Taking this axe in his hands, Peter Hawk began to admire its brilliance. Latrivia Duvon asked if the man knew what it was made of. The man found it difficult to answer, so the girl said that it was a fragment of a stone golem that was the boss of the 4th stage of the dungeon. Hearing this, Peter Hawk jumped up from his seat and, raising his axe high, began to admire it even more because it was made from a fragment of the golem. The man could not believe that he had seen a fragment of the stone golem again after so many years. At this time, Latrivia Duvon was carefully searching for something in her suitcase. It turned out that the girl was taking out of the suitcase those fragments of the golem that she had collected after defeating the boss. Peter Hawk was speechless with delight. The man immediately rushed to hug these fragments, not believing that they were so huge. Gloria Werner was unhappy that her visitor was behaving too noisily, and therefore said that if he had finished his alcohol, he should go home. As he left the bar, the man addressed our heroes one last time and invited them to come to him tomorrow with these fragments. Peter Hawk promised to make Latrivia Duvon and Daniel Patrick a weapon that would suit them perfectly. After that, the man left, but for some time his enthusiastic cries about the fragments of the stone golem could be heard. As soon as the man left, Gloria Werner advised our heroes to listen to him because he really was a good master. Daniel Patrick thanked the woman for her advice. After this, the owner of the bar gave her guests the key to the room, which was on the 2nd floor, and told them to go and rest as soon as they finished their alcohol. After some time, our heroes went up to the 2nd floor and entered their room. They were very surprised by what they saw there. In the middle of the small room, there was a double bed that was clearly intended for a couple in love. Daniel Patrick was shocked to see this and didn't even know what to say to it. The man quickly ran out into the corridor and turning to Gloria Werner said loudly that there was only one bed here and that the room as a whole was somehow strange. Daniel Patrick assumed that the woman had misunderstood them and began to deny that he and Latrivia Duvon were in a relationship. At this time, the girl looked around the room. Unexpectedly, the witch discovered a nightgown that had been carefully left here by the owner of the ram. Daniel Patrick was indignant that Gloria Werner did not hear him and was about to go down, but suddenly noticed something in Latrivia Duvon's hands. The main character immediately became very embarrassed because he thought that the girl was going to wear this. Latrivia Duvon was also very embarrassed. The girl immediately threw out the clothes and began to justify herself by saying that they did not belong to her and that the shirt was already lying there when they arrived. A loud noise arose from the rolled-up curtain, which was clearly audible to Gloria Werner. The woman, who was already ready to go to bed, assumed that she had misunderstood her guests. However, the bar owner decided that she would do nothing and apologize for what happened tomorrow. Gloria Werner, having met her guests in the morning, apologized for the misunderstanding that had occurred the previous evening. The woman justified herself by saying that she thought that our heroes were in a relationship. She asked them not to worry because today she would give them separate rooms. As an apology, the bar owner prepared breakfast for her guests and said that if they suddenly wanted more, they could ask without hesitation. Latrivia Duvon thanked the woman for her concern and said that it was very kind of her. Daniel Patrick was delighted because it was the first time in a long time that he had seen a real breakfast. Gloria Werner also said that Pete's Forge was on the other side of the village and our heroes could look into it the day after tomorrow. On the ceiling of the cave in the center of the village, there was a huge, cheerful stone that glowed brightly, depending on whether it was day or night. The protagonist suggested that thanks to it, local residents were able to navigate in time. Latrivia Duvon believed that this stone worked in the same way as the one they saw in the garden. Approaching one of the houses, Daniel Patrick assumed that the forge was located here. The girl confirmed this and said that when they first came to this village, a man came out from here. Even before our heroes decided to go inside, the door suddenly swung open. Peter Hawk was very happy with his guests, but said that he almost fell asleep while waiting for them. After this, our heroes entered a room on the walls of which hung many weapons. All this was made by the hands of a local craftsman. Latrivia Duvon looked around and asked the man what he thought about it. Daniel Patrick was delighted and said that all the weapons here were works of art. Peter Hawk said that all the weapons here had been tested by time, after which he asked the girl to show him the fragments of the golem. The man began to study the valuable material, asking along the way whether the main character's main weapon was an axe, Daniel Patrick, that he could also use a sword, but axes were closer to him. After this, the blacksmith asked his guest to tell in more detail what kind of axe he would like to receive. The main character began to say that he had not really thought about it. Speaking of form, Daniel needed a one-handed axe that could be used as a stabbing weapon. Pete remembered this, and then asked if the man had another axe that hung on his belt. The main character confirmed this and said that he usually used it to prepare firewood, but recently it broke. Hearing this, the blacksmith promised to make a spare axe. At this time, Latrivia Duvon tried to lift one of the swords in order to examine it, but it turned out to be too heavy for her. Peter Hawk turned to the girl and asked what weapon she used. Latrivia Duvon was surprised by this question. The girl said that she was a witch, and therefore ordinary weapons did not suit her. Upon hearing this, the man was very surprised and said that in order to become a witch, great talent was needed. After that, the blacksmith said that he should have introduced the girl as an expert in making magical instruments so that she could find everything she needed. After this, the man asked our heroes to come to him again in 10 days and promised that by that time, the main character's weapon would be ready. Daniel Patrick thanked the blacksmith for his help. Going out into the street, the main character asked in what form the man could accept payment for the work. Peter Hawk answered that nothing was needed because golem fragments were a great rarity here. Latrivia Duvon was surprised by this and asked if the shards were really such a good material. The blacksmith replied that it was one of the best materials for making weapons. The man also said that magic stones were used as currency in this village, so our heroes should not skimp on collecting them. Continuing to follow the blacksmith Latrivia Duvon, I noticed tomorrow that several villagers seemed strange to them. These were the same people who slowly walked from one place to another along the way, making unrelated sounds. The witch asked what kind of people these were. Peter Hawk replied that in this village such people were called walkers. Latrivia Duvon did not understand what this meant. The man said that these were the people whose consciousness had completely disintegrated. The blacksmith continued to say that repeated deaths and despair forced people to give up trying to survive. Daniel Patrick asked if they would end up the same way if they couldn't get out. Peter Hawk will continue to say that these people may now look pathetic, but once they were friends, loved ones, and family of the local residents. Suddenly, the man thoughtfully said that there were only two ways to get out of this village. The first path required a person to successfully complete the next stage and leave the dungeon through the device. According to the second path, a person died a normal death. Hearing this, Daniel Patrick assumed that all those people who were fed by local residents in the outskirts of the village voluntarily chose this fate. Peter Hawk universally agrees that the main character saw all of this but still did not deny it and confirmed it. The man continued to say that they simply wanted to give such people a chance to rest. Kuznets also said that at one time the villagers found out that death from hunger was not considered normal here, so these people had to be fed. Soon Peter Hawk asked our heroes to follow him because he wanted to show them someone. Soon all three entered one of the houses, which inside had a rather rich filling of unusual things. The guests were greeted with surprised expressions by a girl with blue hair and a girl with a strange hairstyle. Peter Hawk approached his friends and asked if they had seen the newcomers the previous evening. The blacksmith introduced our heroes to Ludri Vigo, who was a craftswoman here, and Dippy Elsian, who was engaged in making tools. In response, our heroes gave their names and told her that they were pleased to meet the girls. After this, Peter Hawk told his friend that Latrivia Duvon was a witch. Dippy Elsian was surprised by this and said that in these places this was quite a rarity. Then the witch put her wand on the table. After examining it, Dippy Elsian was very surprised because it was obvious that it was made by a master, so she didn't even know how it could be improved. Latrivia Duvon said that in her family there was a very skilled craftsman who made this staff for her. Unexpectedly, Ludri Vigo told the girl that the local magic stones were more common, so she could replace the stone in Latrivia Duvon's staff. She happily agreed. After this, Peter Hawk again called our heroes to follow him because they needed to visit one more person. After some time, they all came to Naka Barney, who was the owner of the restaurant. The man greeted his guests with a smile on his face. Next, the man introduced our heroes to Maria Mona, who was a hunter and was responsible for feeding the village. The last person the newcomers met was Sid Patrion, who was a cartographer. The guy immediately called our heroes a cute couple. After that, he directly asked if they were dating. Latrivia Duvon and Daniel Patrick also began to deny it. Hearing this, Sid Patrion said that it was good, otherwise he would have killed them. The main character laughed at this. Peter Hawk said that this guy had been a bachelor for 4,000 years, so there was no point in talking about relationships. Daniel Patrick responded that he had no intention of doing so. At this time, Latrivia Duvon approached the guy and asked if she could buy some cards. Sid Patrion immediately categorically refused the girl, not even letting her look at his work. Sid Patrion explained that the guy would not give anything until the girl gave him some important information. Latrivia Duvon did not understand what he was telling her because they had only arrived here yesterday. After this, the girl asked the cartographer what floors he had. Sid Patrion replied that he had all the floors up to 78, and 63 of them were absolutely accurate. The girl was very surprised when she heard that the locals had reached the 78th floor. Sid Patrion said that this was a record for their village, and it was set by Naka Barney. Latrivia Duvon also wondered why the man had not left the dungeon in that case. This question helped the blacksmith remember that he had not told our heroes something. The man began to say that unlike the previous stages, there was no device for movement here. Despite the long search that took place on the 60th floor, nothing was found. Exactly the same situation was not only on the 60th floor, but also on others. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvon confidently stated that the next device for transportation was on the 9th floor. Sid Patrion and Peter Hawk were very surprised to hear this. The girl continued to say that the guy with blonde hair left the dungeon after he passed the 90th floor. The blacksmith remembered this and thanked the girl for the information because it changed a lot. Suddenly, Latrivia Duvon saw that the cartographer silently handed her a sheet of paper. The girl was surprised when she saw that it was a map of the 52nd floor. Sid Patrion explained that she gave him the information, and for this he gave her the map. After that, Latrivia Duvon asked what was known about the other floors. Sid Patrion replied that first the girl should be told some necessary and important information, and then he would give her another map. Latrivia Duvon was very outraged that the guy gave only one map for such important information, but the cartographer continued to insist on his own. Then the girl said that at the end of the 90th floor of the dungeon, the person who reached it received a weapon as a gift. From these words, Sid Patreon's eyes lit up with interest. This information turned out to be quite valuable and useful, so the cartographer gave the girl another map of the dungeon. It was a map of the 53rd floor, but Latrivia Duvan wanted a map of the 61st floor. Sid Patreon replied that they hadn't let that one through. Peter Hawk said that his friend was very stubborn and therefore advised the girl not to waste her time. At this time, Sid Patreon was putting the information she had received on her cards. Peter Hawk came out to our heroes and said that this was the end of the acquaintance with the villagers. Latrivia Duvan, remembering everyone she met today, thought that there were very few residents. Kuznets confirmed this and said that not everyone would be able to get here. The man also said that there was another reckless guy living in the village, but he was not here now because he was trying to leave the dungeon alone. After this, Peter Hawk asked what our heroes were planning to do next. Latrivia Duvan and Daniel Patrick immediately looked at each other, not knowing what to answer. Still, the main character answered that they would try themselves in the dungeon. Latrivia Duvan added that now she had maps, and therefore it would be a little easier for them to pass these floors. The girl wanted to go out to go through the dungeon right now, but she remembered that her staff was still being repaired. Peter Hawk asked if the main character wanted to take one of his axes, but the man refused. Finally, the Forge said that the villagers wanted to have a small welcome dinner in honor of our heroes, so they shouldn't worry. The girl wanted to refuse, but Peter Hawk advised her to be more friendly. Soon night fell, as indicated by the stone that hung on the ceiling of the dungeon and did not glow. At the same time, the light was on in one of the establishments where all the villagers had gathered that evening. People raised their glasses and decided to drink to the newcomers who had sat in their village. Daniel Patrick was very pleased with this pastime, and therefore sat at the table with a smile on his face. Maria Mona was surprised that the main character used to work as an executioner and assumed that he had a hard time at this job. Daniel Patrick confirmed this but said that now everything was in the past. At this time, Latrivia Duvan was talking with Dippy Elsian, who, as it turned out, used to be a dancer in a famous troupe in the Kingdom of Mule. This surprised the witch very much. At first the girl thought about something, after which she timidly turned to Dippy Elsian and said that she should know something. The next moment, the girl stated that the Mule Kingdom had united with the Kun Kingdom several years ago. This unexpected information shocked Dippy Elsian. The girl was very upset to learn that her homeland had suffered such a fate. Latrivia Duvan tried to calm her new acquaintance and said that everything was fine with the Kingdom of Mule. Dippy Elsian began to cry because now she didn't even have a place to return to. Ludri Vigo consoled her friend and said that their village had always been home for the girl. Suddenly, Gloria Werner approached Latrivia Duvan and asked if the girl had already gotten used to their places. The witch confirmed this and thanked the woman for her concern. The bar owner asked if the guests were leaving tomorrow, since they could have gone for a couple more days. Latrivia replied that there was someone waiting for them outside, and for her sake they had to hurry. Of course, Latrivia Duvan was talking specifically about Lulu, who was now strolling through the evening city. The girl was walking with Rodney Pamel and her grandfather. None of them noticed that every step was being watched. It was Chevelle Doughton who looked after Lulu and smiled widely, thinking that she had finally managed to find the girl.